This is an NBC News special report. The trial of Donald J. Trump. Here is Lester Holt.
Good day, everyone. It is 1 o'clock in the East. We are coming back in the air to bring you NBC News live coverage of the Senate impeachment trial of President Donald Trump. Today, the third and final day for the House managers, the prosecution, led by Congressman Adam Schiff, to lay out their case that the president is guilty and should therefore be removed from office. For hours yesterday until about 10:30 Eastern time last night, their focus was on the first count against the president, abuse of power. Today, they turned to count 2, obstruction of Congress. The president's defense team, not to mention the senators themselves, have had to sit silently for days now listening to the prosecution. Of course, that changes tomorrow morning when the Trump defense begins. But today, once again, it's the prosecution's day. Joining me for our coverage again, senior Washington correspondent Andrea Mitchell and NBC News legal analyst and former U.S. Attorney and Superior Court Judge Carol Lamb. But let's start with Casey Hunt right now on Capitol Hill to kind of lay this day out for us. Casey.
Lester, this is the final day that Democrats will have control of the Senate floor in their case against the president. And as you point out, they are going to focus today on that second article, obstruction of Congress, essentially arguing that as the House went about trying to investigate the president's conduct, they stonewalled him at every turn, and that amounts to a high crime or misdemeanor worthy of impeachment. Now, I will say behind the scenes here on Capitol Hill, as I've spoken with senators and others about the strength of these arguments, there has tended to be a larger focus on the first article, a sense that perhaps the first article is the stronger case to be made. And so I think you can expect the House managers to continue to refer back to some of what we heard yesterday as they argued on Article 1, just to kind of underscore what's going on. I'm also watching for any additional pre-buttal material. That was something that came up quite a bit yesterday with the focus on Hunter and Joe Biden and essentially the argument ahead of any potential White House defense attacking them. So I think it'll be interesting to see how they seem to perceive what the White House case is going to be and pressure to argue back to them. I will also tell you, Lester, there's a lot of discussion today about how the White House defense may begin. And we are hearing that Saturday's session may start a little earlier in the morning and be a little shorter in duration. We've obviously seen these marathon into the night, 8 or 9 hour sessions that start at this time, 1 in the afternoon. They've kept senators here late. I will say that the exhaustion factor is pretty visible on the surface around here now. Tempers are a little bit thin, and everybody, I think, is very anxious to have a little bit of a break from all of this, Lester.
All right, Casey, thanks very much. Hallie Jackson is at the White House. Hallie, what have we heard from the president today?
So far, Lester, he is frustrated, not so much with the short tempers that Casey's referencing, perhaps, from senators on the Hill, but with the fact that his defense team tomorrow will make their opening arguments during what the president is calling the death valley of television ratings times. It may be unseemly to talk about TV ratings during this impeachment moment, but for the president, he is conscious of wanting to get his message out to the American people. And by all accounts, all the sources that I've talked to over the last 24 hours, they all say there is real frustration on the part of the president that his defense team has had to sit silently, at least on the Senate floor, through these 3 days now, including today, of opening arguments from the prosecution, without being able to make their case. Now, that does change tomorrow, but that is why I think you're seeing, and according to one senior administration official, a shorter time period for the defense opening arguments for Saturday. Perhaps, Lester, as short as just a couple of hours, which will be a real departure from the last week that we've had together in these marathon sessions for the Senate trial. You will also then see what you could refer to as sort of the big presentations on Monday. There will likely be, I'm told, some repetition of what you heard Saturday to Monday, because again, this is as much about the process and the substance as it is about the politics. And the president's defense team is very conscious that they have to sell this argument to the American people that the president, in their view, not only did nothing wrong, but also that the articles of impeachment that the House Democrats are presenting do not meet the constitutional threshold for actually removing the president from office. You heard lead impeachment manager Adam Schiff try to pre-butt that in those very emotional, impassioned closing arguments that he delivered at the end of the night, in the wee hours of the night last night. There's also something else that's developing, Lester, and that is the ABC News recording that has emerged now from a dinner back in April of 2018, allegedly and apparently between President Trump, a group of other people, including Lev Parnas and Igor Fruman. These names may be familiar because they are associates of the president's personal attorney, Rudy Giuliani. Both of these men, including Parnas, who you see right now, under indictment on campaign finance charges. In this recording, which we should note has not been obtained or reviewed by NBC News nor verified, the president is heard apparently talking about the removal of the then ambassador to Ukraine, Marie Yovanovitch, saying, "Get her out of there." The White House, in a new comment from the press secretary, Stephanie Grisham, tells me that the president is allowed to put in place his own people and policies as he sees fit. But here's why this is important, Lester, because the president has repeatedly denied knowing or interacting much with Parnas or Fruman, and this tape, if accurate, would paint a different picture.
Yeah, and let me bring in Andrea Mitchell on that very quickly. Andrea, this plays to what the Democrats have been saying. Be careful of what surprises may come down the pike after this is all said and done.
Exactly. This, if authorized or if attributed properly, as Hallie has just explained, would verify what Les Parnas said to Rachel Maddow and in other subsequent interviews about those exchanges. And that is incredibly damaging to the president's case.
And something that will certainly bring more pressure from Democrats to get witnesses, to get more evidence. That is down the line here. What we now know is that everyone has taken their seat, and we expect to get underway here very, very shortly. Again, this is day 3. Pete Williams, very quickly, before we get to the presentation, what do you have?
Two thoughts. Number one, if the Republicans tomorrow don't take their full amount of time, yes, they have 24 hours, but that doesn't mean they still will have 23 or 22 hours left. It's 24 hours over 3 days. So whatever hours they don't use tomorrow, they can't get back later in the process. Second, I do think that the obstruction of justice is the harder lift for the Democrats because of the fact that this unresolved question about whether a White House has the legal authority not to give documents to the Congress despite congressional subpoenas. The Supreme Court has never ruled on that question, Lester.
And let me bring that to Carol Lamb. There's no question that the president has hindered the Democratic investigation, but that's not the same thing as obstruct.
Yeah, I expect you'll see much more legal argument today, but here's the difference, and I think that Pete is right, that the courts haven't definitely decided a lot of these issues, but what happened here was a complete stonewalling. There wasn't even a good faith attempt to comply with any of the subpoenas or to produce any testimony. In other words,
this is privilege, this is not, this is privilege,
that's right.
This is not.
Yeah, and you have to get down to that kind of granular level, and this kind of complete stonewalling is really unprecedented.
And usually in cases where we've covered administration officials going to the Hill, they have to sit down, be sworn in, and then individual questions of privilege can be raised if a question that is inappropriate is answered.
All right, Sergeant at Arms is speaking, and we are about to get underway, so let's take you to the Senate chamber.
John Trump, President of the United States.
Chief Justice.
The majority leader is recognized.
For all of our colleagues, some information about scheduling. Today we'll plan to take short breaks every 2 to 3 hours, and we'll accommodate a 30-minute recess for dinner, assuming it is needed, until the House managers have finished their opening presentation. For scheduling purposes, we've organized tomorrow's session to convene at 10 a.m. and run for several hours as the President's Counsel begins their presentation.
Pursuant to the provisions of Senate Resolution 483, the managers for the House of Representatives have 7 hours and 53 minutes remaining to make the presentation of their case. The Senate will now hear you.
Mr. Chief Justice, Senators, distinguished counsel of the President, I keep wanting to say good morning, but good afternoon. I just wanted to give a very brief orientation to the argument you'll hear today. We will begin with Jason Crow, who was talking about the conditionality of the military assistance. This is the latter part, although not the end of the argumentation on the application of the Constitution and law as it respects Article 1, the abuse of power. I'll have a presentation after Mr. Crow, and soon thereafter we will conclude the presentation on Article 1. We'll then begin the presentation on Article 2, once again applying the Constitution and law to the facts on the President's obstruction of Congress. We will then have some concluding thoughts and then turn it over to the President's Counsel. And that is what you should expect for the day. And with that, I will now yield to Mr. Crow of Colorado.
Good afternoon. I woke up this morning and walked to my local coffee shop where, unlike my esteemed colleague, Mr. Jeffries from New York, nobody complained to me about Colorado baseball. So I could only conclude that this is only a New York Yankees problem. As Mr. Schiff mentioned, we talked last night about the July 25th call and the multiple officials who had confirmed the intent of the president in withholding the aid. So now I'd like to turn to what happened around the time that the aid was lifted. And we know that the aid was lifted ultimately on September 11th, but it wasn't lifted for any legitimate reason. It was only lifted because President Trump had gotten caught. Now let's go through how we know that. On August 26th, the whistleblower complaint had been sent to the Director of National Intelligence. And public reports indicate that President Trump was told about the complaint by White House counsel Pat Cipollone. On September 5th, though, the scheme became public. An editorial in the Washington Post on that day, for the first time publicly, explicitly linked the military aid hold in the investigations that President Trump wanted. Now, keep in mind that public scrutiny of the president's hold increased exponentially after this became public. And this is where things start moving really fast. A few days later, on September 9th, the House Investigative Committees publicly announced their investigation of President's conduct in Ukraine. Lieutenant Colonel Vindman testified that the National Security Council and others at the White House learned about the investigation when it was announced. And a colleague of his said that it might have the effect of releasing the aid. And on that same day, the House Intelligence Committee learns that the administration had withheld the whistleblower complaint from Congress. The scheme was unraveling. And what happens 2 days later? President Trump released the military aid. He only released it after he got caught. But there's another reason we know the president lifted the aid only because he got caught. Because there's no other explanation. The testimony of all of the witnesses confirms it. Both Lieutenant Colonel Vindman and Ms. Williams testified that they were not provided any reason for lifting the hold. Vindman testified that nothing on the ground had changed in the 2 months of the hold. And Mark Sandy of the OMB also confirmed that. And Ambassador Taylor, too, testified that, quote, "I was not told the reason why the hold had been lifted." Now let me take a moment to address another defense I expect you will hear. That the aid was released and the investigations were never announced, so therefore, no harm, no foul, right? Well, this defense would be laughable if this issue wasn't so serious. First, I've spoken over the past 3 days about the real consequences of inserting politics into matters of war. Real people, real lives are at stake. Every day, every hour matters. So no, the delay wasn't meaningless. Just ask the Ukrainians sitting in trenches right now. And to this day, they are still waiting on $18 million of the aid that hasn't reached them. Jennifer Williams, who attended the Warsaw meeting with Vice President Pence, described President Zelensky's focus during this time.
And you testified in your deposition that in that conversation, President Zelensky emphasized that the military assistance, the security assistance, was not just important to assist Ukraine in fighting a war against Russia, but that it was also symbolic in nature. What did you understand him to mean by that?
President Zelensky explained that more than, or just equally with the financial and physical value of the assistance, that it was the symbolic nature of that assistance that really was the show of U.S. support for Ukraine and for Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity. And I think he was stressing that to the Vice President to really underscore the need for the security assistance to be released.
And that if the United States was holding the security assistance, is it also true then that Russia could see that as a sign of weakening U.S. support for Ukraine and take advantage of that?
I believe that's what the President Zelensky was indicating, that any signal or sign that U.S. support was wavering would be construed by Russia as potentially an opportunity for them to strengthen their own hand in Ukraine.
This is an important point, particularly when the president and his attorneys try to argue no harm, no foul. The financial assistance itself was really important to Ukraine, no question about it. But the aid was equally important as a signal to Russia of our support for Ukraine. And regardless of whether the aid was ultimately released, the fact that the hold became public sent a very clear signal to Russia that our support for Ukraine was wavering. And Russia was watching very closely for any sign of weakness. The damage was done. Now, any possible doubt about whether the aid was linked to the investigations has been erased by the president's own chief of staff. Now, we've seen this video before during the trial, but there's a really good reason for this. It's a complete admission on national TV that the military aid was conditioned on Ukraine helping the president's political campaign. Here, once again, is what Mulvaney said.
Did he also mention to me in the past the corruption related to the DNC server? Absolutely. No question about that. But that's it. And that's why we held up the money.
And when pressed that he had just confessed to the very quid pro quo that President Trump had been denying, Mulvaney doubled down.
But to be clear, what you just described is a quid pro quo. It is funding will not flow unless the investigation into the Democratic server happen as well.
We do that all the time with foreign policy. If you read the news reports and you believe them, what did McKinney say yesterday? Well, McKinney said yesterday that he was really upset with the political influence in foreign policy. That was one of the reasons he was so upset about this. And I have news for everybody. Get over it. There's going to be political influence in foreign policy. I'm talking to Mr.
Now remember, at the time he made these statements, Mulvaney was both the head of OMB and the acting chief of staff at the White House. He knew about all of the legal concerns. He also knew about the president's so-called drug deal, as Ambassador Bolton called it. He knew exactly what was going on in the Oval Office and how OMB implemented the president's illegal order to hold the aid. Mulvaney confirmed why the president ordered the hold. It was not to develop further policy to counter Russian aggression. It was not to convince the Ukrainians to implement additional anti-corruption reforms, and it was not to pressure our allies to give more to Ukraine. Now, since we won't have an opportunity to respond to the president's presentation, I'm going to take a minute to respond to some of the arguments that I expect them to make. You will notice, I'm sure, that they will ignore significant portions of the evidence while trying to cherry-pick individual statements here and there to manufacture defenses. But don't be fooled. One defense you may hear is that the aid was held up to allow for a policy review. This is what the administration told the GAO at one point. But the evidence shows the opposite. The evidence shows that the administration didn't conduct a review at any time after the president ordered the hold. Laura Cooper was not aware of any review of the funding conducted by DOD in July, August, or September. And similarly, George Kent testified that the State Department did not conduct and was never asked to conduct a review of funding administered by the State Department. In fact, on May 23rd, the anti-corruption review was complete and DOD certified to Congress that Ukraine had complied with all of the conditions and that the remaining half of the aid should be released. This was confirmed by the June 18th press release announcing the release or announcing the funding. And do you remember the fictitious, quote-unquote, interagency review process? Well, that was made up, too. So no review was necessary because it had already been done. Next, the President's counsel keeps saying this was about corruption in Ukraine. President Trump was not concerned with fighting corruption. It's difficult to even say that with a straight face. The President never mentioned corruption on either call with President Zelensky. But let's go through the evidence. As we just discussed, DOD had already completed a review and concluded that Ukraine had, quote, made sufficient progress in meeting defense reform and anti-corruption goals consistent with the National Defense Authorization Act in order to receive the funds. And in fact, Mark Sandy, who was not at that meeting but who was initially responsible for approving the hold, said he had never heard corruption as a reason for the hold in all of the discussions he had about it. Similar to the anti-corruption argument, there is simply no evidence to support the President's after-the-fact argument that he was concerned about burden sharing. Now, that's other countries also contributing to Ukraine. I imagine the President may cite the emails in June about what other countries provided to Ukraine, the reference to other countries' contributions in the July 25th call, and testimony from Sandy about a request for information about what other European countries give to Ukraine. But there is simply no evidence that ties the concern to his decision to hold the funding. First, let's actually look at the contributions of European countries to Ukraine. There's a slide in front of you. It shows that other European countries have significantly contributed to Ukraine since 2014, and the European Union in total has given far more than the U.S. The EU is the single largest donor to Ukraine, having provided over $16 billion in grants and loans. The President's assertion that other countries did not support Ukraine is meritless. And there are other reasons, too. After DOD and OMB responded to the President's request, presumably with some of the information we just provided you, showing Europe gives a lot to Ukraine, nobody in the Trump administration mentioned burden sharing as a reason for the hold to any of the 17 witnesses that we've been talking about. Sondland, whose actual portfolio is the EU, not Ukraine, testified that he was never asked to speak to the EU or EU member countries about providing more aid to Ukraine. And if President Trump were truly concerned about that, he would have been the perfect guy to handle it, because he was our ambassador to the EU. But it never happened. And how could it? Because Sondland himself knew the aid was linked to the investigations, because that's what the President himself had told him. It wasn't until the President's scheme began to unravel, after the White House learned of the whistleblower complaint, and after Politico publicly revealed the existence of the hold, that the issue of burden sharing came up again. If the President's concern were genuinely about burden sharing, he never made any public statements about it, never ordered a review of burden sharing, and never ordered his officials to push Europe to increase their contributions. And then he released the aid without any changes in Europe's contributions. This last point is important. You know the President's purported concern about burden sharing rings hollow because the aid was released after the President got caught, not because the EU or any European country made any new contributions. As Lieutenant Colonel Vindman testified, the facts on the ground had not changed. Finally, you may hear the President's counsel say that Ukraine didn't know about the hold until August 28th, long after the hold was implemented. So therefore, they could not have felt pressured. But this makes no sense. First, they found out about it long before August 28th. Multiple witnesses testified that the Ukrainians showed, quote, impressive diplomatic tradecraft in learning quickly about the hold. And of course, they would know. The DOD release was announced in June, and U.S. agencies knew about it in July. So it should be no surprise that the first inquiries about the aid were on July 25th, the same day as the call. You see, it doesn't matter if extortion lasts 2 weeks or 2 months. It's still extortion, and Ukraine certainly felt the pressure. Other Ukrainian officials also expressed concerns that the Ukrainian government was being singled out and penalized for some reason, and they were, by President Trump. And you know how else they felt the pressure from the hold? Because President Zelensky finally relented and was planning to do the CNN interview. Ultimately, right around the time of President Zelensky's conversation with President Trump, which is the subject of the classified document that I urge all senators to look at, President Zelensky canceled the CNN interview. But the damage was already done. The evidence is clear. The question for you is whether it's okay for the president to withhold taxpayer money, aid for our ally, our friend at war, for a personal political benefit. Whether it's okay for the president to sacrifice our national security for his own election. It's not okay to me. It's certainly not okay with the American people. And it should not be okay to any of you.
Mr. Chief Justice, distinguished members of the Senate, President's Counsel, the American people, once again, we are gathered here not as Democrats or Republicans, not as the left or the right, not as progressives or conservatives, but as Americans, doing our constitutional duty during this moment of presidential accountability. And as House managers, we thank you for your courtesy, your attentiveness, and your hospitality. At the heart of Article 2, Obstruction of Congress, is a simple, troubling reality. President Trump tried to cheat. He got caught, and then he worked hard to cover it up. The president tried to cheat, he got caught, and then he worked hard to cover it up. Patrick Henry, one of the nation's great patriots, once said that the liberties of a people never were, nor ever will be secure when the transactions of their rulers may be concealed from them. Let's now address the effort by President Trump and his team to cover up his wrongdoing. By July of 2019, White House officials were aware of serious allegations of misconduct by President Trump regarding Ukraine. But instead of halting the president's corrupt scheme, they worked overtime to conceal it from the American people. As additional evidence of the president's wrongdoing mounted, White House lawyers redoubled their efforts to prevent Congress and the American people from learning of the president's misconduct. At the same time, top administration officials, including Secretary of State Pompeo, Secretary of Defense Esper, and National Security Advisor John Bolton, tried to convince President Trump to lift the hold on the security assistance. They failed. President Trump was determined to carry out his corrupt scheme. The military and security aid was only released on September 11th, after the hold became public, after the House launched an investigation, and after Congress learned about the existence of a whistleblower complaint. The $391 million in security aid was only released because President Trump was caught red-handed. The actions of President Trump and high-level White House officials allowed his abuse of power to continue beyond the watchful eye of Congress and, most importantly, the American people. As we have discussed at length, on July 10th, Ambassador Sondland told the Ukrainians and other U.S. officials that he had a deal with Acting Chief of Staff Mick Mulvaney to schedule the White House meeting President Zelensky wanted if the new Ukrainian leader committed to the phony investigations that President Trump sought. As you've seen in testimony shown during this trial, following that meeting, National Security Council officials Dr. Fiona Hill and Lieutenant Colonel Alexander Vindman immediately reported this information to John Eisenberg, the legal advisor for the National Security Council and a deputy counsel to the president. According to Dr. Hill, Mr. Eisenberg told her that he was also concerned about that July 10th meeting. On the screen is Dr. Hill's deposition testimony, where she explains Mr. Eisenberg's reaction, saying, he wasn't aware that Sondland, Ambassador Sondland, was kind of running around doing a lot of these meetings and independently. We talked about the fact that Ambassador Sondland said he'd been meeting with Giuliani, and he was very concerned about that. And he said that he would follow up on this. Mr. Eisenberg was very concerned about that and said that he would follow up on this. Dr. Hill further testified that Mr. Eisenberg told her that he followed up with his boss, the distinguished White House counsel, Pat Cipollone. However, because the president blocked Mr. Eisenberg from testifying in the House, we do not know what, if anything, he or Mr. Cipollone did in response to this deeply troubling information. What we do know is that President Trump's effort to cheat continued with reckless abandon by failing to put the brakes on the wrongdoing after that July 10th meeting, even after they were notified by concerned national security officials. The White House attorneys allowed it to continue unchecked. Right around the same time that the July 10th meetings at the White House took place, the Office of Management and Budget began executing President Trump's illegal order to withhold all security assistance from Ukraine. On July 12th, Robert Blair, an assistant to the president, communicated the hold to the acting director of the Office of Management and Budget, Russell Vought. On July 18th, an Office of Management and Budget official communicated the hold to other executive branch agencies, including the Department of State and the Department of Defense. And a week later, on July 25th, President Trump had his imperfect telephone call with President Zelensky and directly pressured the Ukrainian leader to commence phony political investigations as part of his effort to cheat and solicit foreign interference in the 2020 election. The July 25th call marked an important turning point. If there was any question among senior White House officials and attorneys about whether President Trump was directly involved in the Ukraine scheme, as opposed to just a rogue operation being led by Rudolph Giuliani or some other underlings, after July 25th, there can be no mistake. The President of the United States was undoubtedly calling the shots. Thereafter, the complicity of White House officials with respect to the cover-up of the president's misconduct intensified. Immediately after the July 25th call, both Lieutenant Colonel Vindman and his direct supervisor, Tim Morrison, reported their concerns about the call to Mr. Eisenberg and his deputy, Michael Ellis. In fact, within an hour after the July 25th call, Lieutenant Colonel Vindman returned again a second time to Mr. Eisenberg and reported his concerns.
I was concerned by the call. What I heard was inappropriate, and I reported my concerns to Mr. Eisenberg. It is improper for the President of the United States to demand a foreign government investigate a U.S. citizen and a political opponent. I was also clear that if Ukraine pursued an investigation, it was also clear that if Ukraine pursued an investigation into the 2016 elections, the Bidens and Burisma, it would be interpreted as a partisan play. This would undoubtedly result in Ukraine losing bipartisan support, undermining U.S. national security, and advancing Russia's strategic objectives in the region. I want to emphasize to the committee that when I reported my concerns on July 10th relating to Ambassador Sondland, and then July 25th relating to the President, I did so out of a sense of duty. I privately reported my concerns in official channels to the proper authority in the chain of command. My intent was to raise these concerns because they had significant national security implications for our country. I never thought that I'd be sitting here testifying in front of this committee and the American public about my actions. When I reported my concerns, my only thought was to act properly and to carry out my duty.
Timothy Morrison, the National Security Council Senior Director for Europe and Russia, also reported the call to Mr. Eisenberg and asked him to review the call, which he feared would be damaging if leaked.
Now, Mr. Morrison, shortly after you heard the July 25th call, you testified that you alerted the NSC legal advisor, John Eisenberg, pretty much right away. Is that right?
Correct.
And you indicated in your opening statement, or at least from your deposition, that you went to Mr. Eisenberg out of concern over the potential political fallout if the call record became public and not because you thought it was illegal. Is that right?
Correct.
But you would agree, right, that asking a foreign government to investigate a domestic political rival is inappropriate, would you not?
It's not what we recommended the President discuss.
The July 25th call was at least the second time that National Security Council officials had reported concerns about President Trump's pressure campaign to White House lawyers. The second time, who now clearly understood the gravity of the ongoing misconduct. But because the President blocked Mr. Eisenberg from testifying without any justification, the record is silent as to what, if any, actions he or the White House counsel took to address President Trump's brazen misconduct and abuse of power. We do know, however, that instead of trying to halt the scheme, White House lawyers facilitated it by taking affirmative steps to conceal evidence of President Trump's misconduct. For example, after Lieutenant Colonel Vindman and Mr. Morrison reported their concerns related to the July 25th call to the National Security Council lawyers, they tried to bury the call summary. They tried to bury it. Lieutenant Colonel Vindman testified that the National Security Council lawyers believed it was, quote, appropriate to restrict access to the call summary for the purpose of the leaks and to preserve the integrity of the transcript. According to Lieutenant Colonel Vindman, Mr. Eisenberg gave the go-ahead to restrict access to the call summary. Mr. Morrison testified that he learned in late August, after he raised concerns that the call record might leak and politically damage the president, that the call summary had been placed on a highly classified National Security Council server. The call record was placed on a server that is reserved for America's most sensitive national security secrets and covert operations, not routine calls with foreign leaders. Apparently, Mr. Eisenberg claimed at the time that burying the call transcript on a highly classified server was a mistake.
Now, in a second meeting with Mr. Eisenberg, what did you recommend that he do to prevent the call record from leaking?
I recommended we restrict access to the package.
Had you ever asked the NSC legal advisor to restrict access before?
No.
Did you speak to your supervisor, Dr. Kupperman, before you went to speak to John Eisenberg?
No.
Did you subsequently learn that the call record had been put in a highly classified system?
I did.
And what reason did Mr. Eisenberg give you for why the call record was put in the highly classified system?
It was a mistake.
He said it was just a mistake?
It was an administrative error.
In Mr. Morrison's view, the July 25th call record did not meet the requirements to be placed on a highly classified server. At his deposition, Mr. Morrison testified that the call record was placed on the server by mistake. However, even after this alleged mistake was uncovered, the July 25th call summary was not removed from the classified system because someone was trying to hide it. It was not until the launch of the House impeachment inquiry in late September and after intense public pressure that the rough transcript of the July 25th call was released. Again, because Mr. Eisenberg and Mr. Ellis refused to testify in the House. We do not know exactly how the July 25th call record ended up on this highly classified National Security Council server. What we do know is that Mr. Eisenberg ordered access restricted after multiple officials, like Dr. Fiona Hill and Lieutenant Colonel Vindman, advised him of the scheme to condition a White House meeting on phony political investigations. This strongly suggests that there was an active attempt to conceal the clear evidence of the president's wrongdoing. Instead of addressing the president's misconduct, Mr. Eisenberg seemingly tried to cover it up. Why did Mr. Eisenberg place the July 25th call summary on a server for highly classified material? Did anyone senior to Mr. Eisenberg direct him to hide the call record? Why did the call record remain on the classified server even after the so-called error was discovered? Who ordered the cover-up of the call record? Who ordered the cover-up of the call record? The American people deserve to know. Following the July 25th call, the president's scheme to pressure Ukraine for political purposes intensified, apparently unchecked by any effort to stop it from the White House counsel's office. After the July 25th call, Ambassadors Sondland and Volker worked with the president's personal lawyer, Rudolph Giuliani, to procure a public statement from President Zelensky to announce phony investigations into Joe Biden and the CrowdStrike conspiracy theory being peddled by President Trump. At the same time, President Trump continued to withhold the White House meeting and security assistance from Ukraine in a manner that broke the law. As these efforts were ongoing, White House attorneys reportedly received yet another warning sign that the president was abusing his power. According to a published report in the New York Times, the week after the July 25th call, an anonymous whistleblower reported concerns that the president was abusing his office for personal gain. The whistleblower complaint landed in the CIA General Counsel's office. Although the concerns related directly to the president's own misconduct, the CIA's general counsel, Courtney Elwood, alerted Mr. Eisenberg. Over the next week, Ms. Elwood, Mr. Eisenberg, and their deputies reportedly discussed the whistleblower's concerns, and they determined, as required by law, that the allegations had a reasonable basis. So, by early August, White House lawyers began working, along with attorneys at the Department of Justice, to cover up the president's wrongdoing. They were determined to prevent Congress and the American people from learning anything about the president's corrupt behavior. Although senior Justice Department officials, including Attorney General Bill Barr, were reportedly made aware of the concerns about corrupt activity, no investigation into President Trump's wrongdoing was even opened by the Department of Justice. As White House and Justice Department lawyers were discussing how to deal with the whistleblower's concerns, on August 12th, another important date, the whistleblower filed a formal complaint with the Inspector General for the intelligence community. In accordance with federal law, on August 26th, the Inspector General transmitted the whistleblower complaint to the Acting Director of National Intelligence, Joseph McGuire, along with the Inspector General's preliminary conclusion that the complaint was both credible and related to a matter of urgent concern. Urgent concern. But instead of transmitting the whistleblower complaint to the House and to this Senate's Distinguished Intelligence Committee, as required by law, the Acting Director of National Intelligence notified the White House.
Well, Director, I'm still trying to understand the chronology. So you first went to the Office of Legal Counsel, and then you went to White House counsel?
We went, excuse me, and then to the, repeat that, please, sir.
I'm just trying to understand the chronology. You first went to the Office of Legal Counsel, and then you went to the White House counsel?
No, sir. No, sir. No, we went to the White House first to determine, to ask the question.
Okay, that's all I wanted to know is chronology. So you went to the White House first. So you went to the subject of the complaint for advice first about whether you should provide the complaint to Congress.
There were issues within this, a couple of things. One, it did appear that it has executive privilege. If it does have executive privilege, it is the White House that determines that. I cannot determine that as the Director of National Intelligence.
Under federal law, the Acting Director of National Intelligence was required to share the whistleblower complaint with Congress. Period. Full stop. If that had occurred, the president's scheme to withhold security assistance in a White House meeting being sought by the new Ukrainian leader to pressure Ukraine for his own personal political gain would have been exposed. To prevent that from happening, the president's lawyers and top-level advisors adopted a two-pronged cover-up strategy. First, block Congress and the American people from learning about the whistleblower complaint. Second, try to convince President Trump to lift the hold on the security assistance before anyone can find out about it and use that evidence against him. As to the first prong, sometime after the Acting Director of National Intelligence told the White House counsel's office about the complaint on August 26th, Mr. Sekulow and Mr. Eisenberg reportedly briefed the president. They likely discussed with President Trump whether they were legally required to give the complaint to Congress. They stated that they were consulting with the Office of Legal Counsel at the Department of Justice. The acting director of National Intelligence testified that he and the Inspector General consulted with the Office of Legal Counsel, who opined without any reasonable basis that he did not have to turn over the complaint to Congress. On September 3rd, the day after the statutory deadline for the Director of National Intelligence to provide the complaint to this body and to the House, the Office of Legal Counsel issued a secret opinion, concluding that, contrary to the plain language of the statute, the acting director of National Intelligence was not required to turn over the complaint. The cover-up was in full swing. The Office of Legal Counsel opined that the whistleblower complaint did not qualify as an urgent concern, and therefore did not have to be turned over. What can be more urgent than a sitting president trying to cheat in an American election by soliciting foreign interference? What can be more urgent than that? That's a constitutional crime in progress. But they concluded it wasn't an urgent matter. Acting Director of National Intelligence McGuire testified that the Office of Legal Counsel opinion did not actually prevent him from turning over the complaint to Congress. Instead, based upon his testimony, it is clear that he withheld it on the basis that the complaint might deal with information that he believed could be covered by executive privilege. But President Trump never actually invoked executive privilege. He never actually invoked executive privilege. Nor did he inform Congress that he was doing so with respect to this complaint. Instead, the White House secretly instructed the acting director of National Intelligence to withhold the complaint based on the mere possibility that executive privilege could be invoked. By doing so, the White House was able to keep the explosive complaint from Congress and the American public without ever having to disclose the reason why it was withholding this information. But truth crushed to the ground will rise again. There's a toxic mess at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue, and I humbly suggest that it's our collective job, on behalf of the American people, to try to clean it up. President Trump tried to cheat. He got caught. And then he worked hard to cover it up. There have been many great presidents throughout the history of this republic, great Republican presidents and great Democratic presidents. Perhaps one of the greatest presidents is Abraham Lincoln. He once said that any man can handle adversity, but if you want to test a man's character, give him some power. America is a great nation. We can handle adversity better than any other country in the world. Whenever America has found itself in a tough spot, we always make it to the other side. We were in a tough spot during the Civil War, when America was at risk of tearing itself apart, but we made it to the other side. A tough spot in October of 1929, when the stock market collapsed, plunging us into the Great Depression, but we made it to the other side. We were in a tough spot in December of 1941, when a foreign power struck, plunging us into a great conflict with the evil empire of Nazi Germany, but America made it to the other side. We were in a tough spot in the 1960s dealing with the inherent contradictions of Jim Crow. But we made it to the other side. We were in a tough spot on September 11th when the towers were struck and young men and women like Jason Crow was sent to Afghanistan to fight the terrorists there, so we didn't have to fight the terrorists here. And we made it to the other side. America is a great country. We can handle adversity better than any other nation in the world. But what are we going to do about our character? President Trump tried to cheat and solicit foreign interference in an American election. That is an attack on our character. President Trump abused his power and corrupted the highest office in the land. That is an attack on our character. President Trump tried to cover it all up and hide it from the American people and obstruct Congress. That's an extraordinary attack on our character. America is a great nation. We can handle adversity better than any other country in the world. But what are we going to do about our character?
Crisis around the president's hold deepened throughout our government. The president's own top advisors redoubled their efforts to lift the hold on military aid and stem the fallout in case it went public. And it did go public. On August 28th, Politico publicly reported that the president was withholding the military aid. And as you've heard, the public disclosure of the president's hold in late August caused deep alarm among Ukrainian officials. It also caused U.S. officials to redouble their efforts once again. At the end of August, Secretary of State Pompeo, Defense Secretary Esper, and Ambassador Bolton reportedly tried to convince President Trump to release the aid, but they failed. The president wanted the hold to remain. That prompted Duffy, the political appointee charged with implementing the hold, to send an email on August 30th to the DOD stating, and I quote, "Clear direction from POTUS to hold." Now, this is consistent with Laura Cooper's deposition testimony when she said that they were, quote, "hopeful this whole time that Secretary Esper and Secretary Pompeo would be able to meet with the president and just explain to him why this was so important and get the funds released." But instead, the president held firm. And even as the president's own cabinet officials were trying to convince him to lift the hold, White House lawyers were receiving new reports about the president's abuse. On September 1st, Vice President Pence met with President Zelensky in Warsaw, and immediately after, Sondland had a side conversation with the top Ukrainian presidential aide. Morrison was privy to these conversations, and when he returned from Warsaw, he reported to Eisenberg the details.
What did Ambassador Sondland say to tell you that he told Mr. Yermak?
That the Ukrainians would have to have the Prosecutor General make a statement with respect to the investigations as a condition of having the aid lifted.
And you testified that you were not comfortable with what Ambassador Sondland had told you. Why not?
Well, I was concerned about what I saw as essentially an additional hurdle to accomplishing what I had been directed to help accomplish, which was giving the president the information he needed to determine that the security sector assistance could go forward.
So now there's a whole other wrinkle to it, right?
There was the appearance of one based on what Ambassador Sondland represented.
And you told Ambassador Taylor about this conversation as well, is that right?
I promptly reached out to Ambassador Taylor to schedule a secure phone call.
And in your deposition, you testified that his testimony, other than one small distinction between President Zelensky and the Prosecutor General, was accurate as to what you told him. Is that correct?
About that conversation, yes.
And generally speaking, you confirmed everything that Ambassador Taylor told you, except for that one thing and a small other ministerial matter relating to the location of a meeting. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, did you tell Ambassador Bolton about this conversation as well?
I reached out to him as well and requested his availability for a secure phone call.
And what was his response when you explained to him what Ambassador Sondland had said?
Tell the lawyers.
Did you go tell the lawyers?
When I returned to the States, yes.
And did he explain to you why he wanted you to tell the lawyers?
He did not.
Now, this wasn't the first time, and it wouldn't be the last, that Ambassador Bolton instructed other government officials to report details of the president's scheme to White House lawyers. Now, let's be clear. When government employees have concerns about whether something is legal, they often go to their agency's lawyers. And it was happening an awful lot around this time. Recall that Bolton also instructed Dr. Hill to report to the lawyers Sondland's statements about requiring an announcement of the investigations as a condition for a White House meeting. What Bolton called Sondland's, quote, drug deal with the president's top aide, Mick Mulvaney. Ambassador Bolton's testimony would obviously shine further light on these concerns and what or who, if anyone at the White House or the cabinet, did to try to stop the president at this time. After the president's hold on military aid became public in late August, there was increasing pressure on the president to lift the hold. On September 3rd, a bipartisan group of senators sent a letter to acting White House Chief of Staff Mick Mulvaney. And an excerpt from that letter is in front of you. The senators expressed, quote, deep concerns that the, quote, administration is considering not obligating the Ukraine Security Initiative funds for 2019. The senator's letter also urged that the vital funds be obligated immediately. On September 5th, the chairman and the ranking member of the House Foreign Affairs Committee sent a joint letter to Mulvaney and OMB Director Russell Vought. That letter also expressed deep concern about the continuing hold on the military aid. The same day, Senators Murphy and Johnson visited Kyiv and met with President Zelensky along with Ambassador Taylor.
On September 5th, I accompanied Senators Johnson and Murphy during their visit to Kyiv. When we met with President Zelensky, his first question to the senators was about the withheld security assistance. My recollection of the meeting is that both senators stressed that bipartisan support for Ukraine in Washington was Ukraine's most important strategic asset, and that President Zelensky should not jeopardize that bipartisan support by getting drawn into U.S. domestic politics. I had been making, and continue to make, this point to all of my official Ukrainian contacts. But the odd push to make President Zelensky publicly commit to investigations of Burisma and alleged interference in the 2016 election showed how the official foreign policy of the United States was undercut by the irregular efforts led by Mr. Giuliani.
The senators sought to reassure President Zelensky that there was bipartisan support in Congress for providing the military aid. Also on September 5th, the Washington Post editorial board reported concerns that President Trump was withholding the aid, and a meeting to force President Zelensky to announce investigations to benefit his personal political campaign. The editors wrote, quote, "We're reliably told that the president has a second and more venal agenda. He is attempting to force Mr. Zelensky to intervene in the 2020 U.S. presidential election by launching an investigation of the leading Democratic candidate, Joe Biden. Mr. Trump is not just soliciting Ukraine's help with his presidential campaign, he is using U.S. military aid the country desperately needs in an attempt to extort it, end quote. Despite these efforts to get the president to lift the hold in the now public discussion about the president's abuse of power, the scheme continued. 2 days later, on September 7th, Morrison went back to White House lawyers to report additional details he had learned from Ambassador Sondland about the president's scheme, again, at the direction of Ambassador Bolton.
Now, a few days later, on September 7th, you spoke again to Ambassador Sondland, who told you that he had just gotten off the phone with President Trump. Isn't that right?
That sounds correct, yes.
What did Ambassador Sondland tell you that President Trump said to him?
If I recall this conversation correctly, this was where Ambassador Sondland related that there was no quid pro quo, but President Zelensky had to make the statement and that he had to want to do it.
And by that point, did you understand that the statement related to the Biden and 2016 investigations?
I think I did, yes.
And that was essentially a condition for the security assistance to be released?
I understood that that's what Ambassador Sondland believed.
After speaking with President Trump?
That's what he represented.
Now, you testified that hearing this information gave you a sinking feeling. Why was that?
Well, I believe if we're on September 7th, the end of the fiscal year, September 30th, these are one-year dollars, the DOD and the Department of State funds. So we only had so much time, and in fact, because Congress imposed a 15-day notification requirement on the State Department funds, September 7th, September 30th, that really means September 15th, in order to secure a decision from the President to allow the funds to go forward.
Did you tell Ambassador Bolton about this conversation as well?
I did, yes.
And what did he say to you?
He said to tell the lawyers.
And why did he say to tell the lawyers?
He did not explain his direction.
Again, tell the lawyers. Ambassador Sondland's call with President Trump on September 7th also prompted deep concern by Ambassador Taylor, which you've already heard about. On September 8th and 9th, Ambassador Taylor exchanged WhatsApp messages with Ambassador Sondland and Volker describing his, quote, nightmare scenario, that, quote, they give the interview and don't get the security assistance. As he then goes on to say, quote, the Russians love it and I quit. After the hold on the military aid became public, the White House took two actions in early September. First, the White House and the Justice Department ensured that the acting DNI continued to withhold the whistleblower complaint from Congress in clear violation of the law. And second, the White House attempted to create a cover story for the president's withholding of the assistance, approximately 2 months after President Trump had ordered the freeze. Mark Sandy received an email from his boss, Michael Duffy, that for the first time gave a reason for the hold. Sandy testified that in early September, he received an email from Duffy, quote, that attributed the hold to the president's concern about other countries not contributing more to Ukraine. Again, after months of scrambling, this was the first time any reason had been provided for the hold. And according to Sandy, it was also only in early September, again after the White House learned of the whistleblower complaint and the hold became public, that the White House requested data from OMB on other countries' assistance to Ukraine. So let's recap why we know the concern about burden sharing was bogus. First, for months, no reason was given to the very people executing the military aid, who had been actively searching for answers about why the aid was being held. Second, remember the supposed interagency process performed by OMB? Well, it was fake. And third, after the hold went public and the White House became aware of the whistleblower, they started scrambling to develop another excuse. Public reports confirm this. A November 24th news report, for instance, revealed that in September, Mr. Cipollone's lawyers conducted an internal records review. The review reportedly, quote, turned up hundreds of documents that reveal extensive efforts to generate an after-the-fact justification for the decision in a debate over whether the delay was legal. The president's top aides were trying to convince the president to lift the hold in late August and early September. And White House officials were actively working to develop an excuse for the president's scheme and devise a cover story in the event that it was exposed. And soon it would be. On September 9th, the chairs of the House Intelligence Committee, the Committee on Foreign Affairs, and the Committee on Oversight and Reform publicly announced the joint investigation of President Trump and Mr. Giuliani's scheme. And this is when the music stops and everyone starts running to find a chair. Word of the committee's investigation spread quickly through the White House to the NSC. Morrison recalled seeing and discussing the letter with NSC staff. Lieutenant Colonel Vindman also recalled discussions among NSC staff members, including Morrison's deputy, John Arath, about the investigation. The same day, there were efforts at OMB to create a paper trail that tried to shift the blame for the president's hold on security assistance away from the White House. Duffy sent an email to Elaine McCusker that contradicted months of email exchanges. It stated falsely that OMB had in fact authorized DOD to proceed with all process necessary to obligate funds. Duffy was attempting to shift all the responsibility for the delay onto the Pentagon. McCusker replied, and I quote, "You can't be serious. I am speechless." Now, all of this, including OMB's efforts to shift blame to the Pentagon, the White House's effort to create a cover story for the hold on security assistance, were a continuation of the cover-up. It started with the White House's lawyers' failure to stop the scheme after the July 10th meeting was reported to them, continued with attempts to hide the July 25th call summary, and escalated with the White House's illegal concealment of the whistleblower complaint from Congress. On September 10th, the House Intelligence Committee requested that the DNI provide a copy of the whistleblower complaint as the law requires. But DNI continued to withhold the complaint for weeks. The same day it was announced that Ambassador Bolton was resigning or had been fired. It is unclear whether Ambassador Bolton's departure from the White House had anything to do with his opposition to the hold on military aid. But of course, Ambassador Bolton could shed light on that himself if he were to testify. The next day, on September 11th, President Trump met with Vice President Pence, Mulvaney, and Senator Portman to discuss the hold. Later that day, the president relented and lifted the hold after his scheme had been exposed. The president's decision to release the aid, just like his decision to impose the hold, was never explained. Cooper testified that President Trump's lifting of the hold, quote, really came out of the blue. It was quite abrupt. The only logical conclusion based on all of this evidence is that the president lifted the hold on September 11th because he got caught. The president's decision to lift the hold without any explanation is also very telling. If the hold was put in place for legitimate policy reasons, why lift it arbitrarily with no explanation? By lifting the hold only after Congress had launched an investigation when, as Lieutenant Colonel Vindman testified, none of the facts on the ground had changed since the hold had been put into place, the president was conceding that there was never a legitimate purpose. Since the hold was lifted, the president has paid lip service to purported concerns about corruption and burden sharing. But the administration has taken no concrete steps before or since those statements were made to show that it really cares. The record is clear. Before he got caught, the president had no interest in anti-corruption reforms in Ukraine. And as you've already learned, those people who really were concerned about these issues, like Congress, this Senate, the DOD, and the State Department, had already gone through the process to address them. As Ambassador Sondland testified, at no point did the president ask him to discuss additional contributions to Ukraine from EU countries, nor did President Trump push Ukraine to undertake any specific anti-corruption reforms. Now, the President's counsel will likely say that his lifting of the hold shows his good faith. They will say that because Ukraine ultimately received the aid without President Zelensky having to announce the sham investigations that there was no abuse of power. As a legal matter, the fact that the president's corrupt scheme was not fully successful makes no difference. Trump's abuse occurred at the moment he used the power of the presidency to assist his re-election campaign, undermining our free and fair elections and our national security. But importantly, President Trump almost did get away with it. As discussed earlier, President Zelensky agreed during his September phone call with Ambassador Sondland to do a CNN interview during which he denounced the investigations. On September 12th, Ambassador Taylor personally informed President Zelensky and the Ukrainian foreign minister that President Trump's hold on military assistance had been lifted. And on September 13th, Ambassador Taylor and David Holmes met with President Zelensky and his advisors and urged them not to go forward with the CNN interview. It was not until September 18th and 19th, around the time that President Zelensky spoke with Vice President Pence, that the Ukrainians finally canceled the CNN interview. The president has also repeatedly pointed to President Zelensky's public statements that he did not feel pressured by Trump. Not only unsurprising, it's also irrelevant. The question is whether President Trump used the power of the presidency to coerce President Zelensky into helping him win a political campaign. But we know that President Zelensky was pressured. He kept delaying and delaying because he did not want to be a pawn in U.S. domestic politics. In fact, President Zelensky remains under pressure to this day. As Holmes testified, there are still things the Ukrainians want and need from the United States, including a meeting with the president in the Oval Office, which has still not been scheduled. And yes, Ukraine remains at war and needs U.S. military aid, including aid that is still delayed from last year. For these reasons, Mr. Holmes explained, quote, I think the Ukrainians are being very careful. They still need us now going forward. In fact, right now, President Zelensky is trying to arrange a summit meeting with President Putin in the coming weeks, his first face-to-face meeting with him to try to advance the peace process. He needs our support. He needs President Putin to understand that America supports Zelensky at the highest levels. So this doesn't end with the lifting of the security assistance hold. Ukraine still needs us, and as I said, still fighting this war this very day. When President Trump, for his own personal political gain, asked for a favor from President Zelensky, he did exactly what the framers feared most. He invited the influence of a foreign power into our elections. He used the power of his office to secure that advantage and jeopardized our national security. Yet President Trump maintains that he was always in the right and that his July 25th call with President Zelensky was perfect. President Trump has made it clear that he believes he is free to use his powers the same way, to the same ends, whenever and wherever he pleases. And even more troubling, he's even doubling down on his abuse, inviting other countries to interfere in our elections. What does all of this tell you? It tells you that Ambassador Sondland was correct when he told Holmes after hanging up with President Trump on July 26th that the president doesn't care about Ukraine. He only cares about the, quote, big stuff, meaning stuff that helps him personally. The bottom line is that the president used the powers of his office for personal political gain. He did so knowingly, deliberately, and repeatedly. And his misconduct continues to this day.
Senators, just for your orientation, this will be the last presentation on Article 1. And Mr. Leader, I think at the conclusion of this presentation will be a logical point to take a break. This last section on Article 1 deals with the injury to our national interest and our national security. When President Trump used Ukraine's leader for a political favor and withheld critical military aid to an ally in exchange for that favor, he did exactly what our framers feared most. He invited foreign interference in our elections and sold out our country's security for his personal benefit and betrayed the nation's trust to a foreign power. The president's scheme to pressure Ukraine to do his political dirty work harmed our national security, undermined our free and fair elections, and even today, threatens the very foundation of our democracy. When the president argues that his call was perfect, that he did nothing wrong, what he's really saying is that there's nothing wrong with the president asking a foreign government to do a personal favor, that there's nothing wrong with the president pressuring that foreign country to interfere in our elections for his personal benefit, that there's nothing wrong with withholding congressionally appropriated, taxpayer-funded military assistance to that foreign country to extort that country to help the president cheat to win an election. But there are a great many things wrong with that. Most significant for the purposes that bring us here today, the Constitution does not permit it. And the Constitution does not permit it because that conduct is the quintessential abuse of power, the use of official power for personal gain, putting personal interest over the national interest, and placing personal benefits over our nation's security. The president's conduct that we outlined yesterday harmed our national security. That is without a doubt. It endangered our elections, and it sent our country on a dangerous path that, if left unchecked, will cause irrevocable damage to the balance of power contemplated in our Constitution. If someone sacrifices the national interest in favor of his own and is not removed from office, our democracy is in jeopardy. It's just that simple. The grave consequences of President Trump's misconduct demand our attention. Let me take these issues in turn, beginning with this harm to national security. First, the president's abuse of power had immediate consequences to our security. Ukraine is a burgeoning democracy entangled in a hot war with Russia. By withholding military aid, President Trump not only denied Ukraine much-needed military equipment, but also weakened Ukraine's position in negotiations over the end of the war with Russia. Because of President Trump's corrupt actions, Vladimir Putin was emboldened at a pivotal moment ahead of those sensitive negotiations to attempt to end the war. And emboldened Russia is a threat to the United States and global security around the world. The president's willingness to put himself over a country undercut our European allies' confidence in America's commitment to deterring Russian aggression. And it signaled to adversaries and friends alike that the President of the United States, the most powerful man in the world, our commander-in-chief, could be influenced by manipulating his perception of what was best for his personal interests. Now, I have no doubt that the Russians and probably every other nation that has the capacity does a psychological profile of the President of the United States, as we profile other leaders. If a president can be so easily manipulated to disbelieve his own intelligence agencies, to accept the propaganda of the Kremlin, that is a threat to our national security. And that is just what has happened here. But that's not all. President Trump's willingness to entangle our foreign allies in a corrupt political errand also undermined the credibility of Americans to promote the rule of law and fight corruption abroad. This is Trump first, not American first. not American ideals first. And the result has and will continue to be grave harm to our nation if this chamber does not stand up and say it is wrong. If you do not stand up and say this is not only wrong, not only unacceptable, but conduct incompatible with the office of the presidency. And if it really is incompatible with the office of the presidency, if you cannot faithfully execute that responsibility, if you cannot bring yourself to put your nation's interests ahead of your own, it must be impeachable, or the nation remains at risk. Let's consider the big picture here. And probably a question many people around the country are asking. Why does Ukraine matter to the United States? Why does Ukraine matter to the United States? Because we're talking about a small country that many people know very little about. Well, this small country, this ally of ours, is a country hungry for reform and eager for a stronger relation with its most powerful, important ally, the United States. And we're talking about ourselves and what it means to the strength of our own democracy and democracies around the world when countries like Ukraine are fighting our fight against authoritarianism. At least that used to be our fight. And God help us if it's not our fight still. Russian President Putin declared the collapse of the Soviet Union to be the greatest geopolitical catastrophe of the 20th century. Ukraine's vote for independence in December 1991 was the final nail in the Soviet Union's coffin. That made Ukraine's greatest moment Putin's greatest tragedy. When it declared independence from Soviet domination, Ukraine inherited roughly 1,900 Soviet nuclear warheads, enough firepower to level every major American city several times over. 1,900 Soviet nuclear warheads. In exchange for Ukraine surrendering this arsenal, the United States, Russia, and the United Kingdom reached an understanding called the Budapest Memorandum of 1994. They committed in this memorandum to respecting the borders of an independent Ukraine and also to refrain from using the threat or use of force against Ukraine. This was an early success of the post-Cold War period. Despite its commitment to respect Ukraine's independence, of course, Russia continued to meddle in Ukraine's affairs. Ambassador Taylor recounted how events took an even more sinister turn in 2013.
The West. But in 2013, Vladimir Putin was so threatened by the prospect of Ukraine joining the European Union that he tried to bribe the Ukrainian president. This triggered mass protests in the winter of 2013 that drove that president to flee to Russia in February 2014, but not before his forces killed 100 Ukrainian protesters in central Kyiv.
Angered by the fall of the Kremlin-backed leader in Kyiv, President Putin ordered the invasion of Ukraine, specifically a region known as Crimea. Russia's aggression was met with global condemnation.
For whatever reason, we're not hearing the audio coming from Senate TV.
We lack the sound there, but you can see the images of that conflict on the screens before you. Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense Laura Cooper testified as to the stakes for U.S. national security.
Russia violated the sovereignty of Ukraine's territory. Russia illegally annexed territory that belonged to Ukraine. They also denied Ukraine access to its naval fleet at the time. And to this day, Russia is building a capability on Crimea designed to expand Russian military power projection far beyond the immediate region.
In 2014, were there concerns in Washington, here in Washington, and European capitals that Russia might not stop in Ukraine?
I was not in my current position in 2014, but it is my understanding that there was significant fear about where Russian aggression would stop.
One American, a war hero and statesman who is no stranger to this body, recognized the threat posed by Russia's invasion of Crimea, Senator John McCain. In an interview, he declared, quote, "We are all Ukrainians." Senator McCain advised that this is a chess match reminiscent of the Cold War, and we need to realize that and act accordingly. He was, of course, absolutely right. Consistent with the commitments made to Ukraine in 1994, the United States and Europe responded to Russia's invasion by imposing significant sanctions on Russia. We joined Europe in providing Ukraine billions of dollars in economic support to help it resist Russian influence. And the Senate approved by an overwhelming bipartisan majority vital security assistance to help rebuild Ukraine's military, which the former Russian-backed leader of Ukraine had starved of resources. This strong bipartisan support for Ukraine reflected what Senator McCain said was an opportunity for the United States to undermine Russian leverage in Eastern Europe by building, quote, a success in Ukraine. Senator McCain outlined this vision.
Putin also sees, here's this beautiful and large and magnificent country called Ukraine. And suppose Ukraine finally, after failing in 2004, gets it right, democracy, gets rid of corruption, economy's really improving, and it's right there on the border of Russia. And so I think it makes him very nervous if there were a success in Ukraine in bringing about a free and open society and economic success, which is not the case in Russia, as you know, which is propped up by energy.
Achieving the Ukrainian success that Senator McCain and many of us hoped for proved to be a daunting task. But several witnesses who testified before the House said Vladimir Zelensky's landslide election in April 2019 was a game changer. Here is how U.S. diplomat David Holmes explained the, quote, historic opportunity created by his election.
Despite the Russian aggression over the past 5 years, Ukrainians have rebuilt a shattered economy, adhered to a peace process, and moved economically and socially closer to the West, toward our way of life. Earlier this year, large majorities of Ukrainians again chose a fresh start by voting for a political newcomer as president, replacing 80% of their parliament, and endorsing a platform consistent with our democratic values, our reform priorities, and our strategic interests. This year's revolution at the ballot box underscores that despite its imperfections, Ukraine is a genuine and vibrant democracy and an example to other post-Soviet countries and beyond, from Moscow to Hong Kong.
Support for Ukraine's security and reform is critical not only to our own national security, but that to other allies and emerging democracies around the world. The widely accepted fact of Ukraine's importance to our national security makes President Trump's abuse of power and withholding of vital diplomatic and military support all the more disturbing. First, witnesses assessed that withholding the military aid likely helped to prolong the war against Russia. When wars drag on, more people die. Ambassador Taylor testified to this sober reality.
I take it if the provision of U.S. military assistance
would save Ukrainian lives, that any delay in that assistance may also cost Ukrainian lives. Is that true?
Mr. Chairman, of course, it's hard to draw any direct lines between any particular element of security assistance and any particular death on the battlefield. But it is certainly true that assistance had enabled Ukrainian armed forces to be effective and deter and to be able to take countermeasures to the attacks that the Russians had.
And I think you said that a Ukrainian soldier lost their life while you were visiting Donbass.
We keep very careful track of the casualties, and I noticed on the next day the information that we got that one was killed, 4 soldiers were wounded on that day.
And indeed, Ukrainians lose their lives every week.
Every week.
David Holmes also testified that prolonging the war in Ukraine results in additional casualties.
As we sit here today, Ukrainians are fighting a hot war on Ukrainian territory against Russian aggression. This week alone, since I have been here in Washington, 2 Ukrainian soldiers were killed and 2 injured by Russian-led forces in eastern Ukraine, despite a declared ceasefire. I learned overnight that 7 more were injured yesterday.
Withholding the aid has real consequences to real soldiers with real families. And bear in mind that U.S. aid is fully 10% of Ukraine's defense budget. 10%. That's not an extra bonus. That's necessary aid for Ukraine to defend itself on the front line. Now, a second consequence of President Trump's withholding of military assistance was that it emboldened Russia, our adversary. Here is Laura Cooper, a Pentagon official who oversaw the military aid.
What about today? If the U.S. were to withdraw its military support of Ukraine, what would effectively happen?
It is my belief that if we were to withdraw our support, it would embolden Russia. It would also validate Russia's violation of international law.
And which country stands to benefit the most, would stand to benefit the most from such a withdrawal?
Russia.
Russia was not only emboldened on the battlefield. Ambassador Taylor testified that President Trump's corrupt withholding of military assistance and his failure to host President Zelensky in the Oval Office was, quote, a sign of weakness to Moscow. And it harmed Ukraine's negotiating position, even as recently as December 9, when Zelensky and Putin met to discuss the conflict in the East, shown in this photo. Ambassador Taylor explained. I think you also testified that Russia was watching closely to gauge the level of American support for the Ukrainian government. Why is that significant?
This is significant, Mr. Chairman, because the Ukrainians, in particular under this new administration, are eager to end this war. And they are eager to end it in a way that the Russians leave their territory. These negotiations, like all negotiations, are difficult. Ukrainians would like to be able to negotiate from a position of strength, or at least more strength than they now have. Part of that strength, part of the ability of the Ukrainians to negotiate against the Russians, with the Russians for an end to the war in Donbass, depends on the United States and other international support. If we withdraw or suspend or threaten to withdraw our security assistance, that's a message to the Ukrainians, but it's at least as important, as your question indicates, Mr. Chairman, to the Russians, who are looking for any sign of weakness or any sign that we are withdrawing our support for Ukraine.
And so when the Ukrainians learned of the suspension of the military aid, either privately or when others learned publicly, the Russians would be learning also. And they would take that as a lack of robust U.S. support for Ukraine. Is that right?
That's correct, sir.
And that would weaken Ukraine in negotiating an end to the war in Donbass.
It would.
Indeed, the aid doesn't just supply much-needed weapons to Ukraine. It is a symbol of support, a signal of strength, a signal of the backing of the United States, and withholding that aid, even for a period of time, undermined all of those things. President Trump's actions towards Ukraine also undercut worldwide confidence in the United States as a reliable security partner. Maintaining that confidence is crucial to the strength of our alliances in Europe, to deterring Russia, and ultimately protecting and projecting democracy around the world. The United States has roughly 68,000 troops stationed in Europe. They serve alongside troops from 28 other countries that comprise the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, or NATO. They are holding the line against further Russian aggression. It was U.S. leadership that led to the creation of NATO 70 years ago, as the Iron Curtain was descending across the heart of Europe. And it is American leadership that makes NATO work today. NATO is also effective because other countries, friends and foes alike, know that we are committed to our collective defense, that an attack against one nation is an attack against all of us. That principle deterred a Russian invasion of Europe during the Cold War. It's only been invoked once by NATO in the aftermath of the September 11th terrorist attacks. New York is a long way from the front lines with Russia, but our European allies stood with us after that dark day. They deployed tens of thousands of troops to Afghanistan and joined us in fighting the al-Qaeda terrorists who attacked the Twin Towers and the Pentagon. Now, Ukraine is not a member of NATO, but Russia's invasion of Ukraine was a threat to the peace and security of Europe. Moscow's aggression threatened the rules of the road that have kept the peace in Europe since World War II, the sacrosanct idea that borders cannot be changed by military force. If we had not supported Ukraine in 2014, if members of this body had not voted overwhelmingly on a bipartisan basis for military assistance to rebuild Ukraine's military, there is no question it would have invited further Russian adventurism in Ukraine and perhaps elsewhere in the heart of Europe. It would have weakened our allies and exposed U.S. troops stationed in Europe to greater danger. Deterring Russia requires persistence, not just one military aid package or one Oval Office meeting, but a sustained policy of support for our partners. We only deter Russia by consistently demonstrating support for our friends like Ukraine. George Shultz, who served as Ronald Reagan's Secretary of State, understood this. He compared diplomacy and alliance management to gardening. He said, quote, "If you plant a garden and go away for 6 months, what have you got when you come back? Weeds." Diplomacy, he said, is kind of like that. You go around, talk to people, you develop a relationship of trust and confidence, and then if something comes up, you have that base to work from. President Trump's decision to transform the military aid and Oval Office meeting into leverage was the equivalent of trampling all over George Shultz's garden, crushing Ukraine's confidence in the United States as a partner. He also caused our NATO allies to question whether we would stand with them against Russia. Leaders in European capitals now wonder whether personal political favors and not treaty obligations guide our foreign policy. Colleagues, this is how alliances wither and die, and how Russia wins. Ambassador Taylor made clear that is why it is so important to our security that we stand with Ukraine.
Mr. Chairman, as my colleague, Deputy Assistant Secretary George Kent described, we have a national security policy, a national defense policy that identifies Russia and China as adversaries. The Russians are violating all of the rules, treaties, understandings that they committed to that actually kept the peace in Europe for nearly 70 years. Until they invaded Ukraine in 2014, they had abided by sovereignty of nations, of inviolability of borders. That rule of law, that order that kept the peace in Europe and allowed for prosperity as well as peace in Europe was violated by the Russians. And if we don't push back on that, on those violations, then that will continue. And that, Mr. Chairman, affects us. It affects the world that we live in, that our children will grow up in, and our grandchildren. This affects the kind of world that we want to see abroad. So that affects our national interest very directly. Ukraine is on the front line of that conflict.
Now, we understood that in 2017, the first year of the Trump administration, and it appeared the Trump administration understood it as well. And we understood it in 2018, and the Trump administration understood that as well. And we understood that in 2019, and the Trump administration appeared to as well. At least it did until it didn't. It did until something of greater importance and significance came along, and that event of greater significance to the Oval Office was the emergence of Joe Biden as a candidate for president. And then that military support, which had increased during the Trump administration, was suddenly put on hold for inexplicable reasons. Ukraine got the message. It wasn't very inexplicable to Ukraine. And what's more, Russia got the message. It wasn't very inexplicable to Russia, that had pushed out the whole propaganda theory that it was Ukraine that had interfered in our election and not Russia. And so that consensus among the Congress and the administration, among the right and the left and the center, that as Ambassador Taylor explained, this is not only vital to Ukraine's security and the post-World War II order that has kept the peace in Europe for 70 years, but it's vital to us and our security as well. That all broke down. That all broke down over an effort led by the president and his agent, Rudy Giuliani, and his agents, Parnas and Fruman, to overturn all of that. Overturn a decades-long commitment to standing up to Russian aggression. We have so tremendously benefited. No country has benefited more from the international rules of the road, the international order, than the United States. It gave us the peace and stability to prosper like no other nation has before. And we're throwing it away. We're throwing it away. We're undermining the rule of law. We're undermining the principle you don't invade your neighbor. We're undermining the key to our own success. And for what? For help with a political campaign. To quote Bill Taylor, that's crazy. That's crazy. If our allies can't trust us to stand behind them in a time of need, we will soon not have a single ally left. Look, I know it's painful to see some of our allies and how they talk about this president, because when they talk about this president, they're also talking about the United States. And it's painful to see our allies distance themselves from the United States. And it's more than painful, it's dangerous. It's dangerous to us. I think it was Churchill once said, there's nothing worse than allies except having no allies. But if we're going to condition our support for our allies on their willingness to be dragged kicking and screaming into our politics, if we're going to condition the strength of our alliance on whether they'll help us cheat in an election, we're not going to have a single ally left. And not a single one of us in this chamber is ever going to be able to say one of our counterparts to respect the rule of law without it being thrown in our face. Promoting the rule of law and fighting corruption is central to our foreign policy. It distinguishes U.S. global leadership from the transactional approach favored by authoritarian adversaries. The inherently corrupt nature of the president's demand that Ukraine investigate his political opponent undermined the credibility of efforts to promote the rule of law and combat corruption in Ukraine and around the world. Indeed, the president engaging in the very conduct at home that our policy fights abroad sabotages long-standing bipartisan pillars of American diplomacy. This was a problem, not least because the pervasive corruption with Ukraine leaves its politics and economy susceptible to Russian influence and subterfuge. Ambassador Yovanovitch emphasized that U.S. policy in Ukraine has long recognized that the struggle against corruption and defending against Russia are in fact two sides of the very same coin.
Corruption makes Ukraine's leaders ever vulnerable to Russia, and the Ukrainian people understand that. That's why they launched the Revolution of Dignity in 2014, demanding to be a part of Europe, demanding the transformation of the system, demanding to live under the rule of law. Ukrainians wanted the law to apply equally to all people, whether the individual in question is the president or any other citizen. It was a question of fairness, of dignity. Here again, there is a coincidence of interests. Corrupt leaders are inherently less trustworthy, while an honest and accountable Ukrainian leadership makes a U.S.-Ukrainian partnership more reliable and more valuable to the United States. A level playing field in this strategically located country, bordering 4 NATO allies, creates an environment in which U.S. business can more easily trade, invest, and profit. Corruption is also a security issue, because corrupt officials are vulnerable to Moscow.
During that conversation that we related in the past, when Ambassador Volker urged his Ukrainian counterpart, Andrei Yermak, not to investigate the past president of Ukraine, and Yermak threw it back in his face. You remember the conversation. No, you mean like the investigation you want us to do of the Clintons and the Bidens. They taught us something in that conversation. They taught us that we'd forgotten, for that moment, our own values. You know, just listening to the ambassador right now, I was thinking how interesting it is the Ukrainians chose to describe their revolution as a revolution of dignity. And maybe that's what we need here, a revolution of dignity at home, a revolution of civility here at home. Maybe we can learn a lot more from our Ukrainian ally. In short, it is America's national security interest to help Ukraine transform into a country where the rule of law governs and corruption is held in check. As we heard yesterday, anti-corruption policy was a central part of the talking points provided to President Trump before his phone calls with President Zelensky on April 21st and July 25th. President Trump, of course, didn't mention corruption, but importantly, those same foreign policy goals remained intact following the call. As Tim Morrison testified, anti-corruption reforms, institutional reforms remain a top U.S. priority to help Ukraine fight corruption. President Zelensky was swept into office on an anti-corruption platform. Immediately, he kept his promise and introduced numerous bills in Ukraine's parliament. In a sign that he intended to hold himself accountable, Zelensky even introduced a draft law on presidential impeachment. He also introduced a bill to restore punishment of top officials found guilty of illicit enrichment. President Trump's self-serving scheme threatened to undermine Zelensky's anti-corruption work. Zelensky's successful anti-corruption reforms would have advanced U.S. security. Instead, President Trump's demands undermined that effort to bring about reform to Ukraine. Here's George Kent, a rule of law and corruption expert at the State Department.
U.S. efforts to counter corruption in Ukraine focus on building institutional capacity so that the Ukrainian government has the ability to go after corruption and effectively investigate, prosecute, and judge alleged criminal activities using appropriate institutional mechanisms. That is, to create and follow the rule of law. That means that if there are criminal nexuses for activity in the United States, U.S. law enforcement should pursue the case. If we think there's been a criminal act overseas that violates U.S. law, we have the institutional mechanisms to address that. It could be through the Justice Department and FBI agents assigned overseas, or through treaty mechanisms, such as the Mutual Legal Assistance Treaty. As a general principle, I do not believe the United States should ask other countries to engage in selective, politically associated investigations or prosecutions against opponents of those in power, because such selective actions undermine the rule of law, regardless of the country.
And so it's clear what President Trump did when abusing his office and demanding Ukraine open an investigation into Joe Biden was not fighting corruption. It was not part of established U.S. anti-corruption policy. That corrupt pressure campaign for his own personal political benefit, in fact, subverted U.S. anti-corruption efforts in Ukraine and undercut our national security. President Trump was not fighting to end corruption in Ukraine. As my colleague in the House, Mr. Himes, pointed out during one of our hearings, he was trying to aim corruption in Ukraine at Vice President Biden and our 2020 election. Selective, politically motivated prosecutions of political opponents undercut governance in Ukraine. President Trump's demand that Zelensky help him do precisely what U.S. diplomats for decades advised Ukrainian officials not to do completely undercut the credibility of efforts to promote the rule of law there. The demand also undercut the United States' moral standing and authority in the eyes of a global audience. Here, once again, is George Kent.
Ken, is pressuring Ukraine to conduct what I believe you've called political investigations a part of U.S. foreign policy to promote the rule of law in Ukraine and around the world?
It is not.
Is it in the national interest of the United States?
In my opinion, it is not.
Why not?
Because our policies, particularly in promoting the rule of law, are designed to help countries, and in Eastern Europe and Central Europe, that is overcoming the legacy of communism. In the communist system, in particular, the Prosecutor General Office was used to suppress and persecute citizens, not promote the rule of law. So in helping these countries reach their own aspirations to join the Western community of nations and live lives of dignity, helping them have the rule of law with strong institutions is the purpose of our policy.
So in other words, it is a purpose of our foreign policy to encourage foreign nations to refrain from conducting political investigations. Is that right?
Correct. And in fact, as a matter of policy, not of programming, we oftentimes raise our concerns, usually in private, with countries that we feel are engaged in selective political prosecution and persecution of their opponents.
Yovanovitch aptly summarized the global consequences and harm to U.S. national security resulting from President Trump's demand that Ukraine investigate his political opponent.
Such conduct undermines the U.S., exposes our friends, and widens the playing field for autocrats like President Putin. Our leadership depends on the power of our example and the consistency of our purpose. Both have now been opened to question.
The issues I just covered are not a matter of policy disagreement over foreign policy and national security. Article 1 asserts that the President was engaged in no such policy at all, but instead sold out our policies and our national interests for his own personal gain, and to help him corrupt the next election. That is the core conduct of an impeachable offense. The President's abuse of power also affected our election integrity. The framers of our Constitution were particularly fearful that a president might misuse or abuse the power of his office to undermine the free and fair elections at the heart of our democracy. Sadly, that moment has arrived. President Trump's repeated solicitation of a Ukrainian investigation was a clear effort to leverage foreign interference to bolster his prospects in the 2020 election. In other words, to cheat in his election. In our democracy, power flows from the will of the people as manifest in free and fair elections. One person, one vote is fundamental in our democracy. President Trump's invitation of foreign interference in the 2020 election for the purposes of helping him win an election undercut the Constitution's commitment to popular sovereignty. Americans are now left to wonder if their vote matters, or if they're simply pawns in a system being manipulated by shadowy foreign forces working on behalf of corrupt interests of a lawless president. Over the long term, this weakens our democratic system's capacity for self-governance by encouraging apathy and non-participation. Cynicism makes it easier for enemies to influence our politics and undermine the national good. Indeed, this is precisely what Vladimir Putin intended when he meddled in the 2016 election, for us to become more cynical, for us to lose faith in the notion that the American system of government is superior to the corrupt, autocratic model of government that he has erected in Russia and sought to export to places like Ukraine. These are not the free and fair elections Americans expect or demand if foreign powers are interfering. How can we know that our elections are free from foreign interference, whether by disinformation or hacking or fake investigations? We must not become numb to foreign interference in our elections. Our elections are sacred. If we do not act to put an end to the solicitation of foreign interference in our election by the President of the United States, the effect will be corrosive to our elections and our values. Future presidents may believe that they, too, can use the substantial power conferred on them by the Constitution in order to undermine our system of free and fair elections. That they, too, can cheat to obtain power or keep it. That way lies disaster for the great American experiment in self-governance. As you have seen, there is powerful evidence that President Trump will continue to betray the national interest to a foreign power and further undermine both our security and democracy. This creates an urgent need to remove him from office before the next election. To explain the nature of that continuing threat, let me describe Russia's ongoing efforts to harm our elections, the president's corrupt refusal to condemn or defend against those attacks, his statements confirming that he welcomes foreign interference in our elections, so long as this is meant to help him, and his conduct proving that he will persist in seeking to corrupt elections at the expense of our security and at the expense of those elections. Let's start with Russia's ongoing attacks on our democracy. At the heart of the president's Ukraine scheme is his decision to subscribe to that dangerous conspiracy theory that Ukraine, not Russia, was responsible for interfering in 2016. President Trump and his men pressured Ukraine into investigating this bogus piece of Russian propaganda, and in doing so, they aided Putin's concerted plot to undermine our security and democracy. Special Counsel Mueller warned that Putin's plot was ongoing.
Is this, in your investigation, did you think that this was a single attempt by the Russians to get involved in our election, or did you find evidence to suggest they'll try to do this again?
No, it wasn't a single attempt. They're doing it as we sit here. And they expect to do it during the next campaign.
Not a single attempt. They're doing it as we sit here, and they expect to do it in the next campaign. That was Special Counsel Mueller's stark warning. And we now know that Director Mueller was right. Just the other week, we saw public reporting that Russian hackers may be using phishing emails to attack the Ukrainian gas company Burisma, presumably in search of dirt on Joe Biden. Those are the same tactics deployed by the same adversary, Russia, that Special Counsel warned about in the last election. It may be Russia once again attempting to sway our election for one candidate, this time through Ukraine. Indeed, President Trump, to this very day, refuses to accept the unanimous assessment of our intelligence community and law enforcement professionals that Russia interfered in the 2016 campaign and poses a threat to the 2020 presidential election. Instead, he views it from his own personal lens, whether it is an attack on the legitimacy of his 2016 electoral victory. Special Counsel Mueller's testimony on July 24, 2019, the day before the president's call with President Zelensky, contradicted President Trump's claim that his was, quote, a clean campaign. Mueller found that individuals associated with the 2016 campaign of the president welcomed Russia's offers of assistance and adjusted their political strategy so that then candidate Donald Trump might benefit from Russia's assistance. When they were subsequently asked by U.S. law enforcement about their activities, President Trump's advisors repeatedly lied. In Helsinki in July of 2018, however, President Trump refused to acknowledge the Russian threat to our elections. When a reporter explicitly asked whether he believed Putin or the U.S. intelligence agencies on the issue of foreign interference in the 2016 election, President Trump said, quote, I don't see any reason why it would be Russia, and talked about the DNC server.
So let me just say that we have two thoughts. You have groups that are wondering why the FBI never took the server. Why haven't they taken the server? Why was the FBI told to leave the office of the Democratic National Committee? I've been wondering that. I've been asking that for months and months, and I've been tweeting it out and calling it out on social media. Where is the server? I want to know, where is the server, and what is the server saying? With that being said, all I can do is ask the question. My people came to me, Dan Coates came to me, and some others. They said they think it's Russia. I have President Putin. He just said it's not Russia. I will say this. I don't see any reason why it would be, but I really do want to see the server. But I have confidence in both parties. I really believe that this will probably go on for a while, but I don't think it can go on without finding out what happened to the server. What happened to the servers of the Pakistani gentleman that worked on the DNC? Where are those servers? They're missing. Where are they? What happened to Hillary Clinton's emails? 33,000 emails gone, just gone. I think in Russia they wouldn't be gone so easily. I think it's a disgrace that we can't get Hillary Clinton's 33,000 emails. So
I'm sure you remember this. It was, I think, unforgettable for every American, but I'm sure it was equally unforgettable for Vladimir Putin. I mean, there he is, the president of Russia, standing next to the president of the United States and hearing his own Kremlin propaganda talking points coming from the president of the United States. Now, if that's not a propaganda coup, I don't know what is. It's the most extraordinary thing. It's the most extraordinary thing. The president of the United States standing next to the president of Russia, our adversary, saying he doesn't believe his own intelligence agencies. He doesn't believe them. He's promoting this kooky, crazy server theory cooked up by the Kremlin, right next to the guy that cooked it up. It's a breathtaking success of Russian intelligence. I don't know if there's ever been a greater success of Russian intelligence. Whatever profile Russia did of our president, boy, did they have him spot on. Flattery and propaganda. Flattery and propaganda is all Russia needed. And as to Ukraine, well, they needed to deliver a political investigation to get help from the United States. I mean, this is just the most incredible propaganda coup. Because as I said yesterday, it's not just that the President of the United States standing next to Vladimir Putin is reading Kremlin talking points. He won't read his own national security staff talking points, but he will read the Kremlin ones. But it's not just that he adopts the Kremlin talking points. That would be bad enough. It's not bad enough, it's not damaging enough, it's not dangerous enough to our national security that he's undermining our own intelligence agencies. It's not bad enough that he undermines those very agencies that he needs later, that we need later to have credibility. We've just had a vigorous debate over the strikes against General Soleimani. And the president has made his argument about what the intelligence says and supports. How do you make those arguments when you say the U.S. intelligence community can't be believed? Now, we've had a vigorous debate about what that intelligence has to say. That's not the issue here. The issue here is you undermine the credibility of your own intelligence agencies. You weaken the country for when you need to rely on them, for when you need to persuade your friends and your allies. You can trust us when we tell you this is what the intelligence shows. How do you make that argument as the President of the United States when you've just told the world you trust the Russians more than your own people? You trust Rudy Giuliani more than Christopher Wray. How do you make that case? And if you can't make that case, what does that mean to our security? But that's not the end of it. It's not just a propaganda coup. It's not just the undermining of our agencies. It's also that the buy-in to that propaganda meant that Ukraine wasn't going to get money to fight the Russians. I mean, that's one hell of a Russian intelligence coup. They got the President of the United States to provide cover for their own interference with our election. They got the President of the United States to discredit his own intelligence agencies. They got the President of the United States to drive a wedge between the United States and Ukraine. They got the President of the United States to withhold aid from Ukraine in a war with Russia, in a war that is claiming Ukrainian lives every week. Has there ever been such a coup? I would submit to you, in the entire length of the Cold War, the Soviet Union had no such success. No such success. And why? Because a former mayor of New York persuaded a president of the United States to sacrifice all of that for a cheap shot at his political opponent, for a smear against his political opponent. Was it worth it? I hope it was worth it. I hope it was worth it for the president, because it certainly wasn't worth it for the United States. Now, you can see President Trump did not blame Vladimir Putin and the Russian intelligence agencies who interfered in our election for the questions surrounding his victory. He did not blame the people who worked for his campaign and were subsequently convicted of lying to our law enforcement agencies. No, he blamed the investigators. Special Counsel Mueller, the man charged with getting to the bottom of Russia's interference in 2016. And he chose to believe Vladimir Putin, a former Russian intelligence officer, rather than his own intelligence agencies. We can see a pattern here. President Trump solicited interference from Russia as a candidate in 2016, and then his campaign welcomed Russian interference in the election. In Helsinki, President Trump chose to believe Putin over his own agencies. I don't see any reason why it would be, referring to Russia. Instead of denouncing Russia's interference, he denounced those investigating Russia's interference. And he raised that now familiar DNC CrowdStrike server thing. I really do want to see the server. I don't think we can go on without finding out what happened to the server. That's the exact same server that President Trump demanded Ukraine investigate during his July 25th call to Zelensky. When the president talked about the DNC server in Helsinki with Vladimir Putin standing by his side, he was referencing the same discredited conspiracy theory about Ukraine interference in 2016 that Putin repeatedly promoted. Let's look at this Washington Post article from July 2018. In the end, Trump's performance alongside Putin in the Finnish capital seemed like a tour through his most controversial conspiracy theories. Tweets and off-the-cuff musings on Russia, except he did it all while abroad, standing just feet from Putin, the leader of one of America's greatest geopolitical foes. Spectacle in Helsinki also underscored Trump's eagerness to disregard his own advisors, his willingness to flout the conclusions of his own intelligence community that Russia interfered in the 2016 elections, and his apparent fear that pressing Putin on the subject might cast doubt on his electoral victory. White House officials told the Washington Post that President Trump's remarks in Helsinki were, quote, very much counter to the plan. That's another understatement of the century. If that sounds familiar, it's because the witness who testified before the House as part of the impeachment inquiry, they all said the same thing about the July 25th phone call. The president ignored vital national security issues he was supposed to raise and instead raised disproven conspiracies about 2016 and the DNC server, the very same Russian propaganda he publicly endorsed in Helsinki. Do you think it's going to stop now? Do you think if we do nothing, it's going to stop now? All of the evidence is to the contrary. You know it's not going to stop. The president just told one of the members of this body he still wants Biden investigated. It's not going to stop unless the Congress does something about it. President Trump's betrayal began in 2016 when he first solicited Russian interference in our election.
Russia, if you're listening, I hope you're able to find the 30,000 emails that are missing.
That betrayal continued in Helsinki in 2018, when, as we saw, he rejected the intelligence community's assessment about Russian interference in that same election. When he criticized U.S. officials investigating the Russia interference and instead promoted Putin's conspiracy theory about Ukraine. The betrayal continued in 2019, when he carried out a scheme to cheat in the 2020 election by demanding that the leader of Ukraine, a U.S. partner under military attack by Russia, announce an investigation into the same baseless conspiracy theory about a DNC server and the bogus allegations about Vice President Biden. And the abuse of power continues. He is still trying to cheat in the next election. Even after the scheme came to light, even after it became the subject of an impeachment inquiry, it continued. And the false statements about it continued. President Trump repeatedly asserted that he had a prerogative to urge foreign nations to investigate U.S. citizens who dare to challenge him politically. You know, just for a minute, we should try to step into the shoes of someone else. My father used to say, you don't understand a person until you step in their shoes. I always thought he invented that wisdom himself until I watched To Kill a Mockingbird and found out that Atticus Finch said it first. But let's just try to step into someone else's shoes for a moment. Let's imagine it wasn't Joe Biden, Let's imagine it was any one of us. Let's imagine the most powerful person in the world was asking a foreign nation to conduct a sham investigation into one of us. What would we think about it then? Would we think that's good U.S. policy? Would we think he has every right to do it? Would we think that's a perfect call? Let's step for a minute into Ambassador Yovanovitch's shoes. And we're the subject of a vicious smear campaign that no one in the department that we work for, up to the Secretary of State, thinks has a shred of credibility. Let's step into her shoes for a minute. Spent our whole life devoted to public service, served in dangerous places around the world. And we're hounded out of our post. And one day someone releases a transcript of a call between the President of the United States and a foreign leader, and the President says there's going to be some things happening to you, or to you, or to you, or to you, or to you. How would you feel about the President of the United States? Would you think he was abusing the power of his office? And if you would, it shouldn't matter that it wasn't you. It shouldn't matter that it was Marie Yovanovitch. It shouldn't matter that it was Joe Biden. Because I'll tell you something, the next time, it just may be you. It just may be you. Do you think for a moment that any of you, no matter what your relationship with this president, no matter how close you are to this president, do you think for a moment that if he felt it was in his interest, he wouldn't ask you to be investigated? Do you think for a moment that he wouldn't? And if somewhere deep down below you realize that he would, you cannot leave a man like that in office when he has violated the Constitution. It shouldn't matter it was Joe Biden. Could have been any of us. It may be any of us. It shouldn't matter that it was Marie Yovanovitch. It'll be some other diplomat tomorrow for some other pernicious reason. It goes to what Mr. Jeffries said. It goes to character. You don't realize how important character is in the highest office in the land until you don't have it. Until you have a president willing to use his power to coerce an ally, to help him cheat, to investigate one of our fellow citizens. One of our fellow citizens. Yes, he's running for president. He's still a U.S. citizen. He's still a U.S. citizen. And he deserves better than that. Now, of course, it wasn't just Ukraine. It wasn't just Russia. There's the invitation to China to investigate the Bidens. It's not going to stop. On September 19th, Rudy Giuliani was interviewed on Chris Cuomo and CNN. You've probably all seen the clip. When asked specifically if he had urged Ukraine to look into Vice President Biden, Mr. Giuliani replied immediately, "Of course I did. Of course I did." It shouldn't matter that it was Joe Biden. Wasn't Hunter Biden there? It was Joe Biden. Wasn't Hunter Biden on that call? It was Joe Biden. But it shouldn't matter whether it's Hunter Biden or Joe Biden. We're talking about American citizens. It shouldn't matter to any of us which American citizens. And he hasn't stopped urging Ukraine to conduct these investigations. Mr. Giuliani hasn't. Donald Trump hasn't. To the contrary, and consistent with everything we know about the president, he has done nothing but double down. During his the first week of December, Mr. Giuliani traveled to Ukraine and Hungary to interview the corrupt former Ukrainian prosecutors who had been pushing these false narratives about Vice President Biden and this kooky conspiracy about 2016. Mr. Giuliani met with current members of the Ukraine parliament who have advocated for that same fraudulent investigation. June of last year, President Trump told ABC News that he would take political dirt from a foreign country if he was offered it again. If he has learned anything from the tumult of the last 3 years, it is he can get away with anything. He can do it again. Can't be indicted, can't be impeached. Can't, if you believe our Attorney General, even be investigated. Our founders worried about a situation just like this. James Madison put it simply, President, quote, might betray his trust to foreign powers. In his farewell address, George Washington warned Americans to be constantly awake, since history and experience prove that foreign influence is one of the most baneful foes of Republican government. John Adams, in a letter to Thomas Jefferson, wrote, "You are apprehensive of foreign interference, intrigue, influence, so am I. But as often as elections happen, the danger of foreign influence recurs." Or, to quote the President's Chief of Staff, get over it. There's going to be politics in foreign policy. Well, I don't think that was John Adams' point. And I don't think that was James Madison's point, and I don't think that was George Washington's point. If it was, they would have said, get over it. But they recognized, as I know we recognized, what a profound danger that would be, for that to become the new normal. Another election is upon us. 10 months, voters will undertake their most important duty as citizens by going to the polls and voting for their leader. And so we must ask, what role will foreign powers play in trying to influence the outcome? And if they take the president's side, who will protect our franchise if the president will not? As charged in the first article of impeachment, President Trump has demonstrated that he will remain a threat to national security and the Constitution if allowed to remain in office, and has acted in a manner grossly incompatible with self-governance and the rule of law. Based on the abuse of power for which he was impeached and his ongoing efforts to solicit foreign interference, both directly and through Mr. Giuliani, there can be little doubt that President Trump will continue to invite foreign interference in our elections again and again. That poses an imminent threat to the integrity of our democracy. Our founders understood that a president like Donald Trump might one day grasp the reins of power. An unremorseful, overreaching executive, faithful to himself only, and willing to sacrifice our democracy and national security for his own personal advantage. His pattern of conduct, repeatedly soliciting foreign interference in our elections for his own benefit, confirms that he will stop at nothing to retain his power. He willfully chose to place his own personal interests above the country's and the integrity of our elections. There is every reason to believe that will continue. He has stonewalled Congress and ordered executive branch agencies, organizations that work for the American people, not for the president, to join in his obstruction. He deployed Mr. Giuliani to Ukraine to continue advancing a scheme that serves no other purpose than advancing his 2020 re-election prospects. He attacked witnesses, public servants, patriots who stayed true to their oath and leveled with the American people about the grave national injury that resulted from the president's misconduct. And he continued to urge foreign nations to investigate American citizens that he views as a threat. The threat that he will continue to abuse his power and cause grave harm to the nation over the course of the next year until a new president is sworn in or until he would be reelected is not hypothetical. Merely exposing the president's scheme has not stopped him from continuing this destructive pattern of behavior that has brought us to this somber moment. He is who he is. That will not change, and nor will the danger associated with him. Every piece of evidence supports that terrible conclusion, that the President of the United States will abuse his power again, that he will continue to solicit foreign interference to help corruptly secure his reelection. He has shown neither remorse nor acknowledgement of wrongdoing. If you can believe that July 25th was a perfect call, that asking for investigations of your political opponents and using the power of your office to make it so is perfectly fine, then there is nothing that would stop you from doing it again. President Trump has abused the power of his office and must be removed from that office. Mr. McConnell, I yield back.
The majority leader is recognized.
Mr. Chief Justice, I suggest a 15-minute recess.
Without objection, so ordered.
Adam Schiff in a very passionate delivery, and a rather lengthy one, in which he really spent the last half hour or so focusing on Ukraine, the relationship with Russia, painting the president as a pawn of the Russians on the issue of interfering with American elections. I want to bring in Andrea Mitchell on that point. At first, we didn't quite understand where he was going, but try to frame where do you think that was headed?
Well, he was trying to build the case, what he called the gravest Russian, most successful Russian propaganda coup of any we saw in the Cold War, showing the president standing next to Vladimir Putin in Helsinki in the summer of 2017 and repeating Russian propaganda points, which has been, wholly corroborated, and contradicting the unanimous view of his own intelligence agencies, weakening the United States, weakening our intelligence agencies, weakening our role with our allies, and saying if he did it then and he does it repeatedly, he has still been repeating these same propaganda points, the conspiracy theories about Ukraine interfering in our election, not Russia. He will do it again. And basically saying this is an abuse of power that will not stop here. You have to remove him from office. It is asking for the death penalty, basically capital punishment by conviction, meaning that you have to remove the president.
Let me turn to Carol Lamb, our legal analyst. Does that put the House managers a bit over their skis? That's not necessarily in the scope of the article, is it?
Actually, it is, because, as Andrew was saying, the Senate has two jobs in front of it. One is to decide whether to convict him, and the other is to decide whether to remove him. And normally a jury would only decide whether a crime has been committed and whether this defendant committed the crime. But here, the jury is also essentially the sentencing body as well. And so the pattern of conduct that the House went through today, the House managers went through today, is important for Adam Schiff's final argument here, which was this is going to be a recurring pattern because of the character of the president, which you've now seen over and over and over again through his recurring actions. And that's what's important. He's saying if you do not remove him, he will continue to do this.
All right, during this short break, we had hoped to hear from a few of the senators. In fact, we do have Senator John Barrasso, Republican from Wyoming, joining us again. Senator, good to see you.
Thanks for having me back, Lester.
Since there are no fresh witnesses, we are hearing a number of clips, of course, from those congressional hearings, and a lot of them career diplomats or career public servants, Marie Yovanovitch, Ambassador Taylor, David Holmes, Laura Cooper, and so on and so forth. What weight do you give to what they had to say, or do you dismiss what they say entirely?
No, we've been listening carefully, and then Adam Schiff, as you know, in the last 15 or so minutes just gave the exact same speech that he gave last night, saying that the president can't be trusted to do the right thing for America. And when you take a look at what's happened around the country since he's been president, 7 million new jobs. You look at the fact that consumer confidence is at an all-time high. The stock market's at an all-time high. Wages are way up. That the president, I believe, has been doing an excellent job for America.
Does that
So we're
immunize
taking
him
it all in, listening.
from impeachment over abuse of power?
Well, we're hearing that argument. The president's going to get a chance tomorrow to make his case for the next couple of days. We're going to have 16 hours of questioning. All I'm suggesting is that Adam Schiff takes this approach that the president will do nothing right for the country, when I believe the president over the last 3 years has done remarkably good things for our country.
Senator, when we had you on the other day, you had noted you had heard nothing new in the presentation so far. And I'm curious, back to those clips of that were you able to watch the original testimony or read the transcripts from those congressional hearings?
Well, you get to see some of it. You don't get to see all of it. So you get to see some of that. And the clips that I've been seeing today on the Senate floor, I wish they'd let them run longer so you can see what they said before and what they said after, because some of the clips I'm familiar with, a minute later, they may say something very different.
Right, but did any of them stand out? Did any of them stand out to you and you go, whoa, I didn't know that, I hadn't heard that?
No, not at all, because so many of the clips are ones that have made it to the news, made it to your show, to the nightly news, and made it to some other morning shows. So I think most of the members have seen some of those clips before, but now many of these we've been seeing 6 or 7 times on this kind of the 4th day of listening to the testimony.
And what do you expect from the president's lawyers in terms of their presentation? We understand it'll be shorter on Saturday and then pick up perhaps in earnest on Monday and Tuesday.
Yeah, well, I think they will talk about some of the things that are in the clips that happened before or after what we've seen on the limited clips that are shown in today in the Senate. But we're going to continue. We're going to hear the president's defense, which people weren't able to hear in the House. That there wasn't the kind of due process that one would expect, which is why only 1 in 3 Americans think that the House trial the process was fair, and a majority of Americans think that what we are doing in the Senate at this point is fair. So we want to continue to focus that. We're going to have a long discussion, and then we'll decide on witnesses after we have 16 hours of questions.
All right, Senator Barrasso, I know it's a very short break. We appreciate you running right out to the camera. We hope to talk to you again very soon, sir.
Thanks for having me.
And we're also joined now by Senator Kamala Harris, who has stepped outside during the break and gone to one of our other cameras. Senator, good to see you. Thank you for joining us.
Good to see you. Thank you, Lester.
Before we talk about this trial, let's talk about what was reported in the New York Times today, that you may be on the verge of throwing your support to Joe Biden. What can you tell us about that?
I am completely focused on this trial, and I've made no decisions about an endorsement of anyone.
Do you think it's important that you endorse someone earlier than later?
I think it's really important that I focus on the trial, and so that's what I'm doing.
Okay, well, let's talk about the trial today.
But I appreciate the question.
Well, I had to ask it.
Yes.
Let me ask you about the trial today and the direction that it took, especially that last half hour we were speaking of, where Adam Schiff seemed to make this sense that the president was a pawn of the Russians, and how that relates to the idea of abuse of power.
Well, I think Adam Schiff has been doing a spectacular job, and just most recently, what he has outlined is really just showing the American public and the senators in the room the math, which is that this conduct by President Trump was not only impeachable conduct, but it literally resulted in harm to our national security, harm that may be ongoing. He outlined very clearly that Ukraine is a country that has been fighting to be a democratic country, that Ukraine has relied on our ability to be supportive, not only in terms of the money that we dedicated, those $391 million, but the symbolism of our support of Ukraine allows them to have strength vis-a-vis Russia. And as we know, Russia is a long-standing foe of the United States. And it is very important that we recognize that Trump's conduct as it relates to the underlying issue of the impeachment is something that has directly threatened our national security as it relates to our standing in terms of our standing around the world and our ability to be credible when we say that one of our diplomatic missions is to fight corruption and to encourage and to support democracies, but also when it relates to Russia and our long-standing need to make sure that we are putting a check on Russia's influence around the world.
And Senator, there has been obviously a lot of talk that the outcome of this trial is a foregone conclusion, and there were questions about Republicans raising their hand and swearing to impartiality. Let me turn the tables and ask you, as a Democrat, assuming the facts are correct as they've been presented in terms of the timeline and what was said and what was done, do you remain open to the possibility that despite that, maybe it's not impeachable?
The evidence that we've heard so far, I mean, including and most importantly, the transcript of the president's conversation with President Zelensky, in addition to what we have been hearing in terms of the evidence presented, there's a lot of very substantial evidence that the underlying facts that are being alleged by the managing attorneys or the House managers, that there's actually support for those allegations. But we do need more information. And remember that Article 1 of the impeachment is about the president's misconduct. Article 2 of the impeachment is about the president's attempt to cover up his misconduct. And there is a lot more evidence that we need to receive to get around the president's attempt to cover up his misconduct. That includes bringing Bolton before us, bringing us the documents from the Department of Energy, the Department of State, from the Department of Defense. And so I'm going to continue to be an advocate for getting all information if we're going to have a trial that is about real process and a democratic process.
All right, Senator Harris, again, we know this is a short break. We appreciate you taking a few minutes for us. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, let me bring in Chuck Todd now, our moderator of Meet the Press. He's in Washington today. Chuck, what has stood out for you so far this afternoon?
Well, what stood out is the fact that I thought Adam Schiff in particular, it's clear they're not going to make the direct argument on obstruction, at least for now, that they are using today, at least so far. It's interesting to me that they're using today almost to reinforce their abuse of power charge a little bit. When you bring in Helsinki and you bring in some of those lessons about the Russian relationship with Ukraine, obviously it offers hints back to all of those controversial things the president has done in regards to Russia. So it's just interesting to me. Clearly this was a strategy today to figure out, okay, how do we get the odd and controversial comments that this president has done with Russia and with Putin into this argument? And that's what stuck out to me today, because we're not getting the direct argument about how did he obstruct Congress.
Yeah, and sitting there next to you, I believe, is former Senator Chuck Hagel, Republican of Nebraska, who has been down this impeachment road before. Mr. Secretary, thank you for joining us. Good to see you.
Thanks, Lester.
I wanted to get your take. I was curious what your thoughts were of Adam Schiff bringing in John McCain, and how do you think that went over to the Republican senators?
Well, I thought overall Chairman Schiff's use of the clips from former ambassadors and others was effective. On John McCain, they were very careful to use a clip of John McCain that was not political. It was a clip that I think was relevant to the discussion and to the trial, and I think they used it very well. But they kept it out of the political arena. So I think their use of not just McCain's clip, but all of the clips has been good. And the other thing about McCain is that I doubt if there's anybody sitting in the Senate today that doesn't understand, either firsthand or secondhand, that John McCain the last 10 years was probably the definition of American foreign policy and national security. And there was really no one other than John McCain who had the completeness of understanding our position in the world and how we defended ourselves and the reality and the people of that. So I think using McCain's clip was a very effective tool.
And I noticed you've been here before. You were a congressional staffer during the hearings, the Nixon impeachment hearings, and of course you were a member of the Senate during the Clinton impeachment. Is there anything that rings familiar here to you, or does this case stand out as something far different?
Well, Lester, they're all different. Each of the impeachment trials, of course, Nixon didn't have a trial, but the episodes, the facts, the atmospherics, the environment, all are a little different. But there is one consistent dynamic in all of it, and that is, and this is, I think, a tribute to our system, our Constitution, and our Congress. Whether you take the side of Trump or not, that's irrelevant to what I'm going to say. It's that we do have a system, and that system is important for our way of life, and it is relevant to the Constitution and freedom, and the Congress has a role in that. The Supreme Court does, with the presiding of the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court. That's probably the most consistent thing that I see now after going through, in some way, 3 of these things.
Yeah. Let me go to, thank you, Secretary. Let me go to Casey Hunt on Capitol Hill. Casey, it's as if the House managers have been ticking down a box of pre-buttals to what they think they're going to begin hearing tomorrow from the president's lawyers.
That's right, Lester. That's how this day has played out, with them repeatedly referencing the fact that they're not going to actually have a chance to push back. And I do think it's noteworthy that, they have not even begun to lay out their Article 2 case today. That's what we know that they're going to be getting to, but they only have a little over 5 hours left to talk about it. And I think that's pretty telling, in that it shows you how important they believe Article 1 is. And the vast majority of the time that they have dedicated to talking to those senators has been focused on that. And as you point out, a lot of it has been attempted preemptive strikes for the president's defense team, which of course we're not going to hear from until Saturday. But, during the Clinton trial in 1999, there was specific time set aside for closing arguments, which would be another opportunity potentially for Democrats to speak. But that's not guaranteed under the rules here. So really look at this as their last chance to push this through, Lester.
All right. I understand that the presidential attorney, Jay Sekulow, is before the cameras. In fact, there he is.
That the Clinton campaign had sought, when it's completely corroborated, it's uncontested, the Steele dossier, who was utilizing both supposedly assets that a former British spy had in Russia to get information on the president, then candidate. Was that not foreign interference? Was that not an attempt for foreign interference? So you can get on your horse and act haughty and proud about it, but you know what? Let's look at what the evidence says. And here's what the evidence says. There was foreign involvement, but let's not forget where it originated from. Let's not forget, and we haven't even begun to put on our case yet. We still will not begin until actually tomorrow morning. But I want you to think about this. Where did that foreign intelligence come from? Foreign information come from? It came from connections from the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the number 3, whose wife happened to work for Fusion GPS, who happened to be hired by the DNC to happen to do an investigation on Donald Trump. And by the way, she didn't just do it with the Steele dossier. She was also involved with it with, guess what? Ukraine. So let's we haven't put our case out, obviously, haven't begun to. But you should be able to get a sense from what I'm saying right now that this is you're going to hear that. We're going to rebut and refute, and we're going to put on an affirmative case tomorrow. But that's just one issue. And for the life of me, and they've done it, and why they opened up the door as wide as a double door on the Hunter Biden, Joe Biden, Burisma issue, I guess they figured that was their way of getting ahead of it. We will address it. Because let me say one last thing, and then I'll answer your questions. I always certainly want to answer your questions, but I want you to think about this for a moment. Joe Biden was charged as Vice President of the United States with the Ukraine policy. That was a specific charge. His son went to work for went on the board of a Ukrainian gas company. First, the Vice President said he knew nothing about it. But the State Department knew about it because they were concerned when people were being put up for confirmation that issue might arise. So believe me, you'll hear about that issue too. Let me take a few more questions. I know.
Your response to today is about obstruction of Congress. Your response to the Democrats' obstruction of Congress charge.
Well, I thought this has been abuse of power is what they've been talking about.
Today is about they will be doing obstruction.
I've got a very easy response to obstruction of Congress. This idea that you obstruct Congress by exercising, I've said this before, exercising constitutional privileges is absurd. Absolutely absurd. I think what Jonathan Turley said was right, but I forget what he said. That's fine. But what the courts have said, these are fundamentally important rights to the way our separation of power works under our form of government. Next question.
Mr. Sekulow, by bringing up the Steele dossier, are you suggesting that another president was involved?
When another president was involved?
Yeah. You're not, right? So how is the Steele dossier?
No. The Steele dossier was, how did the Steele dossier? Well, no, the question is, there was all this discussion about why was the president so suspicious of some of his intelligence information and some of the leaders he was dealing with within his own government. Well, the number 3 at the Department of Justice wife was working for a firm that was working on a dossier against the sitting president of the United States. So don't put words in my mouth. Let me be crystal clear. Yeah, we're concerned about it. That was the number 3 at the FBI, who for the life of me I can't figure out. He's still there in some capacity. But think about that. She was also, as I said, working on Ukraine. Next question.
Will you be using influence Monday against Tuesday to present your defense next week?
Well, I mean, as far as how long we'll go, I can't make that determination yet. Look, here's what happened. The Senate asked for an accommodation. We were prepared to go as long as they wanted us to go tomorrow. They asked, I think it was 10-1 was the final decision. We'll present from 10 to 1-ish. And then,
the Senate's decision.
Yeah, we're ready to go, but we have to, it's the Senate's decision. We respect the Senate's process. I think members
They
had...
give you 24 hours, though. So they said, we don't want you to use all 24 hours?
No. They said, can you proceed for 3 hours tomorrow and then take the other time you need to present your case? We will make that...
by the president saying that he
No.
was upset with the TV ratings?
No, we'll be live on 10 o'clock tomorrow, I suspect. So, well, I mean, trust me, there'll be plenty to cover.
Mr. Sekulow,
Yes.
Is the defense team at all concerned about ABC's reporting this morning of a recording reportedly showing that Trump said "take her out" about Ukrainian ambassador?
Was that was this the one where they said there was a conversation that involved that? No, I'm not concerned about that at all.
Jay, you have been a paid legal advisor to the president, right? You're a paid advisor. Are you still being paid for impeachment work? And are the other lawyers also getting paid?
Yeah, lawyers are. I wouldn't say paid advisor. I'm the president's retained counsel. Yeah, so I don't discuss my legal fees, but we're paid for our legal services. I'm not getting into that. Let's go ahead.
Grab the senator as well. Okay, go ahead.
Yes.
Can you talk about on tomorrow what we're going to see? We're not going to see Ken Starr or anybody like that.
Tomorrow?
Right.
No, I think you'll see a. I guess I would call it a trailer, coming attractions. That'd be the best way to say it. Obviously, we have 3 hours to put it out, so we'll take whatever time's appropriate during that 3 hours, kind of lay out what the case will look like. But no, next week is when you'll see the full presentation. But there'll be plenty to see. Senator Warren.
All right, Jay Sekulow, the president, says he noted retained attorney, pretty fired up there. Let me go to Chuck Todd. Chuck, I think we pretty much know where they're going. Steele dossier, Fusion GPS. Talking about the House managers opening up a double door, if I got it right, regarding Burisma and Biden.
I think, first of all, that's fascinating that they want desperately to hang the decision to bring Biden into the conversation somehow on the House managers, as if they were never going to bring up Biden on their own. But that's 2 days in a row that Jay Sekulow has specifically tried to hang. Well, they brought him up. Now we have no choice but to talk about it, which obviously that's an intentional way. They want to be able to say that they didn't start this. A couple of things stood out to me. Number one, that was a much more fired up Jay Sekulow.
Yeah.
It sounded like he was channeling the president's Twitter feed, right? You know, Fusion, as you just said, it's the greatest hits of pretty much just about any Twitter rant the president will do whenever Russia is in the news on this stuff. But that stood out to me. So I think what it means is this is going to be a much more Trump-led defense, perhaps, than making the Republican senators feel better defense. One other thing that was noteworthy to me was the John Barrasso interview with you, Lester. Notice this is twice now that we've seen him this week. He doesn't ever talk about whether what the president did was right or wrong. It's always about, I didn't hear anything new. Everything was repetitive, being very careful he never once defended the president's actions. He went around and talked about, well, the economy's going well. I think that's telling. It shows you where McConnell wants the senators to be, which is not in a position to have to defend the president's actions. So that's what's going to be interesting next week. If Jay Sekulow's charge is to basically push back on all of this, while Mitch McConnell is hoping the argument is more of, yes, he may not have liked what he did, but it isn't impeachable. I wonder how that's going to fit together, how comfortable a John Barrasso is going to be when he hears the type of defense, if that's what we're getting. And Jay Sekulow seemed to preview a much more combative defense like that, how they're going to be able to spin that.
All right, let me bring in Pete Williams on this issue of what we think now that the president's attorneys will talk about. Steele dossier, bring folks up to speed on the facts of that and the fact that it wasn't brought up so far by the House managers.
Well, this gets into the reason behind the FBI's desire to get Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act authority to eavesdrop on the conversations of Carter Page, who at the time the FBI began surveilling him was a former Trump campaign advisor. And the Inspector General of the Justice Department has said that much of that Steele dossier didn't hold up, that the FBI failed to tell the court that this evidence for wanting this was falling apart and sort of misrepresented, oversold it, oversold the things that would make it relevant and undersold the things that would undercut it. And so the FBI's admitted that they had some problems. The Justice Department has said it was incomplete. So that is of course, about the investigation of the campaign. That's very different from what the impeachment is about, which is about the president's phone call with Ukraine and some of the subsequent actions. So I guess that one of the themes that the president's lawyers are going to say is basically, you know, a pox on all your houses. Everybody who went after the president has some problems. I gather that's what the motivating thing will be. And it has to be said that Adam Schiff did sort of embrace the Steele dossier theory early on when the Republicans were pushing back against it. And, you know, now it looks like some of the Republican criticism was, in retrospect, accurate. By the way, Lester, I've covered Jay Sekulow for 30 years. I've never seen him when he wasn't fired up. So I don't know what today's thing means.
I guess it's about perspective.
One other thing that I think is going to come up here, when the presentations of the managers are finished, then the Senate will vote on whether to have witnesses. And a question has come up about whether the Chief Justice could break a tie if the Senate basically comes up with a 50-50 vote. Now, there's historical precedent for it. It happened during the Andrew Johnson impeachment. Salmon Chase, who was the Chief Justice, cast a couple of tie-breaking votes. But eventually that sort of went over like a lead balloon, and he stopped doing it. Rehnquist never did it. And it doesn't seem like it would be in Robert's style to want to be an activist and break the tie. But here's the main point. There's no need to break a tie. A tie vote simply means that whoever proposed something fails, because you have to get a majority to carry the day. So whatever the motion is to call witnesses or whatever, if it's 50-50, it fails. There's no need to cast a tie-breaking vote. And for that reason, I don't think he would step in. And there's another argument to make that he's not a senator and that only senators can vote.
And he's been very, very low-key during these proceedings. All right, Pete, thanks very much. Let me go to Hallie Jackson right now at the White House. What's the word? What are you hearing from there?
Well, first of all, I got to say, I think Pete Williams is correct. Jay Sekulow, the adjective you often hear named with him is feisty, and I think he showed that in that sort of impromptu Q&A session today. Here's the deal, Lester. When you have, and I think Chuck is also exactly right, this idea that the defense team now is coming out in these interstitial moments between arguments from the prosecution, effectively from the Democrats, coming out and delivering, frankly, a greatest hits of Donald Trump's Twitter feed and of things that the president has said in the past. And here's where Adam Schiff is giving them an opening by going back to some of the Russia discussion that he was having in the last maybe 30 minutes of his arguments there that you and Andrea began this segment talking about. That opens the door for the president and his allies, in my analysis, to go back to the defense that they've been putting up on the Russia piece of this for months now, even before these impeachment proceedings began. So I anticipate that is more of what you're going to hear as we start to get more from the president's surrogates, his allies, who are out there doing these media blitzes. I think it's notable that Sekulow confirmed they will only go a few hours tomorrow. He said 10 to 1. I will tell you that syncs privately behind the scenes with what we have heard for, 6 hours now this morning, that it would be a much more truncated argument than what we've heard from Democrats. What does this mean effectively? It means that Jay Sekulow and the defense team and Pat Cipollone will not be taking their full 24 hours, because it's not as though they will likely go 15 hours on Monday and Tuesday each to sort of make up that time. And that is something that we had anticipated, that the president's team wants to be a little sharper, a little more concise in the arguments that they're making. And the signals all week have been that they felt like they didn't need their 24 hours to make their case, because they feel like this is such a weak argument, particularly on the constitutional threshold piece of that. That is why I think you'll see tomorrow Cipollone and Sekulow, the lead attorneys, lay out some of their pieces. You may see another attorney come out and talk about, for example, the facts of the case. But much of this will happen Monday. And frankly, Lester, it will be a little bit repetitive. We've seen that so far from the House Democrats and the prosecution. You will likely see that from the defense team as well. And Senator Barrasso, I think, ably previewed part of what you will hear, which is the defense team taking the words of the witnesses and the testimony that the prosecution is using and saying, but wait a second, here's a little bit before and after of what they had to say that is actually positive for President Trump, which I do think is notable as well. I was told by one source just this morning, Lester, familiar with the legal team, that they want to come out swinging tomorrow and that the president is eager for that. He is feeling frustrated that his team has been stymied so far from speaking on the Senate floor because of how these rules of the debate and the proceedings are going down. Lester.
All right, Hallie, thanks very much. And here's where we are right now. We're well over 15-minute break, but we're used to that. They should be coming back soon. They'll switch on the cameras, the Senate TV cameras, and then they'll resume with the House managers now. Remember, this is their final day to make their case that the president should be removed for abuse of power and obstructing Congress. We want to take a brief pause here to allow some of our stations to return to regular programming. For the rest of you, NBC News coverage of the Senate impeachment trial continues here on NBC. All right, and welcome back. It is now 4 o'clock in the East. Again, the first break of the day. We came in believing the House managers would focus specifically on the second article of impeachment, which is obstruction of Congress. But a lot of what we heard so far has been back on that first article. But Adam Schiff, before he began his remarks, noted that would be the final, really their summation, if you will, on the Article 1. So we would expect them to focus a bit more now on the second article. And as we preview that and wait for that, Andrea Mitchell, a lot of people say this is the weaker of the articles. What's the thinking on that?
Well, first of all, as lawyers will tell you, Carol can tell you, there are conflicting views, and executive privilege has been upheld on many occasions, and in other courts not. They can also argue that the House Democrats did not go to court, did not let it all play out, did not let it get all the way up to the Supreme Court to decide whether or not the former National Security Advisor, John Bolton, or Mick Mulvaney, the current acting chief of staff and OMB director, should be forced to testify, and others, some of these other officials in the White House. So there is a strong presumption about a president being able to have confidential conversations with his team that hasn't been tested. Their counter-argument, the Democrats, is that it's already taken them months and months just to get Don McGahn, the former White House counsel's testimony. And if you waited to all these appeals, it would be through the election and the presidency would be over. But that is going to be the main argument. And these are going to be legal arguments, and it certainly doesn't have the power and the force of what they believe is their stronger argument, which is the first article, abuse of power. By the way, just to correct, I misspoke when I said that the Helsinki summit was in 2017. It was 2018. It just seems like a long time ago. It seems like
a lot has happened in the intervening months. So let me go back to Casey Hunt as we prepare for the resumption of the trial. Casey?
Lester, as I've been listening to your conversations with Pete Williams and others, and he raised the question of witnesses, that is still the question that is hanging over this trial, whether they will vote to call witnesses. And, trying to answer that question here inside the Senate and from the gallery in the Senate chamber, it feels as though the mood is shifting away from that possibility. And, we're obviously reporting this out, talking to senators. We're watching for those 4 moderates. But as this trial has wound on, you have started to see kind of a hardening of the partisanship as Schiff has continued to speak. You've seen tempers start to flare. Susan Collins was angry on the floor, observed, talking animatedly about how the press was covering the chamber. You've seen Joni Ernst walking out with reporters showing documents that she has that purport to show hypocrisy on the part of Democrats for various issues. This has not been something where it feels as though people are crossing any aisles or bridges or talking to each other. In fact, the opposite. And even the way the desks look today, while yesterday you've had some signs of humor, Senator Burr was handing out fidget spinners, Tom Cotton drinking a glass of milk. Today, there's none of that. There's no toys on the desktops. Everyone does seem to be paying attention. But the mood is just a little bit grimmer, it seems, inside the chamber. And I'm wondering how that dynamic is going to play out as we get into the president's defense.
Yeah, let me bring back in the conversation our Chuck Todd and Secretary Chuck Hagel about what you see here, what you've honed in on this afternoon.
Well, look, I think it's interesting. There's no doubt the witness momentum that Democrats are hoping to get. I think Casey's right. The Lisa Murkowski comments from earlier, Lester, when I think it was last night, she said she was essentially channeling what you've heard from some other senators who say, well, geez, if the House didn't want to subpoena these folks and didn't want these witnesses because they were trying to speed things up, why don't they want to do it now? So I do think that, yes, Casey's right. Momentum for witnesses is fading.
And I believe
Secretary Hagel.
Secretary Hagel, I'm sorry, yes.
Lester, thanks. With the probability that the Senate is not going to call witnesses, that leaves Schiff and the Democratic managers with the information and the facts that they're dealing with now. And I think what they're doing is they're trying to get everybody in on the deal. And they're trying to explain it all and reviewing it all, knowing that they're probably not going to have witnesses.
The second article of impeachment charges the president.
All right, let's go back into the Senate chamber. Val Demings now is speaking about obstruction of Congress.
The House impeachment inquiry. We are here today in response to a blanket order issued by President Trump directing the entire executive branch to withhold all documents and testimony from that inquiry. President Trump's obstruction of the impeachment inquiry was categorical, indiscriminate, and historically unprecedented. And its purpose was clear: to impede Congress's ability to carry out its duties under the Constitution, to hold the president accountable for high crimes and misdemeanors. As part of his effort to cover up evidence of his scheme to solicit foreign interference in the upcoming election, President Trump did something no president has ever dared to do in the history of our republic. President Trump directed the entire executive branch not to cooperate with the House's impeachment inquiry. President Trump blocked every person who works in the White House and every person who works in every department, agency, and office of the executive branch from providing information to the House as part of the impeachment inquiry. This was not about specific, narrowly defined security or privacy issues, nor was it based on potential privileges available to the executive branch. Indeed, President Trump has not once asserted executive privilege during this process. This was a declaration of total defiance of the House's authority to investigate credible allegations of the president's misconduct and a wholesale rejection of Congress's ability to hold the president accountable. The president's order, executed by his top aides, substantially interfered with the House's constitutionally authorized power to conduct an impeachment inquiry. At President Trump's direction, the White House itself refused to produce a single document or record in response to a House subpoena that remains in full force and effect, and it continues to withhold those documents from Congress and from the American people. But it is not just the White House. Following President Trump's order, the Office of the Vice President, the Office of Management and Budget, the Department of State, the Department of Energy, and the Department of Defense all continued to refuse to produce a single document or record in response to 71 specific requests, including 5 subpoenas. Additionally, following President Trump's order, 12 current or former administration officials continued to refuse to testify as part of the House's impeachment inquiry. Not only current administration officials, but former administration officials as well. 9 of those witnesses, including senior officials with direct firsthand knowledge of the president's actions, continue to defy subpoenas for testimony because of the president's order. And yet, despite President Trump's obstruction, as you have heard and seen throughout the House manager's presentation of the facts of the president's scheme, the House gathered overwhelming evidence of his misconduct from courageous public servants who were willing to follow the law, comply with subpoenas, and tell the truth. On the basis of that formidable body of evidence, the House adopted the first article of impeachment. These witnesses also testified with great specificity about extensive documents, communications, and records in the possession of the White House and other agencies regarding the president's scheme to coerce Ukraine's leader to help his re-election. As you have heard over the past few days, the House was therefore able to develop an extensive catalog of specific documents and pertinent communication that go to the heart of the president's wrongdoing and which the president has ordered be concealed from Congress and the American people. Revelations of evidence harmful to the president have only continued since the House compiled its investigative reports. Recent court-ordered releases under the Freedom of Information Act, as well as disclosures to the media, have further demonstrated that the White House, OMB, State Department, and other agencies are actively withholding highly relevant documents that could further implicate the president and his subordinates. Over time, these documents and this evidence will undoubtedly come to light, and I ask this body to not wait to read about it in the press or in a book. You should be hearing this evidence now. Hearing this evidence now. Now, there is one point that I would like to make very clear. President Trump's wholesale obstruction of Congress strikes at the very heart of our Constitution and our democratic system of government. The President of the United States could undertake such comprehensive obstruction only because of the exceptional powers entrusted to him by the American people. Only one person in the world has the power to issue an order to the entire executive branch. That person, senators, as you know, is the president. And President Trump used that power not to faithfully execute the law, but to order agencies and employees of the executive branch to conceal evidence of his misconduct. Now, I know that no other American could seek to obstruct an investigation into his or her wrongdoing in this way. We all know that no other American could use the vast powers of our government to undertake a corrupt scheme to cheat to win an election and then use those same powers to suppress the evidence of his constitutional crime. We would not allow, no, I am convinced that we would not allow any member of our state or local governments to use the official powers of their office to cover up crimes and misdeeds. As this body is well aware, mayors and governors have gone to jail for doing so. Sheriffs and police chiefs are certainly not immune. If we allow President Trump to escape accountability, we will inflict lasting damage on the separation of powers among our branches of government, our fundamental system of checks and balances. It would inflict irreversible damage by allowing this commander-in-chief and establishing precedents for future presidents to act corruptly or abusively and then use the vast powers of their office, the office of the presidency, to conceal their own misconduct from Congress and the American people. In other words, we would create a system that allows this president and any future president to really do whatever he or she wants. It is an attack on congressional oversight, not just on the House, but also on the Senate's own ability to oversee and serve as a check on this and future presidents, both Republican and Democratic administrations. Without meaningful oversight, without the power of impeachment, Americans will have to come to accept a far greater likelihood of misconduct in the Oval Office, and they would not be able to look to other branches of government to hold their president, the people's president, accountable. Executive power without any sort of restraint, without oversight, and without any checks and balances is absolute power. And we know what has been said about absolute power. Absolute power corrupts absolutely. This is the very opposite of what the framers intended. The framers of the Constitution purposefully entrusted the power of impeachment to the legislative branch so that it may protect the American people from a corrupt president. Well, the times, senators, have found us. If Congress allows President Trump's obstruction to stand, it effectively nullifies the impeachment power. Senators, we are the keepers, the protectors, the defenders of what the framers intended. And we must hold any unprincipled and undisciplined executive accountable. Senators, I know that this is not easy. I don't take this moment lightly. These are tough times. I remember quite a few tough times during my 27 years as a law enforcement officer. But we must stop this president. Today, we will explain why. First, we will review key facts regarding the scope and breadth of President Trump's unprecedented actions to stop the House's impeachment inquiry. As you well know, we covered many of these facts on Tuesday when we explained in depth what evidence the president had blocked from Congress. We addressed documents we know the White House and other agencies are concealing, and we addressed testimony the president's aides would provide if they testified under oath. We will therefore review the documents and witnesses briefly. Second, after surveying relevant history and constitutional law, we will explain why obstruction of Congress in and of itself warrants impeachment and removal from office. Finally, we will demonstrate that President Trump is without question guilty of obstruction of Congress, that his defenses lack any legal foundation, and that his actions pose a dire and continuing threat to the foundation of our constitutional framework. This is very simple. It's simple. The president abused the powers entrusted in him by the American people in a scheme to suppress evidence, escape accountability, and orchestrate a massive cover-up. And he did so in plain sight. And his obstruction remains ongoing.
Mr. Chief Justice, Senators, President's Counsel, before I start, I too want to thank all the senators for being so patient and being such good listeners. It reminds me, quite frankly, of one of the first days that I went to what was affectionately called baby judge school when we first got started. And those are the first two things that they told us, that we needed to be patient, and we needed to listen, and that we needed to be fair and always give the opportunity to be heard to each side. And I must say that you have certainly been playing a very good role as judges, because although I know that the press calls you jurors, I know that you are in the role of judges. And I commend you for being good listeners and for having the patience to listen to us this last 2 days and our final remarks today. So thank you all. Now, Ms. Demings has given us an overview of the second article of impeachment, obstruction of Congress. So let us now turn to the facts of the case, because to fully appreciate the scope and the scale of the president's wrongdoing and the size of the cover-up he has orchestrated requires an understanding of the evidence that he has lawlessly hidden from Congress and the American people. President Trump categorically, indiscriminately, and in unprecedented fashion obstructed Congress's impeachment inquiry. In other words, he orchestrated a cover-up. And he did it in plain sight. First, from the beginning, the Trump administration sought to hide the president's misconduct by refusing to turn over the Intelligence Committee whistleblower complaint. That complaint would sound the first alarm of the president's wrongdoing. Second, the president issued an order prohibiting the entire executive branch from participating in the impeachment inquiry. No cooperation, no negotiation, nothing, or as we say in Texas, nada. Following the president's orders, federal agencies refused to produce documents and key witnesses refused to testify. In fact, the president sanctioned specific directions to officials, ordering them to defy congressional subpoenas. Third, and perhaps the most reprehensible of all, the president waged a campaign of intimidation against those brave public servants who did come forward to comply with their obligation under the law. Senators, as I've mentioned, I'm a lawyer and a former judge. I have never, ever seen anything like this from a litigant or a party in any case, not anywhere. But from the very beginning of this scandal, President Trump has sought to hide and cover up key evidence. The cover-up started even before the House began to investigate the president's Ukraine-related activity. It began when the White House sought to conceal the record of Donald Trump's July 25 call with the president of Ukraine by placing it on a highly classified system. But, as we've said before, there was no legitimate national security reason to do so. The cover-up continued. A top OMB official instructed the freeze to be, quoted, closely held. In other words, don't say anything to anybody. Senators, you know, in order to lawfully withhold the funding, the president was required to notify Congress about the amount of money involved and why he was intending to freeze it. Instead, the White House tried to keep the fact of the freeze secret. Maybe they kept it a secret because a senior White House aide, Rob Blair, accurately predicted to his boss, Mick Mulvaney, quote, expect Congress to become unhinged if it learned that bipartisan aid approved for a valuable foreign partner was being frozen for the president's personal gain. But the cover-up reached its peak soon after August 12th, because on August 12th, a whistleblower filed a lawful and protected complaint intended for Congress with the Inspector General of the intelligence community. The president, who was the subject of the complaint, learned of the filing well before Congress and the American people. In an effort to conceal the whistleblower's concerns, the White House and the Department of Justice took an unprecedented step. No administration had ever intervened in such a manner before. But President Trump maneuvered to keep the whistleblower's concerns from the congressional intelligence committees. In the history of the Intelligence Community Whistleblower Protection Act, no credible and urgent complaint had ever been withheld from Congress, not ever before. It was through immense public pressure and vigorous oversight by the House that the Trump administration ultimately produced a complaint to the House and Senate Intelligence Committees. I'll add that even when it was produced, it was weeks after the legal deadline. If the president's efforts to conceal the whistleblower's concerns had succeeded, Congress would never have learned about the existence of the complaint, let alone the allegations that it contained. But this attempt to hide key information from Congress was only the first sign of what was to come. Following new, deeply troubling revelations about the president's July 25 call, on September 24th, the Speaker of the House announced that the House investigations into the president's scheme to pressure Ukraine for personal gain would be folded into the ongoing impeachment inquiry. Just days later, the president began to attack the legitimacy of the House impeachment inquiry. While standing on the tarmac at Andrews Air Force Base, President Trump argued that the House impeachment inquiry, quote, shouldn't be allowed. He claimed that there, and I quote again, there should be a way of stopping it, maybe legally, through the courts. Let's watch the president and what he had to say.
My call was perfect. The president yesterday of Ukraine said there was no pressure put on him whatsoever, none whatsoever. And he said it loud and clear for the press. What these guys are doing, Democrats are doing to this country, is a disgrace, and it shouldn't be allowed. There should be a way of stopping it, maybe legally through the courts.
There should be a way of stopping it. Soon after, President Trump took the matters into his own hands. The president used his authority and his office to wage a relentless and misleading public campaign to attack the impeachment inquiry. The president spent time at rallies, at press conferences, and on Twitter, trying to persuade the American people that the House's inquiry was invalid and fraudulent. Here are just a few of the President Trump's comments about the impeachment inquiry. He called it a witch hunt, a coup, an unconstitutional power grab, a fraud against the American people. He said it's the phony impeachment scam, the phony impeachment hoax, the Ukraine hoax, and a continuation of the greatest scam and witch hunt in the history of our country. And those are probably some of the ones I can repeat here. And it didn't stop. The attacks did not end there. President Trump turned from rhetoric to action. On October 8th, the White House sent a letter to Speaker Nancy Pelosi informing her that President Trump would seek to completely obstruct the impeachment inquiry. They sent this letter, White House stationery. I shouldn't say this, but I'm a lawyer, but very lawyerly. It's an 8-page letter. You know, lawyers can't do one thing in one page. We got to do 7 or 8. This was 8 pages, and it's long, and no worries, I'm not going to read it all. I just want to get to the bottom line. It says, President Trump cannot permit his administration to participate in this partisan inquiry under the circumstances. He was just saying, we're not going to cooperate. And the letter is dated, again, October 8th, and it's signed by Pat Sekulow, who is here, of course, with us today as the lead counsel for the president. The president did not make any claim of privilege. The president did not make any attempt to compromise. He had no valid excuse. And although we're all too familiar with President Trump's rhetoric and rants, these words in this letter on White House stationery, signed by his lead counsel here today, have consequences. These words had consequences. They were more than just ink on a page. They were more than just 8 pages of words. In the days that followed, President Trump's agencies and officials followed his order to conceal information from Congress. Over the past few days, you've heard in extensive detail from all of us about some of the specific and incriminating documents that the president has withheld from Congress. But again, here's the bottom line. The House investigating committees sought a total of 71 specific categories of documents from 6 different agencies and offices. President Trump blocked every single one of these requests, all of them. Between September 27 and October 10, the investigating committee issued subpoenas to the Department of State, to the White House, the Office of Management and Budget, Department of Defense, and the Department of Energy. The committees always remained open to working with the executive branch to discuss and prioritize the subpoenas. Some agencies initially suggested that they might comply. For example, a few days after receiving the subpoena, the Department of State sent staff and reached out to the committee to, quote, discuss accommodations. As you all know, the accommodation process is when Congress and the executive branch discuss priorities and concerns so that the committee gets what it needs most efficiently while minimizing any burden to the agency. So on October 7th, the committee staff met with State Department officials. During that conversation, the committee made a good faith attempt to engage the department in negotiations. To start, the committees requested that the department prioritize the production of a narrow set of non-privileged documents. The department representatives stated that they would take the request back to senior State Department officials. But that was the end. That was the end. Those priority documents were never provided to the committees. In addition to the State Department, the Department of Defense also showed an initial interest in cooperating. During an October 13 television appearance, Secretary of Defense Mark Esper stated repeatedly that the Department of Defense would seek to comply. He said on air, on TV, that they would seek to comply with the subpoenas. In an exchange on Face the Nation, he was specifically asked, question, very quickly, are you going to comply with a subpoena that the House provided you and provide documents to them regarding the halt to military aid to Ukraine? Answer from the Secretary, yeah, we will do everything we can to cooperate with the Congress. Just in the last week or two, my general counsel sent out a note, as we typically do in these situations, to ensure documents are retained. But again, the question is that a yes? Answer by the Secretary, that's a yes. Question, you will comply with a subpoena? Answer again by the Secretary, we will do everything we can comply. These are his very own words. We can comply. We can comply. But remember that October 8th letter from the White House, Counsel, sent to the Speaker, stating that the President's position of total defiance. President Trump, again, I'll quote it, had said, President Trump cannot permit his administration to participate in this partisan inquiry under these circumstances. So every department, every office, top to bottom of the executive branch was under these instructions. You know, that is about 2 million public servants, top to bottom. The executive branch, all ordered by President Trump not to provide information to Congress. The President offered no accommodation and no opportunity for negotiation. Ultimately, each agency and office followed the President's order. In response to each subpoena, the Trump administration produced no documents, nothing, nada. And the agencies and offices made clear that it was due to the President's instructions. They always deferred to that October 8 letter. For example, despite the Secretary's initial signal of cooperation, I gave you the quote when he was asked specifically on TV. He said they would try to cooperate. But despite that, the Department of Defense later refused to respond to the committee's subpoena. In a letter to the committees, the Department of Defense echoed many of the White House's unsupported legal arguments and concluded, and I quote, In light of these concerns, and in view of the President's position as expressed in the White House Counsel's October 8th letter, and without waiving any other objections to the subpoena that the Department may have, the Department is unable to comply with your request for documents at this time. Again, on a TV interview on Face the Nation, they tried to ask him again. So when asked by Chris Wallace on Fox News, question, but do you feel Congress has the right to oversight and to be able to see documents from the Pentagon about a program that was approved by Congress? Answer, well, they do, but provided it's done in the right way and proper way. And I think that was the issue. Again, I think my reputation is pretty good in terms of being very transparent. I like to communicate with members of Congress, but in this case, my recollection is that they were technical and legal issues that prohibited us from doing exactly what was requested by Congress. So he said he would try to cooperate, to seek to comply, but now they're backpedaling. But senators, there was no valid technical or legal arguments. None were put forth to justify the stonewalling of the impeachment inquiry. The documents President Trump is withholding are highly relevant, responsive, and would further our understanding of the President's scheme. Here is just a sampling of the documents we know exist that are currently being withheld. National Security Advisor John Bolton's notes, Ambassador Taylor's first-person cable to Secretary Pompeo, emails between OMB and other agencies about the President's directive to place a hold on the Ukraine military aid, and the hundreds of heavily redacted documents that the administration now turned over to third parties under FOIA court orders. Certainly, the documents released pursuant to the FOIA lawsuits were not subject to any claims of privilege or confidentiality or burden. The administration released them publicly. By contrast, the President turned over nothing in response to the House impeachment investigation. Now, senators, there still is another component of the President's obstruction that I want all of us to focus on. Not only did the President block agencies and offices from producing documents, his administration also blocked current and former officials from identifying, producing, or even reviewing relevant documents. First, the Trump administration actively discouraged its employees from even identifying documents responsive to the committee's requests. Deputy Assistant Secretary George Kent testified in his deposition that he informed a State Department attorney about additional responsive records that the department had not collected. According to Kent, the department attorney, quote, got very angry and, quote, objected to Kent raising of the additional information. He, quote, made clear that he did not think it was appropriate for Kent to make the suggestion. So here's a lawyer telling the witness, don't say that. I just, frankly, as a lawyer and former judge, I just can't believe something like this would happen. But Kent responded that he was just trying to, quote, make sure that the department was being fully responsive. Second, the Trump administration refused to permit individual witnesses to produce relevant documents themselves. after the State Department failed to respond to voluntary requests for documents at the beginning of the investigation, the committee sent document requests to 6 individual State Department employees. Secretary Pompeo objected to the committee's request to state officials, calling them, quote, "It's an act of intimidation and an invitation to violate federal court laws." He also claimed that the House inquiry, quote, "an attempt to intimidate, bully, and treat improperly the distinguished professionals of the Department of State." Now, we were the bullies. But let's be clear. His statement has been contradicted by actual State Department professionals from whom the committee sought documents. Kent testified that he, quote, "had not felt bullied, threatened, and intimidated by the House." In fact, Kent said that the language in Secretary Pompeo's letter, which had been drafted by the State Department attorney, was without consulting Mr. Kent. He said, quote, "it was inaccurate." Inaccurate. Then the State Department ordered witnesses to withhold documents from Congress. For example, on October 14, the department sent a letter to Kent's personal attorney warning, quote, "Your client is not authorized to disclose to Congress any records relating to official duties." Certain witnesses defied these orders and produced the substance of key documents, providing critical insight into the president's scheme. Other witnesses produced documents to the Trump administration so they could be turned over to Congress. But now the administration is also sitting on those documents and is refusing to turn them over. Ambassador Taylor testified that he turned over documents to the Trump administration, but to his knowledge, they had not been produced to the House. Let's watch.
But has any of the documents that you turned over, to your knowledge, been turned over to the committee?
No.
Well, Senators, I will confirm the committees have not seen not one of these documents. None. Finally, if it could be any worse, well, it is. A Trump administration official, Ambassador Sondland, informed us that he was not even permitted to review his own relevant records in preparation for the testimony. Again, this would be his own records so that he could prepare to testify. So let's watch.
I have not had access to all of my phone records, State Department emails, and many, many other State Department documents. And I was told I could not work with my EU staff to pull together the relevant files and information. Having access to the State Department materials would have been very helpful to me in trying to reconstruct with whom I spoke and met and when and what was said. My lawyers and I have made multiple requests to the State Department and the White House for these materials. Yet these materials were not provided to me, and they have also refused to share these materials with this committee. These documents are not classified, and in fairness, should have been made available.
Of course, we agree. At President Trump's order, agencies and offices refused to produce documents in response to the committee's requests, and they refused to allow individual witnesses to do so either. So let's recap. No documents, zero, goose egg, nada. in response to over 70 requests and 5 subpoenas. No attempt to negotiate. No genuine attempt to accommodate. Categorical, indiscriminate, and unprecedented stonewalling. Again, never in my time as a lawyer or as a judge have I seen this kind of total disrespect and defiance of a lawfully issued subpoena, and all on President Trump's orders. And it could continue because this obstruction of Congress is real and it's beyond comparison. This president should be removed.
Mr. Chief Justice and Senators, let's turn to President Trump's efforts to stop witnesses from testifying. No other president facing impeachment has taken the extreme step to prohibit executive branch witnesses from testifying before Congress. Even President Nixon, who famously attempted to defy a subpoena for tape recordings of his conversations, he let his most senior staff testify before Congress. Now, I remember listening on TV as John Dean testified before the Senate Watergate Committee. He was the president's lawyer. President Nixon didn't block him. Not only did President Nixon allow his staff to testify before Congress, he publicly directed them to testify and without demanding a subpoena. Actually, with the Senate Watergate investigation, President Nixon said, and this is a quote, "All members of the White House staff will appear voluntarily when requested by the committee. They will testify under oath, and they will answer fully all proper questions." Now compare to President Trump. He publicly attacked the House's impeachment inquiry, calling it, quote, "constitutionally invalid." And he ordered every single person working in the executive branch to defy the House impeachment inquiry. As just discussed, in the letter to the Speaker of the House, the White House Counsel said that President Trump, quote, "cannot permit his administration to participate." No president ever used the official power of his office to prevent witnesses from giving testimony to Congress in such a blanket and indiscriminate manner. There's no telling how many government officials would have come forward if the president hadn't issued this order. Let's look at some of the witnesses who followed the president's orders. The House issued subpoenas to compel the testimony of 3 officials at the Office of Management and Budget: Acting Director Russell Vought, Associate Director Michael Duffy, and Associate Director Michael McCormick. Now, according to the testimony in the House, which was reinforced by emails recently revealed through the Freedom of Information Act lawsuits, OMB was just central to the president's hold on security assistance to Ukraine. Its officials served as conduits for the White House to implement the hold without directly engaging the agencies that actually supported release of the aid. President Trump directed these 3 OMB officials to violate their legal obligation by defying lawful subpoenas, and they followed his orders. This isn't just an argument, it's a fact. In response to House subpoenas, the OMB sent a letter to Chairman Schiff refusing to comply, and this is what the letter said. As directed by the White House Counsel's October 8, 2019 letter, OMB will not participate in this partisan and unfair impeachment inquiry. In that simple statement, OMB admitted several key points. First, Mr. Cipollini's letter of October 8th was an official directive from the White House. Second, President Trump's blanket order applied to OMB and the 3 officials subpoenaed by the House. Third, President Trump's blanket order not only directed them to refuse to participate voluntarily, it also directed them to defy House subpoenas. Fourth, President Trump's blanket order directly prevented the 3 OMB officials from providing testimony to the House. There is no question about the scope of President Trump's order. It was total. There's no question about the intent of the order. It was clearly understood by administration officials as shown by OMB. And there's no question the order had an impact. It directly prevented the House from getting testimony from the 3 senior officials at OMB. So here we are. The President of the United States issued an official order forbidding every single person who works for the executive branch of our government from giving testimony to the House as part of an impeachment investigation. That order prevented the House from getting testimony from witnesses who knew about the President's conduct. The matter is simple, it's plain to see. The question we here in Congress must ask is whether we're prepared to turn a blind eye to a president's obstruction. Obstruction not only of oversight, but also the power to determine whether Congress may gather evidence in an impeachment proceeding. If the Senate is prepared to accept that, it will mean that not only President Trump, all presidents after him will have veto power over Congress's ability to conduct oversight and the power of impeachment. The House was not prepared to accept that, and that's why the House approved Article 2. As you consider what you think about this, please know that President Trump's blanket order was not the end of his campaign to obstruct the impeachment inquiry. Actually, it was just the beginning. In addition to his total ban of government witnesses, President Trump also sent specific explicit orders. He directed key witnesses to defy subpoenas and to refuse to testify as part of the House's impeachment inquiry. As you know, the House subpoenaed acting White House Chief of Staff Mick Mulvaney. We wanted his testimony. As at a White House press briefing in October, I know you've seen it before, Mr. Mulvaney confirmed what we had suspected. Mr. Mulvaney admitted that President Trump withheld the aid to pressure Ukraine into announcing an investigation into the conspiracy theory that Ukraine interfered in the 2016 elections. Here's his words.
Did he also mention to me in the past the corruption related to the DNC server? Absolutely. No question about that. But that's it. And that's why we held up the money.
After this really stunning admission, the House issued a subpoena to require Mr. Mulvaney to testify. But on the day of Mr. Mulvaney's scheduled deposition, the White House sent a letter to his personal attorney. It prohibited from obeying the subpoena. And the letter said, quote, "The President directs Mr. Mulvaney not to appear at the committee's scheduled deposition." When he issued this order, President Trump doubled down on his previous blanket order. He did so after the House voted to approve Resolution 660, which in no uncertain terms made clear that Mr. Mulvaney was being subpoenaed to testify in an impeachment investigation. This order was the first of many. President Trump also ordered another White House official, Robert Blair, not to testify. Mr. Blair is Mr. Mulvaney's senior advisor and his closest aide. He was involved in communications about the hold on Ukraine aid. The day after his initially scheduled deposition, Mr. Blair's personal attorney sent a letter to the House. It said, quote, "Mr. Blair has been directed by the White House not to appear and testify." The House also wanted testimony from John Eisenberg, the senior attorney on President Trump's National Security Council. As you've heard over the past few days, key witnesses, including Dr. Hill, Lieutenant Colonel Vindman, said they were concerned by President Trump's efforts to pressure Ukraine. They were told to report these concerns to Mr. Eisenberg. On the day before his scheduled deposition, the White House sent a letter to Mr. Eisenberg's personal attorney. It said, quote, "The President directs Mr. Eisenberg not to appear at the committee's deposition." Now that language is starting to sound familiar. Mr. Eisenberg's personal attorney then sent a letter to the House. The letter said this: "Under these circumstances, Mr. Eisenberg has no other option that is consistent with his legal and ethical obligations except to follow the direction of his client and employer, the President of the United States. Accordingly, Mr. Eisenberg will not be appearing for a deposition at this time." Now that language, I think, is important. And it's telling.
Lester Holt here. We want to take a brief pause here to allow some of our stations to return to regular programming. For the rest of you, NBC News coverage of the Senate impeachment trial continues.
Obligations. By directing him to defy a lawful subpoena, President Trump created a legal and ethical problem for Mr. Eisenberg. I'm sure you know, contempt of Congress can be punished as a criminal offense. It carries a possible sentence of up to 12 months in jail. No president has ever dared, during an impeachment inquiry, to officially and explicitly order government witnesses to defy House subpoenas. You don't have to consider high-minded constitutional principles to understand why this was wrong. It's simple, really. By ordering specific government officials to defy congressional subpoenas, President Trump forced those officials to choose between submitting to the demands of their boss or break the law. Nobody should abuse a position of power in that way. But President Trump specifically ordered all three of these senior White House officials, Mulvaney, Blair, Eisenberg, to defy the House's subpoenas and refuse to testify. President Trump's efforts to conceal his actions didn't stop there, and they didn't stop at the front door of the White House. No less than 12 other witnesses were specifically ordered not to testify. One of those witnesses, Ulrich Breckbull, hasn't been highlighted much over the past few days, but the way he fits into the story is worth noting. Mr. Breckbull is a senior official at the State Department. Like these other senior officials, he was ordered not to testify. In a letter to the House, his attorney said, quote, "Mr. Breckbull has received a letter of instruction from the State Department directing that he not appear." Mr. Breckbull is still another person who could shed light on President Trump's actions. He was kept updated on Rudy Giuliani's broader efforts in Ukraine. He had firsthand knowledge of Secretary Pompeo's involvement. For one thing, he handled Ambassador Yovanovitch's recall from Ukraine, though he refused to meet with her in the aftermath. Also, messages by Ambassador Volker show that Mr. Breckbull knew about Mr. Giuliani's efforts in the Ukraine as they occurred. On July 10th, Ambassadors Taylor, Volker, and Sondland discussed Rudy Giuliani's push abroad. While discussing the problems Rudy was creating by meddling in official U.S. foreign policy, Ambassador Taylor noted that he, quote, briefed Ulrich this afternoon. Also on August 11th, Ambassador Sondland emailed Mr. Breckbull to ask him to brief Secretary Pompeo on a statement he was negotiating with President Zelensky, the aim of, quote, making the boss happy enough to authorize an invitation. Ambassador Sondland wrote to him, quote, "Kurt and I negotiated a statement from Z to be delivered for our review in a day or two. The contents will hopefully make the boss happy enough to authorize an invitation." Now, State Department Executive Secretary Lisa Kenna answered Ambassador Sondland several hours later letting him know that she'd pass that information on to Secretary Pompeo. Let's consider and pause here why this message to Mr. Breckbull, which the State Department continues to conceal, is important. In this exchange, Ambassador Sondland told Breckbull that he had negotiated a deal to get President Zelensky to make a statement, and that Sondland hoped that the promised statement would, quote, make the boss happy enough to authorize an invitation. It shows that senior State Department leadership, including Secretary Pompeo, were quite aware of the deal to trade an invitation to the White House for a statement from President Zelensky. Indeed, Ambassador Sondland confirmed that he kept them in the loop. Here's his testimony.
We kept the leadership of the State Department and the NSC informed of our activities, and that included communications with Secretary of State Pompeo, his counselor, Ulrich Breckbull, his executive secretary, Lisa Kenna, and also communications with Ambassador Bolton, Dr. Hill, Mr. Morrison, and their staff at the NSC. They knew what we were doing and why.
8 other witnesses were also ordered not to testify as part of the House's impeachment inquiry. But those 8 witnesses came forward anyway, despite the president's efforts to prevent them from testifying. All of the following witnesses were told not to testify: Ambassador Marie Yovanovitch, Ambassador Gordon Sondland, Deputy Assistant Secretary of State George Kent, Ambassador Bill Taylor, Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense Laura Cooper, Deputy Associate Director at OMB Mark Sandy, State Department official Catherine Croft, and State Department official Christopher Anderson. Each of these 8 witnesses followed the law. They obeyed House subpoenas, and they testified before the House. In all, we know that by issuing the blanket order and later specific orders, President Trump prevented at least 12 current or former administration officials from testifying during the House's impeachment inquiry. He specifically forced 9 of those witnesses to defy duly authorized subpoenas. The facts are straightforward and they're not in dispute. First, in the history of our republic, no president ever dared to issue an order to prevent even a single government witness from testifying in an impeachment inquiry. Second, President Trump abused the power of his office by using his official power in an attempt to prevent every single person who works in the executive branch from testifying before the House. Finally, President Trump's orders, in fact, prevented the House from obtaining key witness testimony from at least 12 current or former government officials. President Trump's orders were clear. They were categorical, they were indiscriminate, and they were wrong. They prevented key government witnesses from testifying. There's no doubt. That's obstruction, plain and simple.
Now let us turn to some final set of facts. In a further effort to silence his administration, President Trump engaged in a brazen effort to publicly attack and intimidate the dedicated public servants who came forward to testify. To be clear, these witnesses didn't seek the spotlight in this way. For years, they had quietly and effectively performed their duties on behalf of our national interest and on behalf of the American people. Why would they seek the spotlight in this way, knowing that the President of the United States would lead the chorus of attacks against them? And he did. In response, The president issued threats, openly discussed possible retaliation, attacked their character and patriotism, and subjected them to mockery and other insults. The president's attacks were broadcast to millions of Americans, including the witnesses, their families, their friends, and their co-workers. This campaign of intimidation risks discouraging witnesses from coming forward voluntarily or complying with mandatory subpoenas for documents and testimonies. And as we all know, witness intimidation is a federal crime. There is simply not enough time today to walk through each of the president's attacks on the House's witnesses. But let's talk about a few. As I am sure my colleagues recall, the House subpoenaed Ambassador Marie Yovanovitch for public testimony. Ambassador Yovanovitch's first tour was in Somalia, an increasingly dangerous place as that country's civil war progressed. During a different tour, when Ambassador Yovanovitch helped to open a U.S. embassy, during which time the embassy was attacked by a gunman who sprayed the embassy building with gunfire. Ambassador Yovanovitch has also served as ambassador to Armenia and served the U.S. Embassy in Moscow. As Chairman Schiff said earlier, she has served in some dangerous places around the world on behalf of our interests and the interests of the American people. President Trump's Undersecretary of State for Political Affairs described Ambassador Yovanovitch as, and I quote, an exceptional officer doing exceptional work at a critical embassy in Kyiv. But during Ambassador Yovanovitch's public testimony, President Trump tweeted, "Everywhere Marie Yovanovitch went turned bad." She started off in Somalia. How did that go? Then fast forward to Ukraine, where the new Ukrainian president spoke unfavorably about her in my second phone call with him. It is the U.S. president's outright or absolute right to appoint ambassadors. In that same hearing, Chairman Schiff asked Ambassador Yovanovitch for her reactions to the president's attacks during her testimony before the House. Let's listen to that exchange.
Ambassador, you've shown the courage to come forward today and testify. Notwithstanding the fact you were urged by the White House or State Department not to, notwithstanding the fact that, as you testified earlier, the president implicitly threatened you in that call record, and now the president in real time is attacking you. What effect do you think that has on other witnesses' willingness to come forward and expose wrongdoing?
Well, it's very intimidating.
It's designed to intimidate, is it not?
I mean, I can't speak to what the president is trying to do, but I think the effect is to be intimidating.
Well, I want to let you know, Ambassador, that some of us here take witness intimidation very, very seriously.
The House also subpoenaed the public testimony of Ambassador William B. Taylor, another career public servant who graduated at the top of his class from West Point, served as an infantry commander in Vietnam, and earned a Bronze Star and an Air Medal with the V device for valor. Yes, yet shortly after Ambassador Taylor came forward to Congress, President Trump publicly referred to him as a never-Trumper without any basis. And then, When a reporter noted that Secretary of State Mike Pompeo had hired Ambassador Taylor, President Trump responded, and I quote, "Hey, everybody makes mistakes." He then had the following exchange about Ambassador Taylor. Let's listen.
Do you want him out now? He's a never-Trumper. His lawyer's the head of the never-Trumpers. They're a dying breed, but they're still there.
Ambassador Taylor has since stepped down from his position as our chief diplomat in Ukraine. In addition to his relentless attack on witnesses who testified in connection to the House's impeachment inquiry, the president also repeatedly threatened and attacked the member of the intelligence community who filed the anonymous whistleblower complaint. In more than 100 statements about the whistleblower, over a period of just 2 months, the president publicly questioned the whistleblower's motives and disputed the accuracy of the whistleblower's account. But most disturbing, President Trump issued a threat against the whistleblower and those who provided information to the whistleblower. Let's listen.
I want to know who's the person that gave the whistleblower, who's the person that gave the whistleblower the information? Because that's close to a spy. You know what we used to do in the old days when we were smart, right? With spies and treason, right? We used to handle it a little differently than we do now.
The president's need to conceal his actions was so extreme that he even attacked the credibility of those witnesses who served our country in combat. This included active duty military personnel and veterans who earned the Purple Heart and Bronze Star, among other battlefield recognition. But President Trump showed utter disregard for such patriotism. For example, President Trump attacked Lieutenant Colonel Vindman during his testimony on November 19th, seeking to question his loyalty to the United States. The president retweeted, Lieutenant Colonel Vindman was offered the position of defense minister for the Ukrainian government 3 times. Lieutenant Colonel Vindman, the National Security Director for Ukraine, has been an active duty Army officer for more than 20 years. Lieutenant Colonel Vindman earned a Purple Heart for wounds he sustained in an improvised explosive attack or device in Iraq. President Trump's campaign of witness intimidation is reprehensible, debases the presidency, and was part of his effort to obstruct the impeachment inquiry. The fact that it is the President of the United States making these threats tells us something. It tells us that the President desperately wanted to keep witnesses from testifying and thus further obstruct Congress's inquiry. Senators, we cannot and we must not condone President Trump's attacks on whistleblowers and witnesses, people who truly have the ability to put our country first.
Now that we have carefully reviewed the facts and have described the President's categorical obstruction of Congress, we address questions of law. This discussion need not be abstract. The President's obstruction impacts the Senate directly. It impacts the constituents you represent. It impacts you. because your job as a member of Congress is to hold the executive branch in check. This is true no matter who occupies the White House or which party controls the House or Senate. And the further the president, any president, departs from the law and the Constitution, the more important it is for you to do your job. I suspect that there is common ground here. We all know that in order for Congress to do its work, we must have information. What is reasonable policy? What is the administration doing? Do we support it? Should we oppose it? Should we enact legislation to correct the problem? Asking questions, gathering information, making decisions based on the answers, this is one of the fundamental functions of Congress. I suspect that we agree on this as well. Our ability to do that work depends on our gathering information. It depends on the power of the congressional subpoena. Even when you make a polite request for information from a friendly administration, that request is backed by the threat of a subpoena. And although the power of the congressional subpoena has been affirmed repeatedly by the courts, enshrined in the rules of the House and Senate, and respected by executive branch agencies for centuries, if the President chooses to ignore our subpoenas, our power as a branch of government, our ability to do our jobs, our ability to keep an administration in check, our ability to make sure that the American people are represented by a Congress and not just by a president is diminished. Please know that we are not talking about a disagreement over the last few documents at the end of a long production schedule. We are talking about a direct order from the President of the United States to completely disregard all our subpoenas, to deny us all information the President wants to keep secret. This is in order to deprive Congress of our ability to hold an administration accountable. It is a bid to neuter Congress, to render the President all-powerful, since Congress could not have any information the President didn't want us to have. Without information, we cannot act. And so we must ask, is there a consequence for a President who defies our subpoenas absolutely, who says to all branches of the administration, do not obey a single congressional subpoena categorically without knowing the subject of the subpoena? Just never answer a congressional subpoena? Who denies Congress the right to any information necessary to challenge his power? Would Madison, Hamilton, and Washington support removing a president who declares that the Constitution lets him do whatever he wants, and who brazenly adds that he can ignore any effort to investigate, even when backed by subpoenas that the law requires him to obey? The answer to all these questions is a resounding yes. But before diving in, I'd like to set the historical scene. The framers were wise, and so they worried that presidents would abuse their power for personal gain. They feared that someday a president might mistake himself for a king, whose decisions cannot be questioned, whose conduct cannot be investigated, whose power transcends the rule of law. Such a would-be king would certainly think things like, quote, I have the right to do whatever I want as president. He might believe that it is, quote, illegitimate for anyone to investigate him. Of course, not even the framers could have imagined that a president would say these things out loud. A president with this view of raw power would attack anyone who tried to hold him to account, branding them, quote, human scum, and, quote, the enemy of the people. He would argue that courts have no power to enforce subpoenas against him. He would conscript his allies to ridicule Congress. He would harass witnesses who testified against him, declaring it disloyal to question his conduct. He would use the powers of his eye office to sabotage our system of checks and balances. All of this we have seen in the last few years, indeed in the last few months. The framers wrote the impeachment clause to protect the American people from such a president. The impeachment clause exists to protect our freedom and our democracy in between elections. It exists to remind presidents that they serve the public, not the other way around. It is a reminder to presidents that they answer to something greater than themselves. It confirms that nobody in America is above the law, not even the president. But as we have discussed, the impeachment power does not magically protect us when the president commits high crimes and misdemeanors. In Benjamin Franklin's words, the framers left us a republic, if we can keep it. Now, one way we can uphold that promise is to do our duty as elected members of Congress to hold the executive branch in check. That responsibility is part of the constitutional design. The burden is ours, regardless of our political party, no matter who sits in the Oval Office. In the ordinary course, when we do our jobs, we do our nation a service by holding the executive branch, both its political leadership and its professional core, accountable to the people for its actions. And when the president's conduct exceeds the usual constitutional safeguards, it falls on the House to investigate presidential wrongdoing and, if necessary, to approve articles of impeachment. It then falls on the Senate to judge, convict, and remove presidents who threaten the Constitution. This entire framework depends on Congress' ability to discover and then to thoroughly investigate presidential malfeasance. If presidents could abuse their power and then conceal all the evidence from Congress, the impeachment clause would be a nullity. We, the people, would lose a vital protection. That is why officials throughout history have repeatedly recognized that subpoenas served in an impeachment inquiry must be obeyed, including by the president. It is why, before President Trump, only a single official in American history has ever defied an impeachment subpoena. And that is why that official, Richard Nixon, faced an article of impeachment for doing so. As the House Judiciary Committee reasoned in its analysis of Nixon's obstruction, quote, unless the defiance of the House subpoenas is considered grounds for impeachment, it is difficult to conceive of any president acknowledging that he is obligated to supply the relevant evidence necessary for Congress to exercise its constitutional responsibility in an impeachment proceeding. Representative Robert McClory, a Republican from Illinois, explained the importance of this article of impeachment for our separation of powers. He said, if we refuse to recommend that the president should be impeached because of his defiance of the Congress with respect to the subpoenas that we have issued, the future respondents will be in the position where they can determine themselves what they are going to provide in an impeachment inquiry and what they are not going to provide. And this would be particularly so in the case of an inquiry directed toward the President of the United States. So it not only affects this president, but future presidents. And that's where we find ourselves now, but with even greater force. President Nixon authorized other executive branch officials and agencies to honor their legal obligations. He also turned over many of his own documents. President Trump, in contrast, directed his entire administration, every agency, every office, and every official not to cooperate with the impeachment inquiry. As in Nixon's case, President Trump's obstruction is merely an extension of his cover-up. As in Nixon's case, President Trump's obstruction reveals consciousness of guilt. Innocent people do not act this way. They do not hide all the evidence. And like Nixon, President Trump has offered an assortment of arguments to excuse his obstruction. But as was true in Nixon's case, none of these excuses can succeed. At bottom, these arguments amount to a claim that the president can dictate the terms of his own impeachment inquiry. President Trump's lawyers may insist that his grounds for defying Congress are unique and limited, that they only apply here, just this one time, that it was the House, not the president, that broke from precedent, that he would gladly comply with subpoenas if only the House would do as he insists. That is pure fantasy. The president's arguments are not a one-ride ticket. They're not unique to these facts. Unless they are firmly and finally rejected here, these bogus excuses will reappear every time Congress investigates any president for serious abuses of power. Every single time. They will constitute a playbook for ignoring oversight available to all future presidents, Democratic or Republican. These arguments are not consistent with the Constitution. They are loyally window dressing for an unprecedented, dangerous power grab. Plenty of presidents and judges have complained about impeachment inquiries, declaring their own innocence, attacking the House's motives, and insisting that due process entitled them to all sorts of things. But no president or judge, except Richard Nixon, has ever defied subpoenas on that basis. And no president or judge, none, has ever directed others to defy subpoenas categorically across the board. They have all eventually recognized their obligations under the law. President Trump stands alone. And if President Trump is permitted to defy our subpoenas here in an impeachment inquiry, when the courts have said the congressional power of inquiry is at its highest, imagine what future presidents will do when we attempt to conduct routine oversight. President Trump is the first leader of this nation to declare that nobody can investigate him for official misconduct except on his own terms. In word and in deed, President Trump has declared himself above the law. He has done so because he is guilty and wishes to conceal as much of the evidence from the American people and from this body as he can. In that, he must not succeed. If President Trump is allowed to remain in office after this conduct, historians will mark the date that this Senate allowed this president to break one of our mightiest defenses against tyranny. They will wonder why Congress so readily surrendered one of its core constitutional powers. They will wonder why Congress admitted that a president can get away with anything, can violate any constitutional rule, any liberty, any request for information, and get away with it simply by saying, I don't have to answer your questions. Congress has no power to make me answer questions about my conduct. That's what is at stake. And future people will despair that future presidents can abuse their power without fear of consequence or constraint. Let's begin with the legal premise of the second article of impeachment. Congress has the power to investigate presidents for official misconduct. This premise is indisputable. Article 1 of the Constitution, all legislative powers herein granted shall be vested in the Congress of the United States, which shall consist of a Senate and House of Representatives. Each House may determine the rules of its own proceedings. Our investigations are grounded in Article 1 of the Constitution, which grants Congress all legislative powers and authorizes each House to determine its own rules. As the Supreme Court has explained, the Constitution thus vests the House and the Senate with the power of inquiry that is, and I quote, penetrating and far-reaching, close quote. Moreover, Congress can effectuate that power of inquiry by issuing subpoenas commanding the recipient to provide documents or to testify under oath. Compliance with subpoenas is mandatory. It's not at the option of the executive or the president. As the Supreme Court has explained, quote, it is unquestionably the duty of all citizens to cooperate with the Congress in its efforts to obtain the facts needed for intelligent legislative action. It is their unremitting obligation to respond to subpoenas, to respect the dignity of the Congress and its committees, and to testify with respect to matters within the province of proper investigation. More recently, United States District Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson has elaborated, quote, blatant defiance of Congress' centuries-old power to compel the performance of witnesses is not an abstract injury, nor is it a mere banal insult to our democracy. It is an affront to the mechanism for curbing abuses of power that the framers carefully crafted for our protection, and thereby recalcitrant witnesses actually undermine the broader interests of the people of the United States. In recognition of the important role that congressional inquiries play in protecting our democracy and in guarding the American people, it is unlawful to obstruct them. Of course, while Congress investigates many issues, one of the most important is misconduct in the executive branch. There is a long history of congressional investigations into the executive branch. To name a few especially famous cases, Congress has investigated claims that President Lincoln mishandled Civil War military strategy, the infamous Teapot Dome scandal under President Harding, President Nixon's involvement in the Watergate scandal, President Reagan's involvement in the Iran-Contra affair, President Clinton's real estate dealings in the Monica Lewinsky scandal, warrantless wiretapping under President George Bush, attacks on American personnel in Benghazi under President Obama. Since the dawn of the Republic, presidents have recognized Congress's power to investigate the executive branch. Even in sensitive investigations involving national security and foreign policy, presidents have provided Congress with access to senior officials and important documents. For example, in the Iran-Contra inquiry, President Reagan's former National Security Advisor, Oliver North, and the former Assistant to the President for National Security Affairs, John Poindexter, testified before Congress. President Reagan also produced relevant excerpts of his personal diaries to Congress. During the Clinton administration, Congress obtained testimony from top advisors, including the President's Chief of Staff, Mac McLarty, his Chief of Staff, Erskine Bowles, White House Counsel Bernie Nussbaum, and White House Counsel Jack Quinn. In the Benghazi investigation, President Obama made many of his top aides available for transcribed interviews, including National Security Advisor Susan Rice and Deputy National Security Advisor for Strategic Communications, Benjamin Rhodes. The Obama administration, in that case, also produced more than 75,000 pages of documents, including 1,450 pages of White House emails with communications of senior officials on the National Security Council. To be sure, certain House Republicans complained loudly that the Obama administration's response to the Benghazi investigation was insufficient. Just imagine how they would have reacted if President Obama had ordered total defiance of all subpoenas. There would have been outrage. Why? Because Congress unquestionably has the authority to investigate presidential conduct. Now, not only does Congress have the power to investigate the executive, but as we have discussed, Article 1 of the Constitution gives the House the sole power of impeachment. The framers intended this power to be an essential check on out-of-control presidents. But it does not work automatically. The House must investigate, question witnesses, and review documents. Only then can it decide whether to approve or not approve articles of impeachment. Therefore, when the House determines that the President may have committed high crimes and misdemeanors, it has the constitutional duty to investigate his conduct. In such cases, the House acts not only pursuant to its ordinary legislative authority, but also serves as a grand inquest of the nation. Because an impeachment inquiry wields one of the greatest powers in the Constitution, a power that exists specifically to constrain presidents, its subpoenas are backed with the full force of the impeachment clause. They cannot be thwarted by ordinary executive privileges or ordinary objections. It is therefore presumed, as President Polk conceded over 150 years ago, that, quote, all the archives and papers of the executive departments, public or private, would be subject to inspection, and, quote, every facility in the power of the executive would be afforded to enable the House to prosecute the investigation. What investigation? The impeachment investigation of President Polk. President Polk's statement, which we will return to, was no outlier. Presidents have long understood that they must comply with impeachment inquiries. Consistent with this understanding, in the history of the Republic, no president has ever claimed the unilateral prerogative to categorically defy a House impeachment inquiry. On the contrary, every president facing this issue has agreed that Congress possesses a broad and penetrating power of inquiry when investigating grounds for impeachment. This directly refutes President Trump's claim that he obstructed Congress to protect the office of the president. Every prior occupant of his office has disavowed the limitless power that he asserts. That matters. As the Supreme Court explained just a few years ago, and I quote, long settled and established practice is a consideration of great weight in a proper interpretation of constitutional provisions regulating the relationship between Congress and the President. So let's take a quick tour of the historical record. To begin at the beginning, a sweltering summer in Philadelphia, 1787, the framers discussed at length the balance between presidents and Congress. Remember, they had just fought a bloody war to rid themselves of a tyrant. And they were very conscious they didn't want another tyrant. When impeachment came up, they agreed it would limit the president's authority. But a strong majority of framers saw that as a virtue, not a vice. They wanted to empower the president, but also to keep his power from getting out of hand. Yet impeachment could not serve that role if the House were unable to investigate the president for suspected high crimes and misdemeanors. This was recognized early on, starting with our very first president. In 1796, the House requested that President Washington provide it with sensitive diplomatic materials relating to the hugely unpopular Jay Treaty with Great Britain. President Washington declined, since this request intruded upon his executive functions. But Washington agreed that impeachment would change his calculus. In the ensuing debates, it was noted on the House floor that Washington had admitted, quote, that where the House expresses an intention to impeach, the right to demand from the executive all papers and information in his possession belongs to it. All papers and information. This was only the first of many references to that point in our constitutional tradition. For example, less than 40 years later, in 1833, Justice Joseph Story remarked upon the dangers of presidential obstruction. He wrote, "The power of impeachment will generally be applied to persons holding high offices under the government, and it is of great consequence that the president should not have the power of preventing a thorough investigation of their own conduct." Consistent with this teaching, President Polk later offered his clear and insightful explanation of why presidents must honor all impeachment subpoenas. As I mentioned just a moment ago, he said, and I quote, "It may be alleged that the power of impeachment belongs to the House of Representatives, and that with a view to the exercise of this power, that House has the right to investigate the conduct of all public officers under the government. This is cheerfully admitted." Decades later, during our first presidential impeachment inquiry, President Andrew Johnson recognized Congress's power to thoroughly investigate him and his executive branch subordinates. In 1867, for example, the House Judiciary Committee obtained executive and presidential records. The committee interviewed cabinet officers and presidential aides about cabinet meetings and private conversations with the president by his top aides and cabinet officials. And multiple witnesses, moreover, answered questions about the opinions of the president, statements made by the president, and advice given to the president. There is no evidence that Johnson ever asserted any privilege to prevent disclosure of presidential conversations to the committee, or failed to comply with any of the committee's requests. Thus, in the first 80 years of the Republic, Presidents Washington, Polk, and Johnson, along with members and committees of the House and a Supreme Court justice, all recognize that Congress is authorized by the Constitution to investigate for impeachment, and that presidents are obligated to give all information requested. President Trump's attempt to stonewall Congress would have shocked those presidents. With only a few exceptions, invocations of the impeachment power subsided from 1868 to 1972. Yet even in that period, while objecting to ordinary legislative oversight, Presidents Ulysses Grant, Grover Cleveland, and Theodore Roosevelt each noted that Congress could obtain key executive branch documents in an impeachment inquiry. They thus confirmed yet again that impeachment is different. Under the Constitution, it requires full compliance. Then came Watergate, when President Nixon abused the powers of his office to undermine his political opponents. But even Nixon understood that he must comply with subpoenas for information relating to his misconduct. Thus, he stated in March 1973 regarding the Senate's Watergate investigation, I quote, "All members of the White House staff will appear voluntarily when requested by the committee. They will testify under oath, and they will answer fully all questions." As a result, many senior White House officials testified, including White House counsel John Dean, White House Chief of Staff H.R. Haldeman, and Deputy Assistant to the President Alexander Butterfield. In addition, Nixon produced many documents in response to congressional subpoenas, including notes from meetings with the President. As the House Judiciary Committee explained at the time, 69 officials had been subjected to impeachment investigations throughout American history. Yet, and I quote, "with the possible exception of one minor official who invoked the privilege against self-incrimination, not one of them challenged the power of the committee conducting the investigation to compel the production of evidence it deemed necessary." President Nixon's production of records was incomplete, however, in a very important respect. He did not produce tape recordings of key Oval Office conversations. In response, the House Judiciary Committee approved an article of impeachment against the President for obstruction of Congress. 24 years later, the House undertook impeachment proceedings against President Clinton. Consistent with President and entirely unlike President Trump, Clinton pledged to cooperate fully with the impeachment investigations. Ultimately, he provided written responses to 81 interrogatories from the Judiciary Committee, and 3 witnesses provided testimony during the Senate trial. As this review of the historical record proves, presidents have long recognized that the Constitution compels them to honor subpoenas served by the House in an impeachment inquiry. Stated simply, President Trump's categorical blockade of the House, his refusal to honor any subpoenas, his order that all subpoenas, without even knowing what they were, all subpoenas be defied, has no analog in the history of the Republic. Nothing even comes close. He has engaged in obstruction that several of his predecessors have expressly said is forbidden, and that led to an article of impeachment against Nixon. President Trump is an outlier. He is the first and only president ever to declare himself unaccountable and to ignore subpoenas backed by the Constitution's impeachment power. If he is not removed from office, if he is permitted to defy the Congress entirely, categorically, to say that subpoenas from Congress in an impeachment inquiry are nonsense, then we will have lost, the House will have lost, the Senate certainly will have lost all power to hold any president accountable. This is a determination by President Trump that he wants to be all-powerful. He does not have to respect the Congress. He does not have to respect the representatives of the people. Only his will goes. He is a dictator. This must not stand, and that is why, another reason, he must be removed from office.
Mr. Chief Justice, Senators, we've now shown how the extreme measures President Trump took to conceal evidence and block witnesses defies the Constitution and centuries of historical practice. But there's more to this story, and it only further undermines President Trump's case. The position he's taken is not only baseless as a historical matter, it's also inconsistent with the Justice Department's stated reason for refusing to indict or prosecute presidents. Now, the Department of Justice's unwillingness to indict a sitting president creates a danger that the president can't be held accountable by anyone, even for grave misconduct. To its credit, the Department of Justice recognized that risk. In its view, quote, "the constitutionally specified impeachment process ensures that the immunity would not place the president above the law." This argument by the Justice Department is really important. In justifying its view that a president can't be held criminally liable while in office, DOJ relies on Congress's ability to impeach and remove a president. But the Justice Department's rationale, it falls apart if the constitutionally specified impeachment process can't function because the president himself has obstructed it. The Supreme Court correctly noted in Nixon versus Fitzgerald, and that's not Richard Nixon, it's Judge Nixon, that vigilant oversight by Congress is necessary to, quote, "make credible the threat of impeachment." The president should not be treated as immune for criminal liability because he's subject to impeachment, but then be allowed to sabotage the impeachment process itself? That's what this president did. That places him dangerously above the law and beyond the separation of powers. Presidents can't be above the law. Presidents, like everyone else, must obey subpoenas served in an impeachment inquiry. In 1880, the Supreme Court explained, quote, where the question of such impeachment is before either House of Congress, acting in its appropriate sphere on that subject, we see no reason to doubt the right to compel the attendance of witnesses and their answer to proper questions in the same manner and by the use of the same means that courts of justice can in like cases. Almost a century later, Judge John Sirica's influential opinion on the Watergate roadmap in 1974 emphasized the special weight assigned to Congress in an impeachment. He wrote, "It should not be forgotten that we deal in a matter of the most critical moment to the nation, an impeachment investigation involving the President of the United States. It would be difficult to conceive of a more compelling need than that of this country for an unswervingly fair inquiry based on all the pertinent information." That same year, the Supreme Court decided the famous case of Nixon versus the United States. That's President Nixon. I was standing just across the street from the court when the case was handed down. And I remember seeing the reporters running down those marble steps, clutching the court's unanimous decision. The decision forced the release of key Oval Office tapes that President Nixon had tried to cover up by invoking executive privilege. In short order, it led to the resignation of President Nixon. The plaintiff in that case was actually the special prosecutor, Leon Jaworski, who had been appointed to investigate the Watergate burglary and who had issued subpoenas for the Nixon tapes. The Supreme Court upheld these subpoenas against President Nixon's claim of executive privilege. It reasoned that his asserted interest in confidentiality could not overcome the constitutionally grounded interest in the fair administration of criminal justice. Now, in reaching that conclusion, the court said this, quote, "The ends of criminal justice would be defeated if judgments were to be founded on a partial or speculative presentation of the facts. The very integrity of the judicial system and public confidence in the system depend on full disclosure of all facts within the framework of the rules of evidence." That reason, which was a unanimous decision by the Supreme Court in the Nixon tapes case, applies with full force, indeed greater force, to impeachments. The House Judiciary Committee recognized that when it approved an article of impeachment against President Nixon for obstruction of Congress. It reasoned as follows, quote, "If a generalized presidential interest in confidentiality cannot prevail over, quote, the fundamental demand of due process of law in the fair administration of justice, then neither can it be permitted to prevail over the fundamental need to obtain all the relevant facts in the impeachment process. Whatever the limits of legislative power in other contexts, and whatever need may otherwise exist for preserving the confidentiality of presidential conversations, in the context of an impeachment proceeding, the balance was struck in the favor of the power of inquiry. Accordingly, President Trump's conduct is unprecedented and actually offensive to the presidents, and it is inconsistent with his duty, his oath, to faithfully execute the laws. Now, that obligation to see that the laws are faithfully executed is not just about enforcing statutes. It's a duty to be faithful to the Constitution, every part of it, as stated in the text and understood across history, and it is a duty he has violated by obstructing Congress here. I want to make one additional point regarding the judiciary. Now, presidents have an obligation to comply with the Congress's impeachment inquiry, regardless of whether a court has reviewed the request. We make this point even though I think President Trump's lawyers would be making a mistake to raise it. After all, the president's lawyers can't have it both ways. They can't argue here that we must go to court and then argue in court that our case can't be heard. Anyway, the House's sole power of impeachment wouldn't be sole or much of a power if the House could not investigate the president at all without spending years litigating before the third branch of government. It would frustrate the Constitution for the House to depend entirely on the judiciary to advance its impeachment-related investigatory powers. Consistent with this understanding, before President Trump, the House had never before filed a lawsuit to require testimony or documents in presidential impeachment. We didn't have to. No president ever issued a blanket ban on compliance with House subpoenas or challenged the House to find a way around his unlawful order. In this strange and unprecedented situation, it's appropriate for Congress to reach its own judgment that the president is obstructing the exercise of its constitutional power. As then Representative Lindsey Graham explained in 1998 during the Clinton proceedings, where we served together on the Judiciary Committee, quote, "The day Richard Nixon failed to answer that subpoena is the day he was subject to impeachment because he took the power from Congress over the impeachment process away from Congress, and he became the judge and jury." There's still another reason why it would be wrong and dangerous to insist that the House cannot take action without involving the courts, and that reason is delay. Consider just 3 lawsuits filed by House committees over the past 2 decades to enforce subpoenas against senior executive branch officials. Now, I served on the Judiciary Committee when we decided that we needed to hear from former White House counsel Harriet Miers. In Committee on the Judiciary versus Miers, the Judiciary Committee tried to enforce a subpoena that required her to give testimony about the contentious firing of 9 U.S. attorneys. The committee served the subpoena in 2007. We negotiated, as courts indicate you should, with the White House, and we finally filed suit in March of 2008. We won a favorable district court order in July 2008. But we didn't receive testimony from Miers until June of 2009. That was 2 years. In Committee on Oversight and Reform versus Holder, the Committee on Oversight and Reform tried to force Attorney General Eric Holder to produce additional documents relating to the so-called Operation Fast and Furious. The committee served the subpoena on October 2011. They filed suit August 2012. They won a series of orders requiring productions of documents, but the first such order did not issue until August of 2014, nearly 3 years. In Committee on the Judiciary versus McGahn, the House Judiciary Committee sought to enforce a subpoena to require White House counsel Don McGahn to give testimony regarding matters relating to the special counsel's investigation. Now, we served that subpoena in April of last year. We filed suit in August of last year. We won a favorable district court order in November of last year. The Court of Appeals has stayed that ruling and didn't hear arguments until early this month, with an opinion and potentially unlikely Supreme Court application likely to follow. We will not have an answer likely this year. Sometimes courts move quickly, but here they haven't, not at all. Even when the House urges expedited action, it usually takes years, not months, to get evidence through judicial proceedings. Now, the president can't put off impeachment for years by ordering total defiance of the House and then insist the court go to court even as he argues that they can't go to court. That's especially true where the president doesn't just raise one or two objections to specific subpoenas, but orders a blanket, government-wide cover-up of all evidence. That kind of order makes this clear. The president sees himself completely immune from any accountability, above the law. It reveals his pretensions, really, to absolute power. It confirms he must be removed from office. Now, here's the key point. President Trump's obstruction of Congress is not merely unprecedented and wrong, it's also a high crime and misdemeanor, as the framers used and understood that phrase, warranting his immediate removal from office. To see why, let's return to first principles. As the framers deliberated in Philadelphia, George Mason posed a profound question. Shall any man be above justice?
We'll take a brief pause here to allow some of our stations to return to regular programming. For the rest of you, NBC News coverage of the Senate impeachment trial continues.
The king was in fact above justice. By authorizing Congress to remove presidents from egregious misconduct, the framers rejected that model. Unlike Britain's king, the president would answer to Congress and thus to the nation if he engaged in serious wrongdoing, because the impeachment power exists not to punish the president, but to check presidents. It can't function if presidents are free to ignore all congressional investigation and oversight. An impeachment scholar, Frank Bowman, said this: without the power to compel compliance with subpoenas and the concomitant right to impeach a president for refusal to comply, the impeachment power would be nullified. So the consequences of presidential obstruction go beyond any particular impeachment inquiry. They go to the heart of the impeachment power itself. They weaken our shield against a dangerous or corrupt president. Now, of course, presidents are still free to raise privacy, national security, or other concerns in the course of an impeachment inquiry. There's room for good faith negotiations over what evidence will be disclosed. Although there is a strong presumption in favor of full compliance with congressional subpoenas. But when a president abuses his office, abuses his power to completely defy House investigators in impeachment inquiry, when he does that without lawful cause or excuse, he attacks the Constitution itself. When he does that, he confirms that he sees himself as above the law. President Nixon's case is informative. As noted, President Nixon let his senior officials testify. He produced many documents. He did not direct anything like a blanket, indiscriminate block of the House's impeachment inquiry. He still did defy subpoenas seeking records and recordings of the Oval Office. Now, President Nixon claimed that his noncompliance was legally defensible. He invoked the doctrine of executive privilege. The Judiciary Committee rejected that excuse. The committee emphasized that, quote, the doctrine of separation of powers cannot justify the withholding of information from an impeachment inquiry. After all, the very purpose of such an inquiry is to permit the House, acting on behalf of the people, to curb the excesses of another branch, in this instance, the executive. Quote, whatever the limits of legislative power in other contexts, and whatever need may otherwise exist for preserving the confidentiality of presidential conversations in the context of an impeachment proceeding, the balance was struck in favor of the power of inquiry when the impeachment provision was written into the Constitution. Now, ultimately, the committee approved an article against Nixon because he sought to prevent the House from exercising its constitutional duty. Article 3 charged Nixon with abusing his power by interfering with the discharge of the Judiciary Committee's responsibility to investigate fully and completely whether he had committed high crimes and misdemeanors. President Nixon's third article of impeachment explained it this way, quote, "In refusing to produce these papers and things, Richard M. Nixon, substituting his judgment as to what materials were necessary for the inquiry, interposed the powers of the presidency against the lawful subpoenas of the House of Representatives, thereby assuming to himself functions and judgments necessary to the exercise of the sole power of impeachment as vested by the Constitution in the House of Representatives. In all of this, Richard M. Nixon acted in a matter contrary to his trust as president, subversive constitutional government, to the great prejudice of the cause of law and justice and to the manifest injury of the people of the United States." President Nixon's case powerfully supports the conclusion that presidential defiance of a House impeachment inquiry constitutes high crimes and misdemeanors. You know, I've been thinking a lot about the founders. I've been rereading the Constitution and the notes from the Constitutional Convention. It was just a little over 230 years ago. They met in Philadelphia, not too far from here. They'd been at it for a long time. They didn't know whether the Constitution they were trying to write would sustain freedom, but they were trying to create a completely different type of government. On July 20th, Governor Morris said this, "The magistrate is not the king. The people are the king." George Mason of Virginia on that same day said, "Shall any man be above justice? Above all, that man may be above it who can commit the most extensive injustice." And Eldridge Gerry argued that he hoped that the maxim that the chief magistrate could do no wrong would never be adopted here. Now, finally, on September 8th, they adopted the impeachment clause in the U.S. Constitution. But I hope that we will remember the admonition that we should never accept the fact that the magistrate, the president, can do no wrong. They crafted a Constitution to protect our liberty and the liberty of those who will follow us. Professor Noah Feldman talked about the Constitution in his testimony before the House.
A president who says, as this president did say, "I will not cooperate in any way, shape, or form with your process," robs a coordinate branch of government. He robs the House of Representatives of its basic constitutional power of impeachment.
You know, a president who does that also endangers the American people by stripping away the Constitution's final safeguard against presidents who abuse power and harm the nation. Such a president acts like a king, which the founders were fighting against. That's what they wrote out of the Constitution. A president cannot be immune from oversight, accountability, and even simple justice in the exercise of the powers entrusted to him. We can't let that stand in this case. The president must forfeit the powers that he's abused and be removed from office.
Mr. Chief Justice, distinguished members of the Senate, counsel for the President, my colleagues, the American people who are assembled here today. I think we have our next break scheduled for within the hour. And so I find myself in the unenviable position of being the only thing standing between you and our dinner. But be not discouraged, because I'm going to try to follow the advice of a former Sunday school teacher of mine, grew up in the Cornerstone Baptist Church in Brooklyn. She said, Jeffries, on the question of public presentations, be brief, be bright, and be gone. And so I'm going to try to do my best. Presidents are required to comply with impeachment subpoenas. This president has completely defied them. That conduct alone is a high crime and misdemeanor. The facts here are not really in dispute. President Trump's defense appears to be, I can do whatever I want to do. Only I can fix it. I am the chosen one.
Then I have an Article 2 where I have the right to do whatever I want as president.
Nobody knows the system better than me. Which is why I alone can fix it. Somebody had to do it. I am the chosen one. Somebody had to do it.
Is that who we are as a democracy? President Trump can't address the substance of our case. He therefore complains about process. But these procedural complaints are baseless excuses, and they do not justify his attempts to hide the truth from Congress and from the American people. The president's arguments fail for 4 simple reasons. First, the House, not the president, has the sole power of impeachment and the sole power to determine the rules of its proceedings. That's Article 1, Section 2 of the Constitution. Second, President Trump's due process argument has no basis in law, no basis in fact, no basis in the Constitution. President Trump may not preemptively deny any and all cooperation to the House and then assert that the House's procedures are illegitimate because they lack his cooperation. Third, President Trump's claim that he is being treated differently completely lacks merit. Despite what he contends, the House provided President Trump with greater protection than what was given to both President Nixon and President Clinton. The fact that President Trump failed to take advantage of these procedural protections does not mean they did not exist. President Trump is not the first president to complain about House procedures. He won't be the last. He's not the first one to challenge the motives of any investigation or certainly an impeachment inquiry. Such complaints are standard operating procedure from the Article 2 executive branch. Presidents Johnson, President Nixon, President Clinton had plenty of complaints. But no president has treated such objections as a basis for withholding evidence, let alone categorically defying every single subpoena. None, except Donald John Trump. Finally, the obligation to comply with an impeachment subpoena is unyielding. It does not dissipate, because the president believes House committees should invite different witnesses, give his defenders unfettered subpoena power, or involve his personal lawyers at the deposition stage of the process when that has never been done? And if a president can defy Congress on such fragile grounds, then it is difficult to imagine why any future president would ever comply with an impeachment or investigative subpoena again. Now, throughout our history, impeachments have been rare, and the Supreme Court has made clear that it's wary of intruding on matters of impeachment. This, of course, leaves room for inter-branch negotiation, but it does not allow the president to engage in blanket defiance. President Trump's objections are not genuinely rooted in the law. They are not good faith legal arguments. We know that because President Trump said early on he would fight all subpoenas. We know that because he declared the impeachment inquiry illegitimate before it even adopted any procedures. We know that because he has denounced every single effort to investigate him as a witch hunt. And we know that because he never even claimed executive privilege during the entire impeachment proceeding. President Trump's first excuse for obstructing Congress is his asserted belief that he did nothing wrong, that his July 25th call with President Zelensky was perfect. In the October 8th letter sent by his counsel, President Trump asserted the prerogative to defy all House subpoenas because he has declared his own innocence. As Mr. Sekulow put it, at President Trump's behest, the president did nothing wrong, and there is no basis for an impeachment inquiry. He had the White House counsel include this in a formal letter to the House, defying every single subpoena. As we have shown in our discussion of the first article of impeachment, these claims of innocence are baseless. They lack merit. We have provided overwhelming evidence of President Trump's guilt. The president cannot lawfully obstruct the House impeachment inquiry because he sees no need to be investigated. One of the most sacred principles of justice is that no man should be the judge in his own case. And yet, that is exactly what President Trump has been determined to do. But this is America. He cannot be judge, jury, and executioner. Moreover, the president cannot simply claim innocence and then walk away from a constitutionally mandated process. Even President Nixon did not do that, as we have previously established. Congress has a constitutional responsibility to serve as a check and balance on an out-of-control executive branch. Our responsibility is not to this president, it is to the American people. Blanket presidential defiance would bring a swift halt to all congressional oversight of the executive. That principle would have authorized categorical obstruction in the impeachments of President Johnson, President Nixon, and President Clinton. In each of those cases, the House was controlled by a different party than the presidency. And the president attacked those inquiries as partisan. Yet those presidents did not view their concerns with excessive partisanship as a basis for defying every single subpoena. The purpose of an impeachment inquiry is for the House to collect evidence to determine on behalf of the American people whether the president may have committed an impeachable offense, because the Constitution vests the House with the sole power of impeachment. A president who serves as the judge of his own innocence is not acting as a president. That's a dictator. That's a despot. That is not democracy. The president also believes, it appears, that his blanket obstruction was justified because the House did not expressly adopt a resolution authorizing an impeachment inquiry or properly delegate such investigative powers to its committees. Now, the full House voted in January, in advance of the inquiry, to adopt rules authorizing committees to conduct investigations, issue subpoenas, gather documents, and hear testimony. Beginning in the spring and summer of 2019, evidence came to light that President Trump and his associates might have been seeking the assistance of another foreign government, Ukraine, to influence the upcoming 2020 election. On September 9th, the House investigating committees announced they were launching a joint investigation. They requested records from the White House and the Department of State. This investigation was consistent with all rules approved by the full House. At the same time, evidence emerged that the president may have attempted to cover up his actions and prevent the transmission of a whistleblower complaint to the Intelligence Committee of the Senate and the House. Given the gravity of these allegations and the immediacy of the threat to the next presidential election, the Speaker of the House, a constitutional officer, explicitly named in Article 1, announced on September 24th that the House would begin a formal impeachment inquiry. There is nothing in the Constitution, nothing in federal law, nothing in Supreme Court jurisprudence that required a formal vote at the time. The president has put forth fake arguments about process because he cannot defend the substance of these allegations. Following the announcement of the impeachment inquiry, the House investigating committees issued additional requests and then subpoenas for documents and testimony. The committees made clear that this information would be collected as part of the House's impeachment inquiry and shared among committees, as well as with the Committee on the Judiciary as appropriate. Then, on October 31st, the full House voted to approve House Resolution 660, which directed the House committees to continue their ongoing investigations as part of the existing inquiry into whether sufficient grounds exist for the House of Representatives to exercise its constitutional power to impeach Donald John Trump. In addition to affirming the ongoing House impeachment inquiry, H.Res. 660 set forth procedures for open hearings in the Intelligence Committee and for additional proceedings in the Judiciary Committee. Every step in this process was fully consistent with the Constitution, the rules of the House, and House precedent. The House's autonomy to structure its own proceedings for an impeachment inquiry is grounded in the Constitution. The president's principal argument to the contrary is that no committee of the House was permitted to investigate any presidential misconduct until the full House acted. As a federal district court recently confirmed, the notion that a full House vote is required to authorize an impeachment inquiry has no textual support in the U.S. Constitution or the governing rules of the House. The investigations into misconduct by Presidents Andrew Johnson, Nixon, and Clinton all began prior to the House's consideration and approval of a resolution authorizing the investigation. Recently, under Republican control, the Judiciary Committee considered the impeachment of the Commissioner of the Internal Revenue Service, following a referral from another committee and absent a full vote of the House for an impeachment inquiry. There is no merit to President Trump's argument that the full House had to vote. The sequence of events in this particular case largely tracked those in the Nixon proceedings. The House Judiciary's proceedings began in October of 1973, when resolutions calling for President Nixon's impeachment were introduced in the House and referred to the Judiciary Committee. Over the next several months, the committee investigated the Watergate break-in and cover-up, among other matters, using its existing investigatory authority. The committee also hired a special counsel and other attorneys to assist in these efforts. Most importantly, all of this occurred before the House approved a resolution directing the Judiciary Committee to investigate whether grounds to impeach Richard Nixon existed. In this instance, the committees began the investigation with their existing powers, authorized by the full House. That course of events is entirely consistent with the Richard Nixon precedent. It is also common sense. After all, before voting to conduct an impeachment inquiry, the House must ascertain the nature and seriousness of the allegations and the scope of the inquiry that may follow thereafter. President Trump's second excuse also fails. Let's now address the president's so-called due process and fairness arguments. The president has phrased some of his complaints in the language of due process. He has complained that the procedures were not fair, even though they reflect prior practice and strike a reasonable balance between presidential involvement on the one hand and the House's obligation to find the truth on the other. Presidents come and presidents go. They have all sharply criticized House procedures, but no president has ever treated those objections as a basis for complete defiance. No president has ever done that. In the context of a House impeachment inquiry, it's fair to say that a president is a suspect who may have committed a high crime or misdemeanor. He cannot tell the detectives investigating the possible constitutional crime what they should do in the context of their investigation. In the president's October 8th letter, Mr. Sekulow complains that he was denied the most basic protections demanded by due process under the Constitution and by fundamental fairness, including the right to cross-examine witnesses, to call witnesses, to receive transcripts of testimony, to have access to evidence, and to have counsel present. It sounds terrible, but it's not accurate. The president appears to have mistaken the initial phases of the impeachment inquiry for a full-blown trial. The trial phase of the impeachment inquiry is taking place right now. Chairman Peter Rodino of the Judiciary Committee once observed, as it relates to the impeachment proceedings against President Nixon, it is not a right, but a privilege or a courtesy for the president to participate through counsel. An impeachment inquiry is not a trial. Rather, it entails a collection and evaluation of facts before the trial occurs. In that respect, the House acts like a grand jury or a prosecutor investigating the evidence to determine whether charges are warranted or not. Federal grand juries and prosecutors do not allow targets of their investigation to coordinate witness testimony. The protections that the president label as due process do not apply here. Because those entitlements that he sought, many of which were actually afforded to him, but those entitlements that he sought would not necessarily be available to any American in a grand jury investigation. Moreover, it should be clear that the House, notwithstanding this framework, has typically provided a level of transparency in impeachment inquiries, particularly as it relates to presidents. In past impeachment inquiries, this has typically meant that the principal evidence relied upon by the House Judiciary Committee is disclosed to the President and to the public, though some evidence in past proceedings has actually remained confidential. The President has typically been given an opportunity to participate in the proceedings at a stage when evidence has been fully gathered and presented to the Judiciary Committee. President Trump was given the chance to do that in this case, but he declined. Presidents have been entitled to present evidence that is relevant to the inquiry.
We want to take a brief pause here to allow some of our stations to return to regular programming. For the rest of you, NBC News coverage of the Senate impeachment trial continues.
In the House impeachment inquiry before the Judiciary Committee, but he declined. Under House Resolution 660, President Trump received procedural protections not just equal to, but in some instances greater than that afforded to Presidents Nixon and Clinton. So let's be clear. The privileges described in the October 8th letter were in fact offered to President Trump, as they had been in prior impeachment inquiries. The President was able to review all evidence relied on by the House investigating committees, including evidence that the minority's public report identified as favorable to President Trump. During the Judiciary Committee proceedings, the President had opportunities to present evidence, call witnesses, have counsel present to raise objections, cross-examine witnesses, and respond to the evidence raised against them. As the Rules Committee report accompanying House Resolution 660 noted, these privileges are commensurate with the inquiry process followed in the cases of Nixon and Clinton. President Trump simply chose not to avail himself of what had been offered. The fact that President Trump declined to take advantage of these protections does not excuse his blanket unconstitutional obstruction. Unlike the Nixon and Clinton impeachments, in this particular instance, the argument that the President has made, the argument that he has made as it relates to the investigative process is not analogous. In this case, the House conducted a significant portion of the factual investigation itself because no independent prosecutor was appointed to investigate the allegations of wrongdoing against President Trump. Attorney General William Barr refused to authorize a criminal investigation into the serious allegations of misconduct against the President. They tried to whitewash the whole sordid affair. Left to their own devices, the House investigative committees followed standard best practices for investigations, consistent with the law enforcement investigations into Presidents Nixon and Clinton in advance of their impeachments. The committees released transcripts of all interviews and depositions conducted during the investigation. During the investigation, more than 100 members of the House participated in the so-called closed-door proceedings. More than 100 members of the House, 47 of whom were Republicans. They all had the opportunity to ask questions. They all had the opportunity to ask questions with equal time. The Intelligence Committee held public hearings where 12 of the key witnesses testified, including several requested by the House Republicans. It is important to note that the very same procedures in House Resolution 660 was supported by acting White House Chief of Staff Mick Mulvaney when he served as a member of the Oversight Committee, and by the Secretary of State Mike Pompeo when he served as a member of the Select Committee on Benghazi.
Tell you in the private interviews, there is never any of what you saw Thursday. It is 1 hour on the Republican side, 1 hour on the Democrat side, which is why you're going to see the next 24 interviews done privately, because it is, I mean, look at the other investigations that are being done right now. The Lois Lerner investigation that was just announced, was that public or private?
If this process was good enough for other presidents, why isn't it good enough for President Trump? Representative Gowdy finished that statement by saying, "The private ones have always produced the best results." The private ones, according to Trey Gowdy, have always produced the best results. President Trump complained that his counsel was not afforded the opportunity to participate during the Intel Committee's proceedings. But neither President Nixon nor President Clinton were permitted to have counsel participate in the initial fact-gathering stages when they were investigated by special counsel, independent counsel. President Nixon certainly had no attorney present when the prosecutors and grand juries began collecting evidence about Watergate and related matters. President Nixon did not have an attorney present in this distinguished body when the Senate Select Committee on Watergate began interviewing witnesses and holding public hearings. Nor did President Clinton have an attorney present when prosecutors from the Office of Independent Counsel Kenneth Starr deposed witnesses and elicited their testimony before a grand jury. President Trump's attorney could have cross-examined the Intel Committee's counsel during his presentation of evidence before the House Judiciary Committee. That would have functioned as the equivalent opportunity afforded to President Clinton to have his counsel cross-examine Kenneth Starr, which he did at length. President Trump was provided a level of transparency and the opportunity to participate consistent with the highest standards of due process and fairness given to other presidents who found themselves in the midst of an impeachment inquiry. The president, and I'm winding down, the president's next procedural complaint is that it was unconstitutional to exclude agency counsel from participating in congressional depositions. The basis for the rule excluding agency counsel is straightforward. It prevents agency officials who are directly implicated in the abuses Congress is investigating from trying to prevent their own employees from coming forward to tell Congress and the American people the truth. It's common sense. The rule protects the rights of witnesses by allowing them to be accompanied in depositions by personal counsel, a right that was afforded to all of the witnesses who appeared in this matter. Agency attorneys have been excluded from congressional depositions of executive branch officials for decades under both Republicans and Democrats. including Republican Chairman Dan Burton, Republican Chairman Darrell Issa, Republican Chairman Jason Chaffetz, Republican Chairman Trey Gowdy, Republican Chairman Kevin Brady, and Republican Chairman Jeb Henseling, just to name a few. Again, the Constitution provides the House with the sole power of impeachment and the sole authority to determine the rules of its proceedings, which were fair to all involved. Given the Constitution's clarity on this point, the President's argument that he can engage in blanket obstruction is just dead wrong. President Trump also objects that the House minority lacks sufficient subpoena rights. But the subpoena rules that were applied in the Trump impeachment inquiry were put into place by my good friends and colleagues on the other side of the aisle, House Republicans, when they were in the majority. We are playing by the same rules devised by our Republican colleagues. President Nixon did not engage in blanket obstruction. President Clinton did not engage in blanket obstruction. No president of the United States has ever acted this way. Lastly, we should reject President Trump's suggestion that he can conceal all evidence of misconduct based on unspecified confidentiality interests. Those are his exact words, confidentiality interests. But not once in the entire impeachment inquiry did he ever actually invoke executive privilege. Perhaps that's because executive privilege cannot be invoked to conceal evidence of wrongdoing. Perhaps that's because executive privilege does not permit blanket obstruction that includes blocking documents and witnesses from the entire executive branch. Perhaps President Trump didn't invoke executive privilege because it has never been accepted as a sufficient basis for completely and totally defying all impeachment inquiries and subpoenas. Or perhaps President Trump didn't invoke executive privilege because when President Nixon did so, he lost decisively, unanimously, clearly before the Supreme Court. Whatever the explanation, President Trump never invoked executive privilege, so it is not a credible defense to his obstruction of Congress. President Trump has lastly suggested that his obstruction is justified because his top aides are absolutely immune from being compelled to testify before Congress. Every federal court to consider the so-called doctrine of absolute immunity has rejected it. In 2008, a federal court rejected an assertion by the 43rd President of the United States that White House counsel Harriet Miers was immune from being compelled to testify, noting that the President had failed to point to a single judicial opinion to justify that claim. And on November 25th of last year, another federal judge rejected President Trump's claim of absolute immunity for former White House counsel Don McGahn. The court concluded executive branch officials are not absolutely immune from compulsory congressional process, no matter how many times the executive branch has asserted as much over the years, even if the President expressly directs such officials not to comply. The court added Simply stated, the primary takeaway from the past 250 some odd years of recorded American history is that presidents are not kings. The president is not a king. President Trump tried to cheat. He got caught. And then he worked hard to cover it up. He must be held accountable for abusing his power. He must be held accountable for obstructing Congress. He must be held accountable for breaking his promise to the American people.
My foreign policy will always put the interests of the American people and American security above all else. Has to be first. Has to be. That will be the foundation of every single decision that I will make.
What does it mean to put America first? America is a great country, but above all else, I think America is an idea, a precious idea, an idea that has withstood the test of time, an enduring idea. Year after year, decade after decade, century after century, as we continue our long, necessary, and majestic march toward a more perfect union. America is an idea. One person, one vote. Liberty and justice for all. Equal protection under the law. Government of the people, by the people, and for the people. The preeminence of the rule of law. America is an idea. We can either defend that idea or we can abandon it. God help us all if we choose to abandon it.
Majority Leader is recognized.
Mr. Chief Justice, we'll take a 30-minute break for dinner.
Without objection, so ordered. Do I do this?
And we just heard what has been the heart of the Democrats' case on the obstruction article. There, the first couple of hours before the first break, it seemed as if they were still finishing up their abuse of power argument there with Adam Schiff. But this, we heard from these speakers where the House Democrats were laying out their case as to why they haven't gone for more lawsuits and explaining different ways that they believe this president has thwarted them. Carol Lamb, the issue of obstruction and making a case on obstruction, and of course what they're trying to do, which is explain why they're not in court right now, and instead they sped through there. That, to me, has always been the toughest argument they can make on this obstruction charge. How did they do?
I think they did pretty well, actually. And as I was listening to the arguments of the House managers, it really hit home with me, maybe because I'm a lawyer, I'm a litigator, I've litigated a lot of privilege issues. And it really struck me that, and I want to be as clear and simple about this as I can be. Privileges and immunity claims are exceptions to the rule, and they are very limited exceptions. And when you make those claims, you have to support those claims with authority. And so, and what that means is, generally speaking, you have to explain why you are making those claims over very specific, I'm going to talk about documents now, not witnesses,
right,
because that's, to me, the easier case. You have to say, here's a document on this date, authored by these people, and we're claiming executive privilege or attorney-client privilege, or it's this kind of person, and that's why we're claiming some kind of absolute immunity. But you cannot issue an order that covers the entire executive branch and say we're not going to get more specific than that. Everything's privileged, because we know it's not. And the reason we know it's not, I mean, there are tons of documents out there that are not even colorably privileged. And the reason we know that is because in a separate litigation, they've already produced a lot of them. Right. And some of them are redacted a bit, some of them are redacted a lot, but they have produced them. And so this very, very broad claim of some kind of privilege or immunity just cannot hold in court.
Pete Williams, the issue of executive privilege, we hear the phrase a lot with multiple administrations, but this actually is a very subjective, there's a lot of ambiguity here because this stuff hasn't been litigated enough. Is that fair?
It's a relatively recent claim. It was President Eisenhower who first came up with the phrase executive privilege. And what the Supreme Court has said, though, is that it has a very legitimate basis, that presidents need to be able to get the candid advice of their advisors without fearing that it's going to show up on television the next morning, be blurted out by somebody in a book, and they deserve to have confidential advice. They did make an exception in the Nixon case for the need for a criminal process. Right. And they said in that ruling, and I read it again just last night, that there's a need for the best evidence in any judicial proceeding. I'm a little surprised that the House managers are not arguing that an impeachment trial is a judicial proceeding and that under the Supreme Court precedent, they're entitled to it. I'm also a little bit surprised that the House managers aren't arguing more strongly that, as Carol just said, that the president has effectively waived this confidentiality privilege by producing some of this stuff, including the transcript or the summary of the conversation he had with the Ukrainian president. So it's partly a legal argument they're making here, but, excuse me, but mostly a political one.
But also, Pete, there's so much about executive privilege we don't know. When does it stop applying to somebody who no longer works in the administration, right? This has been, which of course is the John Bolton situation. That's what I keep coming back to. It feels like every single instance is almost has to be litigated separately.
Yeah, and the fact is, most of these fights between Congress and the executive branch, no matter which party's in charge of the administration, ultimately get settled without a final court decision, because both sides realize they have something to lose. If you stiff Congress too much, they take your money away. So for those reasons, most of these things get settled. For example, the example they gave of the Eric Holder Fast and Furious thing, that was eventually settled out of court, even though there were some adverse court rulings to the government. So, but of course, the Democrats' argument here is we don't have time to litigate this for years. We have a need for this material now.
And they did lay out that timeline. Let me go over to Hallie Jackson over at the White House, because while the Democrats were making the case on obstruction over the last couple of hours, Hallie, you got a preview, along with a few other reporters, a little bit of a preview with more detail of what to expect from the president's team beginning tomorrow, Monday, and Tuesday. Tell us what you know.
For sure, and I'll I think supplement that, Chuck, with some of our own reporting from sources as well. So sources on the legal team are saying this is going to go maybe 2 to 3 hours tomorrow. So that later tonight you will see the House managers, the prosecution essentially, wrap up their opening arguments. Tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. is when the president's defense team will begin their opening arguments. That much we know for certain, and we also know, based on the conversations we've had behind the scenes, that the president is extremely eager for his defense team to get to it. He's been wanting to see them present this public case now for days, although he wishes, and he said this in a tweet in as many words, that it wasn't on a Saturday when, frankly, TV ratings are going to be lower. This is as much a president who is concerned about his public image on television as anything else, as we know from the comments he has made. So you're going to see this last maybe 2 to 3 hours tomorrow. It's not going to be a long day. You will see senators be able to get out in the afternoon to, for example, fly to Iowa if they need to on the Democratic side. And the case will be likely repetitive to what we hear Monday, when the bulk of the arguments will happen. And that is when I think you will see, based on my reporting, the sort of bigger names that have joined the president's legal team: Alan Dershowitz, Kenneth Starr, Robert Ray, et cetera. I don't know that you're going to see them Saturday, Chuck, because I do think that is when Sekulow, Cipollone, maybe one other lawyer or two might get into their details.
Very interesting preview there. Thank you. Now, let me go over finally to Capitol Hill. Casey Hunt. You know, Casey, the last time during our last break, you noted that there seemed to be short-tempered. And my initial reaction is, yeah, try 5 days of this. I think everybody's a little short-tempered. Could everybody be in a better mood if they get more sleep over the next 2 days?
Yes. In fact, Chuck.
Me too, right? Yeah.
All of us, I think, would agree with that. But I think it's especially true for these senators who, are in this fishbowl. I realize our cameras are not on them, but we are watching them all the time from the gallery, and they're really feeling that pressure. So I was listening to the conversation you were having about executive privilege, and I've also been talking to sources here, and I just want to underscore that Pete mentioned this, said it was primarily a political argument. They are rebutting an argument that Republican leaders are pushing very hard at their members behind the scenes. Now, why does Republican leadership think they need to make that argument? Because it's the argument around John Bolton. They are trying to convince senators that they shouldn't call John Bolton. And it's been floated, this idea that they could try to do it, tie it up in the courts, leave the trial open for weeks on end. I'm not sure that that's a very serious proposal necessarily, but it's something that has been floating around in Republican circles here. And I think the Democrats have clearly picked up on that, and they are trying to do what they can to convince the senators not to do that. Chuck, we were talking about mood, and as I've been talking to sources here, I think if the witness vote was held today, Democrats would probably lose the vote.
Certainly
but I do think there's still an opening, and if the White House team doesn't make a convincing argument, some of my Republican sources are concerned that that could change.
Peggy Noonan made a great point this morning. She says Republicans would look more generous if they allowed this, if they already know they're going to vote to acquit. So we shall see.
And she wrote a column this morning, Chuck, saying that both sides should have witnesses. People here still read her columns.
All right. Thanks very much. All right, so with the Senate taking a dinner recess, we will conclude our coverage of the Senate impeachment trial for now. President Trump's defense lawyers will begin making their case tomorrow morning, 10 a.m., and NBC News will be back on the air then. We will bring you that live coverage. For all of us at NBC News, New York, Washington, I'm Chuck Todd. Good day.
Hey everyone, I'm Allison Morris, and you are watching NBC News Now. Special coverage of President Trump's impeachment trial. We're going to head out to Capitol Hill, where the House managers are nearing the end of their opening arguments. They are on a dinner break right now. NBC's Leanne Caldwell is there. And Leanne, I understand that shoulder I can see in the shot is Democratic Senator Chris Murphy of Connecticut. Did I guess correctly?
Committee as well. And Senator, today was all about obstruction of Congress that the impeachment managers were talking about. Republicans are saying that the House did not let this play out. They did not go to the courts, that there was no obstruction because they didn't give it enough time. What is your argument in response to that?
If the House had gone through the full court process, we would be having a trial in 2022, right? That's not acceptable, especially when you're talking about a president who's being tried for trying to rig the 2020 election. There's nothing in the Constitution that requires the Congress to go through 2 years of court procedures before impeaching a president for wrongdoing. The House did exactly what they should have when the president refused to comply at all with a single document request, with a single subpoena. They had to move forward and bring this case to the Senate. In every other case, as they've made clear today, in every other impeachment, presidents have complained about the process, but they haven't let those complaints stop them from complying with subpoenas and witness requests. This president is the first to say no to any and all cooperation.
But the key argument right now is the impasse between Republicans and Democrats is to move forward on more witnesses, more evidence. You have people like Senator Murkowski, who's going to be critical in that decision, a Republican from Alaska who says the House didn't do their job. Why should the Senate do their job? So is that not helpful when you're trying to play out the entire case here and kind of relitigate this case in the Senate?
Well, I think the House lawyers have an obligation to pre-butt some of the arguments that are going to be made over the next several days, and we know that the president's lawyers are going to claim that they didn't have enough rights and that the House managers didn't go to court. But we have at least one witness who isn't contesting the subpoena. John Bolton, who has had direct conversations with the president about this topic, has effectively begged to come and provide testimony to the Senate. And so, well, Lisa Murkowski may be right that there are going to be some witnesses who may force us to go to court. We have one incredibly key witness who is ready to tell his story.
But so many of these Republicans say they cite executive privilege, that it's the president's prerogative to have these closed conversations with his national security advisor. What sort of precedent would that set if John Bolton comes testify in an impeachment trial?
Well, they're just dead wrong. I mean, the case that the House managers just cited is the operative one. Nixon versus United States says clearly that when you are dealing with an impeachment inquiry, the interests of the country in upholding the rule of law against a corrupt president prevail over a president's claim for confidentiality. I mean, that's the law. That's the rule of the land. And so all these attempts to claim executive privilege, they're just not what the law says.
Impeachment manager Jerry Nadler called the president a dictator today. Did he go too far?
Well, I mean, listen, the president has engaged in some pretty extreme tactics. And, you know, when you allow a president to completely obstruct Congress, to try to use the power of his office to corrupt foreign policy for his own purposes, the presidency starts to look a little bit more like one of these tin pot dictatorships that we've been fighting. In fact, the difference between those tin pot dictatorships and a democracy is that we don't allow presidents to do what President Trump has attempted to do with American foreign policy. I've actually used that comparison myself in the past, and I don't think it's I don't think it's without some merit.
You've been very engaged in this story, actually. You had your own role. You have met with President Zelensky. You and Senator Johnson traveled to Ukraine. You talked about the withholding of this aid. Senator Johnson, his version of the story, he's a Republican, and he says that he believes the president, that there was no quid pro quo, that the president was only concerned with corruption. Is that a legitimate response, do you think? Is that an accurate telling of what you know in this entire situation?
Well, obviously, Senator Johnson and I have a different opinion as to what happened here. The president apparently said to Senator Johnson and others, there's no quid pro quo, but President Zelensky has to do these investigations if he wants the aid. Well, that's kind of the equivalent of me telling somebody that, I'm not going to punch you in the face and then punch you in the face. Doesn't matter what I said beforehand. I still punch you in the face. The president did engage in a quid pro quo. He did require all of his advisors to carry out that plan. Just because he says that it's not a quid pro quo to Senator Johnson or Gordon Sondland or anybody else, doesn't mean that what he says is true. So it's been interesting, obviously, to have my name and Senator Johnson's put into the record a few times. I hope that he and I can get back to supporting bipartisan U.S. support for Ukraine after this is done.
Well, tell us about your meeting with President Zelensky. This was when this aid was being withheld. What did President Zelensky tell you? Did he have any concerns? Did he feel like he was under pressure?
So we were there during a really interesting time. It was right after it became public that the aid was being withheld, but before that we knew that there was a connection between the aid and these investigations. But I knew that Giuliani had been over there, and so I personally raised with President Zelensky at the end of the meeting this issue of getting involved in an American election. And he assured both me and Senator Johnson that he had no interest in getting involved in U.S. politics, that he knew the damage that would be done to Ukraine if he inserted himself in the 2020 election. And that squares with everything that the House managers have presented. Ukraine didn't want to be a part of Trump's corruption. They tried to stay out of it as best they could. And in the end, when Trump wouldn't relent on the aid, they set up that CNN interview. It never happened. It doesn't mean that it still wasn't a massive corruption.
And ABC News is out with a new tape today that they've obtained with the president talking to Lev Parnas, who is this newish character in this, talking about how he wanted to get rid of Ambassador Yovanovitch, the ambassador who there was a smear campaign conducted against her. What is your response to that? And does this matter in this entire impeachment inquiry? Should that be brought in as more evidence?
Well, I haven't listened to the tape, but if it is indeed the president talking to Lev Parnas, it's more evidence of the president's lies. I mean, he said he didn't know Lev Parnas. Apparently, he's been talking on the phone to this individual. And so if the tape is authentic, then I absolutely think that it's possible evidence. We have not submitted initially requests for Lev Parnas to provide testimony, but I have thought that his testimony would be very relevant. It is something that certainly is key to this question of how big this conspiracy was to try to defraud taxpayers and push the Ukrainians into an American election.
Great. Senator Murphy, thanks so much. Appreciate your time.
Appreciate it.
Allison, back to you.
Leanne and Senator Murphy, thank you both so much. All right, now let's get some legal analysis of today's proceedings. And of course, for that, we're going to go to NBC News legal analyst Danny Ceballos. He's sitting here with me now. He has been, for gosh, it seems like a real long time now, Danny. We've been hanging out for a week, but it feels like forever, right? It's been quite a long week.
This week has been the longest month of my life. It really has. It's been a long one.
Next week's going to be the longest year of your life. Just wait. All right, Danny, today the Democrats argued about obstruction of justice. I'd like to play Hakeem Jeffries for you.
At the heart of Article 2, obstruction of Congress, is a simple, troubling reality. President Trump tried to cheat. He got caught, and then he worked hard to cover it up.
Danny, that was just a little snippet of what we heard from the House managers today. What was their most effective argument, in your opinion, today?
I actually really liked the side-by-side visuals of all the different things that other presidents had done in response to investigations. That may have been Representative Nadler, but I'm not. My memory's fading already.
I know it's hard.
But it is going. It's all kind of dovetailing together.
Sure.
But some of the demonstrative exhibits were some of the most powerful pieces of evidence because you can compare side by side what President Trump has done compared to other presidents. Now, I caution folks that the idea of precedent doesn't hold the same here in a Senate trial as it does in an Article 3 in the judiciary in a regular court that we watch on TV. But it is important, it's persuasive to show that other presidents, even when they were being impeached, even when they were being investigated, did give some documents, some records. And then you see the stark contrast. President Trump, no documents, no records. I thought that was very effective to give folks an easily digestible way of understanding what exactly Trump didn't provide and what other presidents did.
While they were laying out sort of their opening arguments over the course of 3 days, they're also pre-butting, if you will, what they think that the White House defense might present over the next 3 days. How did they do as far as that goes?
Absolutely. You have to do this. And often it's the case. A prosecution in a criminal case, they will bring out all the negative information and anticipate the defense's argument in their case in chief. It's a very effective strategy because when the defense finally stands up after waiting to introduce this evidence, it comes in with a whimper instead of with a bombshell. And that's because it's already been diffused and the jury is already thinking, yeah, well, we already heard about this. We know it's not good for them, but they already addressed it. So why are you bringing this up again?
Kind of cuts down the shock value?
It does. It cuts down the shock value, and it's a very effective technique. And in this case, the prosecution certainly knows everything the defense is going to do because they had to submit a very detailed, very lengthy memorandum articulating all of their defenses and all of the evidence that will favor them. Now, Jay Sekulow has alluded to possible evidence that maybe hasn't been out there or used already, but I think in reality they're going to stick to the script and put out the evidence that they've already put out. So there are no surprises, and when they come in full of fire and brimstone, it's going to be evidence that we've already heard. Actually, we've already heard a number of times on the prosecution side from the House managers.
We are still talking about witnesses today. This has been an issue for some time now. You were tweeting earlier today about the difference between the battle that we're seeing now and sort of the issue with witnesses in the Clinton impeachment. Could you kind of talk us through that thread and what you were getting into there?
It's so interesting because the modern debate today about witnesses is really quite different than the Clinton impeachment trial, because in that Clinton impeachment trial, they ultimately got 3 witnesses, but those witnesses were deposed and then they cut up their testimony and played snippets of it. They played maybe 20 minutes at a time in some instances, but other times it was just slivers of testimony. And that's exactly what the House managers have been doing the whole time with dozens of different, I hesitate to call them witnesses because in some cases it's not sworn testimony.
Right.
It's news interviews, it's press conferences with the president.
But it has a similar effect, right?
It does, and some of it is very much sworn testimony. It's testimony by folks who testified before Congress, and that absolutely is sworn testimony. And so the only real difference between this and the Clinton trial is that yeah, those depositions of Monica Lewinsky and Vernon Jordan were new depositions, but they were basically just rubber stamping their prior testimony. So, yes, I mean, they got new witnesses in the sense they were new depositions, but the net effect, the idea of, hey, watch me play this deposition or this video is exactly the same. So the real battle today isn't about can we put up witnesses. They've been putting up witnesses the entire time.
Yeah.
The real battle today is can we get new evidence.
Right, new information here, right? Yep.
That isn't already in the public sphere. And it's really interesting how technology has allowed the House managers to put on a presentation that is chock full of witnesses, chock full of text messages, chock full of emails and other demonstrative evidence. The technology just wasn't there in the late 90s, early 2000s. And it's really fascinating that witnesses mean something really fundamentally different today than it did back during the Clinton impeachment trial.
Danny, one last thing I want to ask you about, and I know we're going to be talking throughout the night, but I want to play this clip of Adam Schiff. He was trying to make the case for Trump's removal from office.
And you know, you can't trust this president do what's right for this country. You can trust he will do what's right for Donald Trump. He'll do it now. He's done it before. He'll do it for the next several months. He'll do it in the election if he's allowed to. This is why, if you find him guilty, you must find that he should be removed.
So we have heard nearly 3 full days of opening arguments from the Democrats here. Did they make a strong case?
Yes, they did. I mean, they've had 3 days, and they've really slammed home the abuse of power prong. I think the reason they haven't devoted as much time to the obstruction of Congress prong is that their view from the beginning is that this obstruction of Congress is a pretty short argument. Congress wanted documents. They didn't get any documents. And that's really all they have to put up there. But the abuse of power is a more complex argument to make. The defense's argument is going to be, look, even if he had some side political benefit from a decision as president, that kind of thing happens all the time. And so the challenge for House managers was to show that, okay, but this was so beyond the pale. This was so egregious and so not tied to any normal normal U.S. policy. It was something that grievously harmed the people in Ukraine. So that is their challenge, because believe me, the defense is going to stand up and say, it may not have been the wisest thing to do, but it was within his Article 2 power, and the fact that it just had some tangential relationship to a benefit doesn't mean anything, because that happens all the time. That's what they're going to argue, and the House managers did a good job of pre-butting that argument.
It's a new term. We're introducing it here on NBC News Now. Danny, thank you so much, and I will be chatting with you probably a few more times tonight. Thank you. And for more insight on the Senate impeachment trial, senior political analyst Jonathan Allen joins me now from D.C. Hey there, John. Great to see you. I'd love to start with your latest analysis tonight on NBCNews.com. The Democrats have the case here, you say, but the Republicans have the vote, so the electorate will determine who ultimately claims victory.
That's right, Allison. Great to see you, too. You know, the Democrats have laid out over the course of the last 3 days a motive for President Trump. They go into all the details here about his concentration on these investigations on Joe Biden, on CrowdStrike, this Russian disinformation campaign that was designed to obscure Russia's role in helping Trump in the election in 2016. They've laid out essentially the trigger man, if you will, being Trump on this call with Vladimir Zelensky in July. They've got the record of that call, and you can see in that call the sort of quid pro quo that goes along, the asks that Trump is making of Zelensky to go into those investigations, the money that they talk about, the aid for Ukraine as part of that discussion, and the White House meeting that Zelensky wants. So they lay all of that out, and all of the legwork that goes into it to setting up those calls, all of the execution afterward to get that quid pro quo going. All of that's pretty airtight, according to certainly the Democratic prosecutors believe it, and there's a lot of evidence to support that. The thing that they're not doing is convincing Republicans that it is an impeachable offense, or at least convincing them that they should vote to remove the president. So what the Democrats at this point are hoping is that voters will look at it and say, look, this is something that the president should have been removed for, and the Republicans are essentially covering up for him, as you hear Democratic prosecutors say, and the voters will turn on him turn not only on the president, but some of these Republicans in Congress come Election Day.
John, earlier today you wrote that the president can't get his story straight about blocking White House officials from testifying. His trial team has said the House impeached without waiting to hear from subpoenaed witnesses, but Justice Department lawyers are saying the House didn't have the right to subpoena those witnesses in the first place. And I'm going to quote you, quoting the great Jeff Spicoli of Fast Times at Ridgemont High. Well, which is it, and what are House lawyers doing about it?
It's a great film, Allison, and any reference we can make to it.
Look, we could all use a little laugh this week, right? We've been working hard. A little laugh from a great movie is a good thing.
So basically, you had the president's defense lawyers come to the floor of the Senate and say that the House managers rushed to judgment in the Senate. They should have waited for the court process to play out. And then DOJ has been arguing for months that the House had no standing, basically, to go to the courts because there was no House impeachment inquiry that had been established, and the House had no right to subpoena witnesses. So what the House has argued in court now is that, in fact, the defense lawyers have undercut the Justice Department's position, that the defense lawyers in the impeachment trial have made clear that there was, in fact, a legitimate House inquiry going on, and that the subpoena request should have been honored by the White House, and that for that reason, Don McGahn, the president's White House counsel before the current White House counsel, should be adjudicated, and the court should, in the eyes of the House counsel, should be forced to come testify before the House.
We got a bit of a preview today, John, of the White House defense when the president's attorney, one of his attorneys, Jay Sekulow, spoke to the press this afternoon. I'd like to play some of what he said.
But I want you to think about this. Where did that foreign intelligence come from? Foreign information come from? It came from connections from the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the number 3, whose wife happened to work for Fusion GPS, who happened to be hired by the DNC to happen to do an investigation on Donald Trump.
There is a lot there, John, but what does that tell us about what we will likely see when this defense gets going tomorrow?
It tells you that there's going to be a wild conspiracy theory laid out on the Senate floor that's designed to essentially confuse the public and the senators. I mean, it's hard to follow what Jay Sekulow is saying there, to be honest with you. It's basically Donald Trump has enemies. Donald Trump was the victim of a deep state conspiracy, so you shouldn't pay attention to what it was that Donald Trump did to try to launch investigations in the Ukraine, holding back almost $400 million in aid that had been appropriated by Congress. And that's basically been the structure of the arguments from Trump's defenders, both in the White House and in Congress. We saw this on the House side. Basically, House Republicans took up the arguments of, that had come out of Moscow in terms of this CrowdStrike fever theory that Ukraine had interfered in the elections in 2016 and not Russia. In this case, you've now got Sekulow talking about the 2016 election and trying to wrap in the FBI and the Mueller investigation and looking at it from that perspective, none of which has anything to do with the $391 million in frozen aid. So I think we're going to have a wild time over the next few days, and it'll probably sound a little bit like a mix of a rally for the president and some of what we heard on the House side.
John, let me ask you this, though. I'm bringing it back to the first point that you were discussing about eventually the electorate deciding here. I mean, you or I, who are involved in this every day, covering this, and are aware that things like that perhaps are conspiracy theories, know the difference. But, I mean, could arguments like that, could things like that by the president's lawyers be effective in front of an American public who may not necessarily know the truth from the theory or the fiction?
Yeah, I mean, Allison, the sad thing right now with the way that our information systems and disinformation systems work is that it's very difficult, I think, for Americans that have little time to do their own investigation to tell the difference sometimes between information and disinformation, and they are constantly being told not to pay attention to sources of actual information. They're being told that if somebody gets something wrong 1% of the time, and everything right 99% of the time, that it's fake news, and they're being told that somebody who's right 1% of the time and lying 99% of the time is right. And I would hope that consumers of information would try to be as discerning as they possibly can about it. It's a really sad state, I think, that we're in. But look, it's understandable that that folks are concentrated on other things, that they're focused on other things. People have jobs to do. They have kids to get to school. I mean, I'm sure you're familiar with, as I am, with all the sort of daily strains of life. And
sure.
So, yeah, you're absolutely right that that trying to weed through disinformation is difficult. And we live in a world right now where there are so many sources of disinformation, and not only domestically, but as we saw, in the last election, and since then, some real attempts by foreign powers to spread that disinformation in this country.
All right, well, buckle up, everybody. It's going to be interesting. We got a lot more ahead. John Allen, thank you so much for being with us tonight. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Allison.
House impeachment managers laser focused on the second impeachment charge today, obstruction of Congress. Nick Ackerman is an NBC News legal contributor and was assistant Watergate special prosecutor during President Nixon's impeachment hearing. Nick, great to have you back.
Good to be here.
Could you run through for our viewers who may not be so clear on this, how is obstruction of Congress different from obstruction of justice? I mean, we've even seen people sort of getting confused about which one we're talking about here.
It really depends what the object of the obstruction is.
That's literally the only difference.
That's all there is to it.
It's pretty
real
basic.
simple.
Okay.
Right. If you're obstructing Congress and you're doing things to keep them from learning the truth, that's obstruction of Congress. If you're doing the same thing to a grand jury, that's obstructing justice and obstructing a grand jury investigation. Not a real big difference.
So all of this then, for our viewers again, some of them who have been busy working all week, just getting home on a Friday and catching up, that was the crux of the argument today, that the House managers were saying that the president and that he obstructed Congress
and
here.
The big point that they made was that this wasn't just telling one person or another person not to cooperate. It was a blanket direction by the president and by his attorneys. What's really interesting is the Democrats have gone after the attorneys who are going to be the House managers for the president. So in a sense, they have directly attacked them as part of this entire obstruction scheme. So it's going to be interesting to see just how personally these lawyers take it and whether or not they actually self-destruct under the pressure.
It is such an interesting thing to watch because even as I've been watching the proceedings, over the past couple of days, you watch the House managers and here they are bringing this case against the president. You think, oh my goodness, at some point, everyone may have to work together again. I mean, you bring up, people taking this also, perhaps taking it personally or how it impacts. I mean, you just look at this and think, this is our government that is going to have to, when this is all over, get back to work together again.
Well, look, they've gotten to work throughout this thing. I mean, they were able to pass that trade agreement with Canada and Mexico. I mean, they've been doing their job, and I think Nancy Pelosi has gone out of her way to make sure that she shows that this House of Representatives is just not about impeachment. It's about trying to get things done for the American people, passing lots of bills that have gone over to the Senate, many of which have not been approved by the Senate. But nonetheless, I think they have made a over-the-top effort to show that they can chew gum and walk at the same time.
You must be reading my mind. I was thinking it's that analogy, the chewing gum and walking at the same time. The White House has argued that the Democrats didn't fight hard enough in the courts to enforce subpoenas. Do you think that Congress did all that it could do or did enough to get the information that it wanted?
Well, it couldn't. I mean, to go into the courts, Don McGahn is Exhibit A here. I mean, they spent months getting to Don McGahn, finally getting a good district court opinion. And where has that taken them to? The Court of Appeals. And where is that going to take them? To the Supreme Court. So by the time they got any of this information, the whole point of trying to protect the 2020 election is down the tubes.
Right.
So you really have to look at it from a practical standpoint. If I had to take any area where I would basically criticize the Congress is, they had the power themselves to put these people in contempt, get the sergeant of arms out there and arrest these people and put them in jail until such time as they cooperated. They have not been aggressive enough in their own internal powers. Congress can do that. The Supreme Court has upheld that power. So my only criticism is they haven't been aggressive and tough enough.
What other kinds of arguments do you think the White House lawyers might make to defend against this obstruction charge?
They haven't got much. It's going to be a lot of razzle-dazzle. I mean, you're not going to see a lot of arguments based on the facts. They're not going to be able to go through that telephone call with President Zelensky and make a credible argument that that was a perfect call. I mean, the best they can say, it was perfect. I think what you're going to see is a lot of craziness because the real lawyer, the head manager on the Trump side, is none other than Donald J. Trump. And he is going to be orchestrating this entire defense. So when you saw this whole clip with Jay Sekulow today and this craziness about the FBI and about these different investigations, this is all being orchestrated by the master himself, Donald Trump. So what you're going to see is a lot of things that just don't make any sense. It's going to go all over the boards. It's not going to address the real facts. It's not going to address why the money was withheld. It's not going to address what that conversation really was all about. It's not going to address the fact that our ambassador in Ukraine was fired because they wanted her out of the way so they could get these investigations announced. It's just not going to go to the facts. I mean, I'm dying to see what they come up with tomorrow, but there's not much they can say. I mean, the fact that we're hearing that this is going to be truncated tomorrow says to me they haven't got much to say.
We're going to have to keep one eye on the Senate trial, one eye on Twitter for sure tomorrow. I think, Nick, thank you so much for being with us. Appreciate it. Well, as we've been saying, today is the last day of the House managers' opening arguments before President Trump's defense team takes the Senate floor tomorrow. Shannon Pettypiece joins me now from the White House. And Shannon, President Trump tweeting this morning about his legal team's TV slot, saying after having been treated unbelievably unfairly in the House and then having to endure hour after hour of lies, fraud, and deception by Shifty Schiff, crying Chuck Schumer and their crew, looks like my lawyers will be forced to start on Saturday, which is called Death Valley in TV. Shannon, one of the president's lawyers, Jay Sekulow, saying today the legal team will start their opening arguments around 10. They'll go for about 3 hours. Is that about TV ratings?
Well, the legal team later in the day made this sound like the Senate was requesting a shortened day. And, of course, many senators have been sitting through 8 hours, 3 days straight, so it wouldn't be surprising if they wanted to get out of duty a little bit early. But we were hearing earlier in the day, but even before this decision was finalized, and obviously, as you can see in the president's tweet, that the legal team was very concerned about starting the bulk of their case, really kicking things off on a Saturday. And we had been told they were looking at ways where either they could delay it until Monday, delay the start, which would have required 51 votes, or ways they could shorten it. And now we're looking at something about like a 2 to 3 hour shortening, and then hopefully they could sort of refer to tomorrow as the trailer, the focus feature to come, and then the bulk of the argument coming on Monday.
Shannon, speaking of the trailer, Sekulow gave us a little preview of tomorrow's questioning. Take a listen.
Joe Biden was charged as Vice President of the United States with Ukraine policy. That was a specific charge. His son went to work for, went on the board of a Ukrainian gas company. First, the Vice President said he knew nothing about it. But the State Department knew about it because they were concerned when people were being put up for confirmation that that issue might arise. So believe me, you'll hear about that.
What other things do you think we can expect to hear from the president's team in that trailer tomorrow, if you will?
Well, tomorrow, and then certainly when we get into Monday and Tuesday, expect to see the defense team bringing up the Bidens a lot. And a person who's working with the legal team told us that they feel that is completely fair game because the House Democrats have been bringing up Biden and alleging that the president only took an interest in funding to Ukraine when Biden entered the 2020 race, and the president withheld the aid to try and get investigations in the Bidens started by the Ukrainian government. So the defense team says the Democrats opened the door there, so they're going to go into the Biden argument. But we also got a little bit of preview from Jay Sekulow that wasn't played, saying that he's also going to get into issues related to Fusion GPS and Christopher Steele and a whole range of issues around the FBI, and making the case that there was foreign interference from the Ukrainians in the 2016 election, and alleging that Hillary Clinton had reached out to a Ukrainian to try and get dirt on Clinton's Biden's campaign manager. So there's a potential that this could be sort of, greatest hits of these theories that the president and his allies have thrown out over the past 2-3 years, really, about attempts to conspire against the president, whether it was in the election or in the FBI or other forms of the government. So that's definitely going to be a theme to look for, as well as these broader issues about the constitutionality of these articles of impeachment and the fact that the president here did nothing wrong. They will continue to make the case that the president did nothing wrong here, and they maintain they think that they will probably be able to have a pretty quick case in making that argument.
Shannon, I want to ask you about some reporting from ABC News about a possible recording of President Trump talking about Ambassador Yovanovitch. In that recording reviewed by ABC News, it has a voice that appears to be the president saying to get rid of her. I just want to be very clear here. NBC has not obtained or heard that recording. We can't verify the authenticity of that ABC report, but the White House is responding to it. What have they said about that?
Well, I mean, they have essentially, as their case has been all along, said the president has the right to hire and fire any ambassadors as he would like. And that's a bigger theme we have heard from the president's legal team, making this argument that the president has a lot of authority. There's a certain number of lawyers out there who believe in very broad presidential authority and powers, and arguing that the president has authorities, like with ambassador, like with decisions about foreign aid. He has the power to make those decisions, and that none of that is an impeachable offense. I think the one interesting thing to note about this recording, though, is it makes you wonder what else was recorded. Lev Parnas recorded this one conversation. Are there other ones? And that's what we're still trying to figure out really late in the game here, as it is sort of at the 11th hour, literally, of the House Democrats' impeachment defense. So I think that's still a lot of questions about what more is to come here. Of course, we knew the president wanted this ambassador fired, but having an audio recording, I suppose, just maybe drives that home a bit more.
Absolutely. Shannon Pettypiece at the White House, thank you so much.
Thank you.
As the Democratic House managers wrap up their opening arguments, the president's team says they are planning to deliver a, quote, vigorous defense. MSNBC political analyst and Republican strategist Susan Del Percio is here with me now. Michael Starr Hopkins is a Democratic strategist. He is in D.C. We miss you now that you've left us here on set, but great to have you with us. We miss you, too. Susan, today's the last day that the Democrats have to convince senators that Trump should be removed from office. Schiff even referenced late Senator John McCain today when making his point about the significance of Ukraine to national security interests and the threat of Russia. I'd like to play that.
One American, a war hero and statesman who is no stranger to this body, recognized the threat posed by Russia's invasion of Crimea, Senator John McCain. In an interview, he declared, quote, "We are all Ukrainians." Senator McCain advised that this is a chess match reminiscent of the Cold War, and we need to realize that and act accordingly. He was, of course, absolutely right.
Susan, what do you think of Schiff bringing up McCain there? Good strategy, bad strategy?
I understood the strategy. A lot of people obviously respected Senator McCain. I think they would think if he was there right now, he'd be giving the president a lot of grief and a lot of cause to worry as far as where his votes would be. But what I'm more concerned about as far as watching this come to a close on the House side is the message has to be about the witnesses. We need the witnesses because for the next 3 days, we're going to hear the president's team going. They're going to muddy these messages backwards and forwards. We're going to hear about everything but a kitchen sink, and maybe even that.
And maybe the sink too.
Maybe the sink too. And then what happens on Tuesday when they have to decide if they're going to, they're going to take questions, but what happens after that? Where's the call for the witnesses? Because that's the whole game right now. No one believes that the president's going to be removed from office, but the witnesses are the game. And that's where I think maybe they could have done a little bit better today.
Michael, do you think Democrats have been effective on convincing their Republican counterparts to convict Trump? I know you've been speaking to folks there on the Hill. What are you hearing?
So what I'm hearing from the Hill is, on both the Democrat and Republican side, there's a real nervousness around whether or not, there's more information that's going to come out. When I talk to Republicans, one of their big fears is they don't know what they don't know. And so every day there's new information that's coming out. Today it was the Les Parnas tape. And now we're hearing that there may be an hour-long tape that's been recorded by Les Parnas that's turned over to the impeachment trial. And so I think there's a big worry for people like Susan Collins, people like Cory Gardner, that they'll acquit and then, 6 months, 8 months, 10 months down the line, once it's time for them to be reelected, new information will come out and it'll be devastating for their chances at reelection.
Michael, let me ask you about a new ABC News Washington Post poll out today. It says 66% of Americans say the U.S. Senate should call new witnesses in Donald Trump's impeachment trial. 47% of Americans say he should be removed from office. What, if anything, does this tell you about how this trial and these opening arguments are connecting with the public?
It tells you that we're not going to find any profiles in courage within the Republican side of the Senate. Let me say, at the end of the day, this is up to the American people. They have to decide what kind of country we want to be. Do we want to be a country that's a democracy, that's, honest and transparent, or do we want to be a country that has authoritarian tendencies, that, is corrupt and believes that we can cover things up because re-election's the best thing? I think that's really where we're at the end of the day. Congressman Schiff was right. At the end of the day, we can't trust that our president is going to do the right thing at the moment. And so I think that, that's the argument that Democrats need to be making. And I think at the end of the day, that'll be the only thing that'll make Republicans stand up and find their backbone. It's going to be the polling data.
Susan, so let me ask you, we just said it, 66% of Americans want to hear witnesses. How important, I got to stop there. We're going back to McConnell. He is on the Senate floor.
Mr. Chief Justice, members of the Senate, counsel for the President, impeachment exists not to inflict personal punishment for past wrongdoing, but rather to protect against future presidential misconduct that would endanger democracy and the rule of law. President Trump remains a threat in at least three fundamental ways. First, he continues to assert in court and elsewhere that nobody in the U.S. government can investigate him for wrongdoing, making him unaccountable. Second, his conduct here is not a one-off. It's a pattern of soliciting foreign interference in our elections to his own advantage, and then using the powers of his office to stop anyone who dares investigate. Finally, the president's obstruction is very much a constitutional crime in progress, harming Congress as it deliberates these very proceedings and the American people who deserve to know the facts. A president who believes he can get away with anything and can use his office to conceal evidence of abuse threatens us all. President Trump is the first president in U.S. history to say he is immune from any effort to examine his conduct or check his power. He claims he is completely immune from criminal indictment and prosecution while serving as president. He claims he could commit any crime, even shoot someone on Fifth Avenue, as he has joked about, with impunity. And the president's own lawyers have argued in court that he cannot even be investigated for violating the law under any circumstance. Now, no president of either party has ever made claims like this. And if in an investigation somehow does uncover misconduct by the president, as this investigation has done, the president believes that he can simply quash it. He claims the right to end federal law enforcement investigations for any reason or none at all, even when there is credible evidence of his own wrongdoing. Added together, the president's positions amount to a license to do anything he wants. No court has ever accepted this view, and for good reason. Our founders created a system in which all people, even presidents, are bound by the law and accountable for their actions. In addition to claiming that he is immune from criminal process, President Trump contends that he is not accountable to either Congress or the judiciary. He has invoked bizarre legal theories to justify defying congressional investigations. He has argued that Congress is forbidden from having the courts intervene with executive branch officials, disregarding its subpoenas. He has sued to block third parties from complying with congressional subpoenas. And perhaps most remarkably, President Trump has claimed that Congress cannot investigate his misconduct outside of an impeachment inquiry, while simultaneously claiming that Congress cannot investigate his misconduct in an impeachment inquiry. Of course, President Trump considers any inquiry to be illegitimate if he thinks he did nothing wrong, doubts the motives of Congress, or decides that he would prefer a different set of rules. Let's review the president's position. He can't be investigated for crimes. He can end any federal law enforcement investigation into him. He is immune from any state law enforcement investigation. Neither he nor his aides can be subpoenaed. He can reject subpoenas based on broad, novel, and even rejected theories. And when he does reject subpoenas, Congress is not allowed to sue him. But he is allowed to sue to block others from complying with congressional subpoenas. Congress definitely can't investigate him outside of an impeachment inquiry. And again, it can't investigate him as part of one. The bottom line is that the president truly believes that he is above the law. This is not our system, and it never has been. The president is a constitutional officer. Unlike a king, he is accountable to the Constitution. But this president doesn't believe that, and that's why we are here. Remember, the precedent that you set in this trial will shape American democracy for the future. It will govern this president, and it will govern those who follow. If you let the president get away with his obstruction, you risk grave and irreparable harm to the separation of powers itself. Representative Lawrence Hogan, a Republican from Maryland, made this point during the Nixon impeachment hearings.
The historical precedent we're setting here is so great because in every future impeachment of a president, it is inconceivable that the evidence relating to that impeachment will not be in the hands of the executive branch, which is under his controls. So I agree with the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Seiberling. If we do not pass this article today, the whole impeachment power becomes meaningless.
This leads us to a second consideration: the president's pattern of obstructing. Article 2 describes President Trump's impeachable conduct in obstructing Congress. On its own, that warrants removal from office. Yet it must be noted that the president's obstruction fits a disturbing pattern. As stated in Article 2, President Trump's obstruction is, quote, consistent with his previous efforts to undermine United States government investigations into foreign interference in United States elections. Another example is President Trump's attempts to impede the special counsel's investigation into Russian interference with the 2016 election, as well as the president's sustained efforts to obstruct the special counsel after learning that he was under investigation for obstruction of justice. The special counsel's investigation addressed an issue of extraordinary importance to our national security and democracy: the integrity of our elections themselves. Rather than aid the special counsel's investigation, however, President Trump sought to thwart it and used the powers of his office to do it. After learning that he himself was under investigation, President Trump ordered the firing of the special counsel, sought to curtail the special counsel's investigation, instructed the White House counsel to create a false record and make false public statements, and tampered with at least 2 key witnesses in the investigation. The pattern is as unmistakable as it is unnerving. In one moment, President Trump welcomed and invited a foreign nation to interfere in an election to his advantage. In the next, he solicited and pressured a foreign nation to do so. In one moment, President Trump used the powers of his office to obstruct the special counsel. In the next, he used the powers of his office to obstruct the House impeachment inquiry. In one moment, the president stated that he remained free to invite foreign interference in our elections. And the next, he in fact invited additional foreign interference in our elections.
And by the way, likewise, China should start an investigation into the Bidens.
Indeed, President Trump placed his fateful July 25th call to President Zelensky just one day after the special counsel testified in Congress about his findings. As Professor Gerhardt testified before the Judiciary Committee, quote, "The power to impeach includes the power to investigate. But if the president can stymie this House's impeachment inquiry, he can eliminate the impeachment power as a means for holding him and future presidents accountable for serious misconduct. If left unchecked, the president will likely continue his pattern of soliciting foreign interference on his behalf in the next election." Now, I must emphasize that President Trump's obstruction persists to this day. The second article of impeachment charges a high crime in progress. As a result, the president's wrongdoing did not just harm the House as we have performed our own constitutional duty. It is also harming the Senate, which is being deprived of information you need before the votes you will soon take. And of course, the true victim is the American people, who deserve the full truth. As we've discussed, the president's claims that all the evidence he is hiding and covering up would actually prove his innocence. To borrow a phrase from the late Justice Scalia, that claim, quote, "taxes the credulity of the credulous." President Trump has used all the authority of his office to block the full truth from coming to light. He has defied subpoenas and ordered others to do so. He has publicly intimidated and threatened witnesses. He has attacked the House for daring to investigate him. And he has lobbed an endless volley of personal attacks on witnesses and meritless complaints about procedure to sow confusion and distract the American people. The president's abuses are unfolding before our eyes, and they must be stopped. Now, before I conclude, I think you all deserve an explanation from me as to why I am standing here. There's been a lot of conversation the last few years about what makes America great. And I have some ideas about that. I happen to think that what makes America great is that generation after generation, there have been Americans that have been willing to stand up and put aside their self-interest to make great sacrifices for the public good, for our country. I know because I have seen people do that. Like some of the people in this chamber, I have seen people give everything for this country so we could sit here today. Now, this isn't politically expedient. It certainly isn't for me. It's hard. It requires sacrifice. It's uncomfortable. But that is the very definition of public service. That we are here to give of ourselves for the country, for others, at sacrifice to ourselves. Those who have given so much for this country deserve nothing less from us now than to try to honor those sacrifices. I have tried to do that the last few days. My time is done, and it is now your turn.
Chief Justice, Senators, learned counsel for the President, you'll be pleased to know this is the last presentation of the evening. And as I started last night, I made reference to some good advice I got from an encouraging voice that said, keep it up, but not too long. Tonight, I got some equally good advice. To be immortal, you don't need to be eternal. And I will do my best not to be eternal. First point I'd like to make is I'm tired. I don't know about you, but I'm exhausted. And I can only imagine how you feel. But I'm also very deeply grateful for just how you have attended to these presentations and discussions over the last few days. I'm deeply grateful. I can tell how much consideration you have given to our point of view and the President's point of view, and that's all we can ask. At the end of the day, all we can ask is that you hear us out and make the best judgment that you can, consistent with your conscience and our Constitution. Now, I wanted to start out tonight with where we began when we first appeared before you about a week ago, and that is with the resolution itself, with what the President is charged with in the articles and how that holds up now that you have heard the evidence from the House. Donald Trump was impeached in Article 1 for abuse of power. And that article provides that in his conduct of the office of President of the United States and in violation of his constitutional oath faithfully to execute the office of President of the United States and to the best of his ability preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States and is in violation of his constitutional duty to take care that the laws be faithfully executed, Donald J. Trump has abused the powers of his presidency in that, using the powers of his high office, President Trump solicited the interference of a foreign government, Ukraine, in the 2020 United States presidential election. President Trump solicited the interference of a foreign government, Ukraine, in the 2020 election. That has been proved. He did so through a scheme or course of conduct that included soliciting the government of Ukraine to publicly announce investigations that would benefit his reelection, harm the election prospects of a political opponent, and influence the 2020 U.S. presidential election to his advantage. That has been proved. President Trump also sought to pressure the government of Ukraine to take these steps by conditioning official U.S. government acts of significant value to Ukraine on its public announcement of the investigations. That has been proved. President Trump engaged in the scheme or course of conduct for corrupt purposes in pursuit of personal political benefit. That has been proved. In doing so, President Trump used the power of the presidency in a manner that compromised the national security of the United States and undermined the integrity of the United States democratic process. That has been proved. He thus ignored and injured the interests of the nation. That has been proved. President Trump engaged in this scheme or course of conduct through the following means. President Trump, acting both directly and through his agents within and outside the United States government, corruptly solicited the government of Ukraine to publicly announce investigations into A, a political opponent, former Vice President Joseph R. Biden Jr. That has been proved. A discredited theory promoted by Russia alleging that Ukraine, rather than Russia, interfered in the 2016 United States presidential election. That has been proved. With the same corrupt motives, President Trump, acting both directly and through his agents within and outside the U.S. government, conditioned 2 official acts on the public announcements that he had requested: the release of $391 million of U.S. taxpayer funds that Congress had appropriated on a bipartisan basis for the purpose of providing vital military and security assistance to Ukraine to oppose Russian aggression, and which President Trump had ordered suspended. That has been proved. And B, a head of state meeting at the White House, which the President of Ukraine sought to demonstrate continued United States support for the government of Ukraine in the face of Russian aggression. That has been proved. Faced with public revelation of his actions, President Trump ultimately released the military and security assistance to the government of Ukraine, but has persisted in openly and corruptly urging and soliciting Ukraine to undertake investigations for his personal political benefit. That has been proved. These actions were consistent with President Trump's previous invitations of foreign interference in U.S. elections. That has been proved. In all of this, President Trump abused the powers of the presidency by ignoring and injuring national security and other vital national interests to obtain an improper personal political benefit. That has been proved. He also betrayed the nation by abusing his high office to enlist a foreign power in corrupting democratic elections. That has been proved. Wherefore, President Trump, by such conduct, has demonstrated that he will remain a threat to national security and the Constitution if allowed to remain in office, and has acted in a manner grossly incompatible with self-governance and the rule of law. That has been proved. President Trump thus warrants impeachment and trial, removal from office, and disqualification to hold and enjoy any office of honor, trust, or profit under the United States. That will be for you to decide. But the facts have been proved. Those facts are not contested. We have met our burden. Article 2, Obstruction of Congress. The Constitution provides that the House of Representatives shall have the sole power of impeachment, and the President shall be removed from office on impeachment for and conviction of treason, bribery, or other high crimes and misdemeanors. In his conduct of the office of the President, in violation of his constitutional oath, faithfully to execute the office of President of the United States, and to the best of his ability, preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States, and in violation of his constitutional duty to take care that the laws be faithfully executed, Donald J. Trump has directed the unprecedented, categorical, and indiscriminate defiance of subpoenas issued by the House of Representatives pursuant to its sole power of impeachment. That has been proved. President Trump has abused the powers of the presidency in a manner offensive to and subversive of the Constitution, in that the House of Representatives has engaged in an impeachment inquiry focused on President Trump's corrupt solicitation of the government of Ukraine to interfere in the 2020 U.S. presidential election. That has been proved. As part of this impeachment inquiry, the committees undertaking the investigation served subpoenas, seeking documents and testimony deemed vital to the inquiry from various executive branch agencies and offices and current and former officials. That has been proved. In response, without lawful cause or excuse, President Trump directed executive branch agencies, offices, and officials not to comply with those subpoenas. That has been proved. President Trump thus interposed the powers of the presidency against the lawful subpoenas of the House of Representatives and assumed to himself functions and judgments necessary to exercise the sole power of impeachment vested in the Constitution in the House of Representatives. That has been proved. President Trump abused the powers of his high office through the following means. Number one, directing the White House to defy a lawful subpoena by withholding the production of documents sought therein by the committees. That has been proved. Directing other executive branch agencies and offices to defy lawful subpoenas and withhold the production of documents and records from the committees, in response to which the Department of State, the Office of Management Budget, Department of Energy, and Department of Defense refused to produce a single record or document. That has been proved. Directing current and former executive branch officials not to cooperate with the committees, in response to which 9 administration officials defied subpoenas for testimony, namely John Michael McMulvaney, Robert B. Blair, John A. Eisenberg, Michael Ellis, Preston Wells Griffith, Russell T. Vaught, Michael Duffy, Brian McCormick, and T. Ulrich Brechbuhl. That has been proved. These actions were consistent with President Trump's previous efforts to undermine United States government investigations into foreign interference in U.S. elections. That has been proved. Through these actions, President Trump sought to arrogate to himself the right to determine the propriety, scope, and nature of an impeachment inquiry into his own conduct, as well as the unilateral prerogative to deny any and all information to the House of Representatives in the exercise of its sole power of impeachment. That has been proved. In the history of the Republic, no president has ever ordered the complete defiance of an impeachment inquiry or sought to obstruct and impede so comprehensively the ability of the House of Representatives to investigate high crimes and misdemeanors. That has been proved. The abuse of office served to cover up the president's own repeated misconduct and to seize and control the power of impeachment and thus to nullify a vital safeguard vested solely in the House of Representatives. That has been proved. In all of this, President Trump has acted in a manner contrary to his trust as president and subversive of constitutional government, to the great prejudice of the cause of law and justice, and to the manifest injury of the people of the United States. That has been proved. Whereas, or wherefore, President Trump, by such conduct, has demonstrated that he will remain a threat to the Constitution if allowed to remain in office, and has acted in a manner grossly incompatible with self-government and the rule of law. That has been proved. President Trump thus warrants impeachment and trial, removal from office, and disqualification to hold and enjoy any office of honor, trust, or profit under the United States. That will be for you to determine. Let me say something about this second article. The facts of the president's defiance of Congress are very simple, because they were so uniform, because they were so categorical, because they are so uncontested. But do not mistake for a moment the fact that it was simple and quick to present that course of conduct compared with a sophisticated campaign to coerce Ukraine into thinking that that second article is any less significant than the first. Do not believe that for a moment. If there is no Article 2, let me tell you something. There will never be an Article 1. If there's no Article 2, there will never, of any kind or shape or form, be an Article 1. And why is that? Because if you and we lack the power to investigate a president, there will never be an Article 1. Whether that Article 1 is abuse of power, or that Article 1 is treason, or that Article 1 is bribery, there will never be an Article 1 if the Congress can't investigate an impeachable offense. If the Congress cannot, because the president prevents it, investigate the president's own wrongdoing, there will never be an Article 1. Because there will be no more impeachment power. It will be gone. It will be gone. As I said before, our relationship with Ukraine will survive. God willing, our relationship with Ukraine will survive, and Ukraine will prosper, and we will get beyond this ugly chapter of our history. But if we are to decide here that a president of the United States can simply say, under Article 2, I can do whatever I want, and I don't have to treat a co-equal branch of government like it exists. I don't have to give it any more than the back of my hand. That will be an unending injury to this country. Ukraine will survive, and so will we, but that will be an unending injury to this country, because the balance of power that our founders set out will never be the same. Will never be the same. If a president can simply say, I'm going to fight all subpoenas. And I'll tell you something else. Truism in the courts is just as true here in the Senate, where they say justice delayed is justice denied. You give this president or any other the unilateral power to delay as long as he or she likes, to litigate matters for years and years in the courts, and do not fool yourself into thinking it is anything less. In April, it'll be a year since we subpoenaed Don McGahn, and there is no sign of an end to that case. And I'll tell you, when it gets to the Supreme Court, you might think that's the end, and that's just the end of the first chapter. Because Don McGahn is in court saying, I'm absolutely immune from testimony. Now, that's been rejected by every court that's looked at it. But we'll see what the Court of Appeals says, and then we'll see if it goes to an en banc Court of Appeals, and then we'll see what the Supreme Court says. And when we prevail in the Supreme Court, you know what happens? That's not the end of the matter. It comes back to the trial court, and then, well, they can't claim absolute immunity anymore. They can't claim that we don't even have to bother showing up. So now we're going to turn to Plan B, executive privilege. We're going to say we can't and won't answer any of the questions that are really pertinent to your impeachment inquiry, and let's start out in district court, and then go to the Court of Appeals, and then go en banc, and then go to the Supreme Court. You can game the system for years. Justice delayed is justice denied, and so is true about presidential accountability. So when you suggest, or I suggest, or anyone suggests, or the White House suggests, why doesn't the Congress, why didn't the House just exhaust their remedies? As if in the Constitution, where it says the House shall have the sole power of impeachment, there's an asterisk that says, after exhausting all court remedies, and first seeking court in the district court, and then seeking relief in the Court of Appeals, and after that going to the Supreme Court. Let's not kid ourselves about what that really means. What that really means is you allow the president to control the timing of his own impeachment, or if it will ever be permitted to come before this body. That is not an impeachment power. That is the absence of an impeachment power. Article 2 is every bit as important as Article 1. Without Article 2, there is no Article 1 ever again, no matter how egregious this president's conduct or any other. It is fundamental to the separation of powers. If you can't have the ability to enforce an impeachment power, you might as well not put it in the Constitution. Now, shortly, the president's lawyers will have a chance to make their presentation. And as we will not have the ability to respond to what they say, I want to give you a little preview of what I think they're going to have in store for you, so that when you do hear it, you can put it into some perspective. I expect that they will attack the process. I don't think that's any mystery. But I want to tell you both what I expect they will share with you and what it really means when you cut through all the chaff, what does it really mean that they're saying? So here's what I expect that they will tell you. The process was so unfair. It was the most unfair in the history of the world. Because in the House, they took depositions. How dare they take depositions? How dare they listen to Trey Gowdy? How dare they follow the Republican procedures that preceded their investigation? How dare they? And they were so secret in the bunker in the basement, as if whether it's on the ground floor or the basement or the first floor makes any difference. Those super secret depositions in which only 100 members of Congress, equivalent to the entire Senate, could participate. That's how secret they were. That's how exclusive they were. Every Democrat, every Republican on 3 committees could participate. Of course, that wasn't enough, so you had even more storm the skiff, right? So you have 100 people can participate, but you heard earlier, but the Republicans weren't allowed to participate. Okay, that's just false. You know how we did it in those super secret depositions? And you can look this up yourself because we released the transcripts. We got an hour, they got an hour. We got 45 minutes, they got 45 minutes. And we did that back and forth until everyone was done asking their questions. Now you'll hear, oh, Chairman Schiff was so unfair, he wouldn't allow us to ask our questions. Well, there were certain questions I didn't allow. Questions like, who's the whistleblower? Because we want to punish that whistleblower. Because yes, some of us in this House and in this House believe we ought to protect whistleblowers. So yes, I did not allow the outing of the whistleblower. So when they say the chairman wouldn't allow certain questions, that's what they mean. That means that we protect people who have the courage to come forward and blow the whistle. That we don't think, though the president might, that they're traitors and spies. To believe that someone who blows the whistle on misconduct of the serious nature that you now know took place is a traitor or spy, there is only one way you can come to that conclusion. And that is if you believe you are the state and that anything that contradicts you is treason. That is the only way that you can conceive of someone who exposes wrongdoing is a traitor or a spy. But that is exactly how this president views those who expose his wrongdoing, because he is the state. Like any good monarch, he is the state. And you'll hear the president wasn't allowed to participate in the Judiciary Committee. Well, that's false too, as you've heard. The president had the same rights in our proceedings as President Nixon and President. But nonetheless, you'll hear it was so unfair. And one other thing that was really unfair is all the subpoenas were invalid because the House didn't pass a resolution announcing its impeachment inquiry. Never mind that we actually did. The problem was they said, well, we hadn't, and then we did. And then the problem was, well, you did. Now, of course, as you know, the Constitution says the House will have the sole power of impeachment. If we want to do it by House resolution, we can do it by House resolution. If we want to do it by committee, we can do it by committee. It is not the president's place to tell us how to conduct an impeachment proceeding any more than it is the president's place to tell you how you should try it. So when you see that 8-page diatribe from the White House counsel saying, we should have been able to have a resolution in the House, or we should have been able to have this, what you should hear, what they really mean is Donald Trump had the right to control his own impeachment proceeding. And it's an outrage that Donald Trump didn't get to write the rules of his own impeachment proceeding in the House. You give a president that right, there is no impeachment power. But when you hear them say that, when you hear them complain about depositions that were the same as the Republicans, or the right to participate that was the same in Clinton and Nixon, and by the way, they weren't allowed to call witnesses, they said, Well, 3 of the 12 witnesses that we heard in our open hearings were the minority witness requests. So you'll hear those arguments, the most unfair in history. The fact is, we had the same process. In those other impeachments, the majority did not surrender its subpoena power to the minority. You know what it did? It said, you can subpoena witnesses, and if the majority doesn't agree, you can force a vote. That is the same process we had here. The majority does not surrender its subpoena power. Didn't in the prior impeachments, didn't in this one. When they say the process was unfair, what they really mean is, don't look at what the president did. For God's sake, don't look at what the president did. Now, you'll also hear, I think the second thing you'll hear from the president's team is attack the managers. Those managers are just awful. They're terrible people, especially that Schiff guy. He's the worst. He's the worst. And Exhibit A, he mocked the president. He mocked the president. He mocked the president as if he was shaking down the leader of another country, like he was an organized crime figure. He mocked the president. He said, it was like the president said, listen, Zelensky, because I'm only going to say this 7 times. Well, I discovered something very significant by mocking the president. And that is, for a man who loves to mock others, he does not like to be mocked. So it turns out he's got a pretty thin skin. Who would have thought it? Never mind that I said I wasn't using his words before I said it, and I wasn't using his words after I said it, and I said I was making a parody of his words. It's an outrage. He mocked the president. That Schiff. Terrible. Now, they will attack my other colleagues, too, for things said in the heat of debate here on the floor. So we're reaching the wee hours of the morning. And they'll attack some of my colleagues who aren't even in this chamber. Maybe they'll attack the squad. That's a perennial favorite with the president. If they attack the squad, you should ask, what does that have to do with the price of beans? But you can expect attacks on all kinds of members of the House that have nothing to do with the issues before you. And when you hear those attacks, you should ask yourself, away from what do they want to distract my attention? Because 9 times out of 10, it will be the president's misconduct. But look for it. Attacks on the managers, attacks on other House members, attacks on the speaker, attacks on who knows what. It's all of the same ilk. Whatever you do, just don't consider the president's misconduct. You'll also hear attacks on the Constitution. Of course, it won't be framed as an attack on the Constitution, but that's really what it represents. And that is, abuse of power doesn't violate the Constitution. Presidents of the United States have every right to abuse their power. That's the argument. Okay, I know it's a hard argument to make, right? Presidents have a constitutional right to abuse their power. And how dare the House of Representatives charge a president with abusing his power? Now, I'm looking forward to that constitutional argument by Alan Dershowitz. Because I want to know why abusing power and trust is not impeachable now, but it was a few years ago. Because the last time I checked, I don't think there was a significant change to the Constitution between the time he said it was impeachable and the time he's saying now that apparently it is not impeachable. So I'm looking forward to that argument. But I'm also looking forward to Ken Starr's presentation, because during the Clinton impeachment, he maintained that a president not only could but must be impeached for obstructing justice, that Bill Clinton needed to be impeached because he lied under oath about sex. And to do so obstructed justice. You can be impeached for obstructing justice, but you cannot be impeached for obstructing Congress. Now, I have to confess, I don't know exactly how that's supposed to work. Because the logical conclusion from that is Ken Starr saying that Bill Clinton's mistake was in showing up under subpoena. That Bill Clinton's mistake was in not saying, I'm going to fight all subpoenas. That Bill Clinton's mistake was in not taking the position that under Article 2 he could do whatever he wanted. Does that really make any sense? You can be impeached for obstructing your own branch of government, but you cannot be impeached for obstructing a co-equal branch of government. That would make no sense to the framers. I have to think over the centuries as they've watched us, they would be astonished that anyone would take that argument seriously or could so misapprehend how this balance of power is supposed to work. So I look forward to that argument. And maybe when they make that argument, they can explain to us why their position on abuse of power isn't even supported by their own Attorney General. So I hope they will answer why even their own Attorney General doesn't agree with them. Not to mention, by the way, the constitutional law expert called by the Republicans in the House, who also testified as to abuse of power, that it is impeachable, that you don't need a crime that's impeachable. Now, when you hear them make these arguments, cannot be impeached for abusing your power, this is what it really means. We cannot defend his conduct. And so we want to make it go all the way without even having to think about that. You don't even need to think about what the president did because the House charged it wrong. And so don't even consider what the president did. That's what that argument means. We can't defend the indefensible, so we have to fall back on even if he abused his office, even if he did all the things he's accused of, that's perfectly fine. There's nothing that can be done about it. Now, you'll also hear, as part of the defense, and you heard this from Jay Sekulow, it was I think the last thing he said, the whistleblower. And then he stepped back to the table. The whistleblower. Now, I don't really know what that meant, but I suspect you'll hear more of that. The whistleblower. The whistleblower. It's his or her fault that we're here. The whistleblower. You know, I would encourage you to read the whistleblower complaint again. When you read that complaint again, you will see just how remarkably accurate it is. It's astonishingly accurate. You know, for all the times the president is out there saying that the complaint was all wrong, you read it. Now that you have heard the evidence, you read it, and you will see how remarkably right the whistleblower got it. Now, when that complaint was filed, it's obviously before we had our depositions and had our hearings, all of which obviated the need for the whistleblower. In the beginning, we wanted the whistleblower to come and testify because all we knew about was the complaint. But then we were able to hear from firsthand witnesses about what happened. And then something else happened. The president and his allies began threatening the whistleblower. And the life of the whistleblower was at risk. And what was the point in exposing that whistleblower to the risk of his or her life when we had the evidence we needed? What was the point? Except retribution. Retribution, and the president wants it still. You know why the president is mad at the whistleblower? Because but for the whistleblower, he wouldn't have been caught. And that is an unforgivable sin. He is the state. And but for the whistleblower, the president wouldn't have been caught. For that, he's a spy and he's guilty of treason. Now, what does he add to this? Nothing but retribution, a pound of flesh. You'll also hear the president's defense. They hate the president. They hate the president. You should not consider the president's misconduct because they hate the president. Now, what I've said, I leave you to your own judgments about the president. I only hate what he's done to this country. I grieve for what he's done to this country. But when they make the argument to you that this is only happening because they hate the president, it is just another of the myriad forms of, please do not consider what the president did. Whether you like the president or you dislike the president is immaterial. It's all about the Constitution and his misconduct. If it meets the standard of impeachable conduct, as we have proved, it doesn't matter whether you like him. It doesn't matter whether you dislike him. What matters is whether he is a danger to the country because he will do it again. And none of us can have confidence based on his record that he will not do it again because he is telling us every day that he will. Now, you'll hear the further defense that Biden is corrupt, that Joe Biden is corrupt, that Hunter Biden is corrupt. This is their defense. This will be another defense, because what they hope to achieve in the Senate trial is what they couldn't achieve through their scheme. If they couldn't get Ukraine to smear the Bidens, they want to use this trial to do it instead. So let's call Hunter Biden. Let's smear the Bidens. Let's succeed in the trial with what we couldn't do with this scheme. That's the goal. Now, I don't know whether Rudy Giuliani, who said he was going to present his report to some of the senators, has presented his report. Maybe he has. Maybe you'll get to see what's in Rudy Giuliani's report. Maybe you'll get to see some documents smearing the Bidens produced by who knows. Maybe the same Russian corrupt former prosecutors. But make no mistake about what that's about. It's about completing the object of the scheme through other means, through the means of this trial. You may hear the argument that what the president is doing when he is obstructing Congress is protecting the office for future presidents. Because there is nothing more important to Donald Trump than protecting the office of the presidency for future presidents. And I suppose when he withheld military aid from Ukraine, he was trying to protect future presidents. And when he sought to coerce a foreign power to intervene in our election, he was doing it on behalf of future presidents, because future presidents might likewise wish to cheat in a further election. I don't think that argument goes very far. But I expect you'll hear it. I expect you'll hear it. You may hear an argument that the president was really concerned about corruption, and he was concerned about burden sharing. I won't spend much time on that because you've heard the evidence on that. There is no indication that this had anything to do with corruption, and every bit of evidence that it had nothing to do with fighting corruption or burden sharing. Indeed, nothing about the burden changed between the time he froze the aid and the time he released the aid. There was no new effort to get others to contribute more, and Europe contributes a great deal as it is. This is an after-the-fact rationalization. You probably saw the public reporting that there was an exhaustive effort after the fact to come up with a post hoc rationalization for this scheme. I would like to show you the product of that investigation, but I'll need your help because it is among the documents they refuse to turn over. They will show you just what an after-the-fact invention this argument is. Now, I expect you'll hear the argument, Obama did it. Obama did it. Now, that may take several different forms, but the form of Obama did it that I'm referring to is Obama also withheld aid. Honestly, I think that argument is an insult to our intelligence. Because the argument is Obama withheld aid from Egypt, and he made a condition with it. Obama withheld aid from Egypt after they had a revolution. And circumstances changed, and you know something? He didn't hide it from Congress. In fact, Congress supported it. And yes, there are times when we withhold aid for a good policy reason, not a corrupt effort to get help in your election. The American people know the difference between right and wrong. They can recognize the difference between aid that is withheld for a malicious purpose and aid that is held in the best interests of our national security. But you'll hear the Obama did it argument. You will hear the call was perfect. You'll hear the call was perfect. Now, I suspect the reason they will make the argument the call was perfect is because the president insists that they do. I don't think they really want to have to make that argument. You wouldn't either. But they have a client to represent, and so they will make the argument the call was perfect. And they will also make the argument Ukraine thinks the call was perfect. Ukraine says there was no pressure. What that really means is Ukraine wants a future. Ukraine knows it's still beholden to us for aid. Ukraine still hasn't gotten in through the door of the White House. Ukraine knows that if they acknowledge that they were shaken down by the President of the United States, the President of the United States will make them pay. So when you hear them say Ukraine felt no pressure, and their proof is because the Ukraine president doesn't want to call the President of the United States a bad name, you'll know why. Because they need America. They need America. The framers did not expect you to leave your common sense at the door. Now, you'll also hear the defense. The president said there was no quid pro quo. The president said there was no quid pro quo. I guess that's the end of the story. This is a well-known principle of criminal law that if the defendant says he didn't do it, he couldn't have done it. If the defendant learns that he's been caught and he says he didn't do it, he couldn't have done it. That doesn't hold up in any court in the land. It shouldn't hold up here. You also hear a variation of the argument, no harm, no foul. They got the money. They got the money. And they got the meeting even though they didn't. They got the meeting on the sideline of the UN. It's kind of a drive-by, but they got a meeting. No harm, no foul, right? A meeting on the sidelines is pretty much the same thing, right, as a head of state meeting in the Oval Office? Of course it's not. Why do you think at that meeting at the United Nations, the president of Ukraine was still saying, hey, when am I going to get to come to town? He certainly recognizes the difference, and we should too. What's more, there's every bit of harm and every bit of foul in withholding aid from an ally at war and releasing it only when you're caught. Russia knows now about the wedge in our relations with Ukraine. The moment Russia found out about this, and I have to imagine, given how good their intel services are, they did not have to wait for Politico to break the story any more than Ukraine did. In fact, there's so deep a penetration of Ukraine, I would have to expect the Russians would have found out at least as early as the Ukrainians did, if not earlier. The moment Ukraine learned and Russia learned, there was harm, because Ukraine knew they couldn't trust us. Russia knew they could take advantage of us. There was immediate harm. And because someone is caught, because a scheme is thwarted, doesn't make that scheme any less criminal and corrupt. You get no pass when you get caught. Now, I expect one of the defenses you'll see is they will play you certain testimony from the House, where my colleagues on the other side of the aisle ask questions like, did the president ever say he was bribing Ukraine? Did you ever see him actually bribe Ukraine? Did you hear him say that he was going to bribe Ukraine? Did you personally see this yourself? And if you didn't see it, if he didn't lay it out for you, then it couldn't have happened. 2 + 2 does not equal 4. You are not allowed to consider anything except for a televised confession by the president. And even then, don't consider it. So I imagine you'll hear some of that testimony where witnesses are asked, they work for the Defense Department. Well, did the president ever tell you that he was conditioning the aid? Never mind that these are people who don't necessarily even talk to the president. But I expect you'll see some of that. As I mentioned before, you'll hear the defense. We claim privilege. You can't impeach the president over the exercise of privilege. Never mind the fact that they never claimed privilege. They never asserted privilege. And you know why? You know why they never actually invoked privilege in the House? Is because they know that if they did, they'd have to produce the documents and they'd have to show what they were redacting, and they didn't want to do even that. They knew the overwhelming majority of the documents and witness testimony, there was no even colorable claim of privilege. So they didn't want to even invoke it. All they would say is, maybe someday. But you will hear that you can't be impeached for a claim of privilege they never made. So what do all these defenses mean? What do they mean? What do they mean collectively when you add them all up? What they mean is, under Article 2, the president can do whatever he wants. That's really it. You know, that's really it, stripped of all the detail and all the histrionics. What they want us to believe is the president can do whatever he wants under Article 2, and there is nothing that you or the House can do about it. Robert Kennedy once said, "Moral courage is a rarer commodity than bravery in battle or great intelligence. Yet it is the one essential, vital quality for those who seek to change the world which yields most painfully to change." Moral courage is a rarer commodity than bravery in battle. I have to say, when I first read that, I wasn't sure I agreed. Moral courage is a rarer quality than courage in battle. It just doesn't seem right. I wasn't sure I really agreed, and for a Democrat not to agree with a Kennedy is kind of a heresy. I'm sure some of my GOP colleagues feel the same way about the Kennedys from Louisiana. After all, what could be more brave than courage in battle? What could be more rare than courage in battle? But then I got to visit, as I know all of you have, our service members around the world, and see just how blessed we are with an abundance of heroes by the millions who have joined the service of this country. Service members who every day demonstrate the most incredible bravery. I just have the greatest respect for them, for people like Jason Crow and John McCain and Daniel Inouye and so many others who've served in this body and the other, or who have never served in office, by the millions all around the country and all around the world. It's the most incredible respect. It's an amazing thing how common is their uncommon bravery. My father's 92. He's probably watching. He's part of the greatest generation. Left high school early to join the service. He tried to enlist in the Marine Corps, and he failed the physical. So at the end of World War II, failed the physical. Bad eyesight and flat feet, which was apparently enough to fail the physical. So 2 weeks later, he went to try to enlist in the Army, thinking that maybe it's a different physical standard, and even if it isn't, maybe I'll get a different examining physician. Turns out, same standard, same physician. And he recognized my father. And he said, "Weren't you here 2 weeks ago?" And my father said, "Yeah." And he said, "You really want to get in that bad?" My father said, "Yeah," and he was in the Army. Now, the war was over, and so he never left the United States. And when he left the service, he went to the University of Alabama. And about midway through, he wanted to get on with his life, and he left college and went out into the business world. Something he always regretted, leaving college early. But I think in many ways, he got a better education than I did. I think that I was lucky to get a good education. But I think those like Jason and others who served in the military and also went to school got the best education. Because I think there's some things you can only learn by being in the military. Certainly, you can't really learn, I think, about war without going to war. And maybe there are things you just can't learn about life without going to war. So those of you that have served have the most complete education I think there is. But even so, is moral courage really more rare than that on the battlefield? And then I saw what Robert Kennedy meant by moral courage. Few, he said, are willing to brave the disapproval of their fellows, the censure of their colleagues, and the wrath of their society. And then I understood by that measure just how rare moral courage is. How many of us are willing to brave the disapproval of our fellows, the censure of our colleagues, and the wrath of our society? Just as those who have served in uniform can't fully understand, those who have not served in uniform can't fully understand what military service means, so too there is a different kind of fraternity or sorority among those who have served in office. I always tell my constituents there are two kinds of jobs in Congress. And it's not Democrats and Republicans. It's those from a safe seat and those from an unsafe seat. And I'm sure the same is true of those from a safe state and an unsafe state. It's why I think there's a certain chemistry between members who represent those swing districts and states, because they can step into each other's shoes. And one of the things that we in this fellowship of office holders understand that most people don't is that real political courage doesn't come from disagreeing with our opponents, but from disagreeing with our friends and with our own party. Because it means having to stare down accusations of disloyalty and betrayal. He's a Democrat in name only, or she's a Republican in name only. What I said last night, if it resonated with anyone in this chamber, didn't require courage. My views, as heartfelt as they are, reflect the views of my constituents. But what happens when our heartfelt views of right and wrong are in conflict with the popular opinion of our constituents? What happens when our devotion to our oaths, to our values, to our love of country, depart from the momentary passion of a large number of people back home? Those are the times that try our souls. CBS News reported last night that a Trump confidant said that GOP senators were warned, vote against your president, vote against the president, and your head will be on a pike. Now, I don't know if that's true. Vote against the president and your head will be on a pike. I have to say, when I read that, and again, I don't know if that's true, but when I read that, I was struck by the irony. By the irony. I hope it's not true. I hope it's not true. But I was struck by the irony of the idea when we're talking about a president who would make himself a monarch, that whoever that was would use the terminology of a penalty that was imposed by a monarch, a head on a pike. Just this week, America lost a hero, Thomas Railsback. He passed away on Monday, the day before this trial began. Some of you may have known or even served with Congressman Thomas Railsback. He was a Republican from Illinois, and the second-ranking member on the House Judiciary Committee when that committee was conducting its impeachment inquiry into President Nixon. In July of 1974, as the inquiry was coming to a close, Congressman Railsback began meeting with a bipartisan group of members of the House, 3 other Republicans and 3 Democrats. Here in the Senate, they might have called them the Gang of 7. They gathered and they talked and they labored over language and ultimately helped develop a bipartisan support for the articles that led a group of Republican senators, including Barry Goldwater and Howard Baker, to tell President Nixon that he must resign. Some say that the Nixon impeachment might not have moved forward were it not for those 4 courageous Republicans led by Congressman Railsback. And it pained the congressman because he credited Nixon with giving him his seat, with getting him elected. He did it because he said, because seeing all the evidence, it was something we had to do because the evidence was there. One of his aides, Ray LaHood, eulogized him, saying he felt an obligation to the Constitution to do what is right. Now, soon, members of this body will face the most momentous of decisions. Not, as I said at the outset, between guilt and innocence, but a far more foundational issue. Should there be a fair trial? Shall the House be able to present its case with witnesses and documents through the use of subpoenas, as has been the case in every impeachment trial in history? Now, the president's lawyers have been making their case outside of this chamber, threatening to stall these proceedings with the assertion of false claims of privilege. Having persuaded this body to postpone consideration of the witnesses and documents, they now appear to be preparing the ground to say it will be too late to consider them next week. But consider this. Of the hundreds of documents that we have subpoenaed, there is no colorable claim and none has been asserted. To the degree that you could even make a claim, that claim has been waived. To the degree that even superficially a claim would attach, it does not conceal misconduct. And what's more, to the degree that there were a dispute over whether a privilege applied, we have a perfectly good judge sitting behind me, empowered by the rules of this body to resolve those disputes. And when the Chief Justice decides where a narrow application of privilege ought to apply, you will still have the power to overrule him. How often do you get the chance to overrule a Chief Justice of the Supreme Court? You have to admit it's every legislator's dream. So let us not be fooled by the argument that it will take too long, or persuaded that the trial must be over before the State of the Union. This is no parking ticket we are contesting, no shoplifting case we are prosecuting. It is a matter of high crimes and misdemeanors. How long is too long to have a fair trial, fair to the president and fair to the American people? The American people do not agree on much, but they will not forgive being deprived of the truth, and certainly not because it took a backseat to expediency. In his pamphlet of 1777, The American Crisis, Thomas Paine wrote, "Those who expect to reap the blessings of freedom must undergo the fatigue of supporting it." Is it too much fatigue to call witnesses and have a fair trial? Are the blessings of freedom so meager that we will not endure the fatigue of a real trial with witnesses and documents? President Lincoln, in his closing message to Congress in December 1862, said this: "Fellow citizens, we cannot escape history. We of this Congress and this administration will be remembered in spite of ourselves. No personal significance or insignificance can spare one or another of us. The fiery trial through which we pass will light us down in honor or dishonor to the latest generation." I think he was the most interesting president in history. He may be the most interesting person in our history. This man who started out dirt poor, like hundreds of thousands of other people at the time. He had nothing. No money, no education. He educated himself. But he had a brain in that head, a brilliance in that mind, that made him one of the most incredible, not just presidents, but people in history. I think he's the most interesting character in our history. Out of the hundreds and hundreds of thousands of other Americans at the time, why him? Why him? I think a lot about history, as I know you do. Sometimes I think about how unforgiving history can be of our conduct. We can do a lifetime's work, draft the most wonderful legislation, help our constituents, and yet we may be remembered for none of that. But for a single decision, we may be remembered, affecting the course of our country. I believe this may be one of those moments, a moment we never thought we would see. a moment when our democracy was gravely threatened, and not from without, but from within. Russia, too, has a constitution. It's not a bad constitution. It's just a meaningless one. In Russia, they have trial by telephone. They have the same ostensible rights we do to a trial. They hear evidence and witnesses, but before the verdict is rendered, the judge picks up the telephone and calls the right person to find out how it's supposed to turn out. Trial by telephone. Is that what we have here? Trial by telephone? Someone on the other end of the phone dictating what this trial should look like? The founders gave us more than words. They gave us inspiration. They may have receded into mythology, but they inspire us still. And more than us, they inspire the rest of the world. They inspire the rest of the world. From their prison cells in Turkey, journalists look to us. From their internment camps in China, they look to us. From their cells in Egypt, those who gathered in Tahrir Square for a better life look to us. From the Philippines, those that were the victims and their families of mass extrajudicial killing, they look to us. From Elgin Prison, they look to us. From all over the world, they look to us. And increasingly, they don't recognize what they see. It's a terrible tragedy for them. It is a worse tragedy for us, because there's nowhere else for them to turn. They're not going to turn to Russia. They're not going to turn to China. They're not going to turn to Europe with all of its problems. They look to us because we are still the indispensable nation. They look to us because we have a rule of law. They look to us because no one is above that law. And one of the things that separates us from those people in Elgin Prison is the right to a trial. It's a right to a trial. Americans get a fair trial. And so I ask you, I implore you, give America a fair trial. Give America a fair trial. She's worth it. Thank you.
The majority leader is recognized.
Mr. Chief Justice, I ask unanimous consent the trial adjourn until 10 a.m. Saturday, January 25th, and this order also constitute the adjournment of the Senate.
Without objection, so ordered. The Senate is adjourned.
I'm Allison Morris, and you are watching NBC News Now's special coverage of President Trump's impeachment trial. In their final day of opening arguments, the House managers focus on the obstruction of Congress charge. Democrats said Trump will abuse his power again if Congress does not remove him from office.
I would be very, very surprised if they did not address those two questions in great detail. Why did the president ask for the investigation? And what did Hunter Biden do for the money?
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All persons are commanded to keep silent on pain of imprisonment.
When President Trump used Ukraine's leader for a political favor and withheld critical military aid to an ally in exchange for that favor, he did exactly what our framers feared most.
What can be more urgent than a sitting president trying to cheat in an American election?
If he is permitted to defy the Congress entirely, categorically, then we will have lost. The House will have lost. The Senate certainly will have lost all power to hold any president accountable. This must not stand, and that is why another reason he must be removed from office.
All right, let's head out to Capitol Hill where the House managers have just finished their opening arguments. NBC's Leanne Caldwell is there. And Leanne, tonight the House managers addressed the second article of impeachment, Obstruction of Congress. Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer said he was happy with the House presentation today. Here's the clip.
The House managers did an amazing job and set a very, very high bar, which it will be difficult for the president's lawyers to overcome. The House presentation has been strong, detailed, comprehensive, and at many times compelling.
Leanne, Schumer pretty happy and pretty good spirits tonight, but can we expect the Democrats' arguments to sway any Republicans?
We'll see, Allison. I was just in the chamber for Schiff's final closing statement for their time that they have over these 3 days, and it was pretty powerful. The senators were sitting in their seats, and they were paying extremely close attention to what Schiff was saying, not only Democrats, but Republicans, too. And what his message was, he gave a meandering, all-encompassing closing statement, talking, of course, about this obstruction of Congress and how the president has stonewalled the Congress at every single turn throughout this impeachment investigation. But he also tried to appeal to these senators, saying that it is up to them to give America a fair trial. It is up to them to set the course of history, to ensure that the Constitution is upheld. If it was enough to persuade Republican senators, it's unclear at this point. We do know that there's 3 or 4 that are going to be critical. And the question is not if the president is going to be acquitted or not, but the question is, are they going to call new witnesses and new documents? And that's going to be the first question, the first big question that they're going to have to face, Allison.
Leanne, you mentioned that question. It has been one throughout the trial. Will we hear from any witnesses? Today on MSNBC, Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer said he is still hopeful.
Am I certain we're going to get them? Absolutely not. But do we have a chance, a reasonable chance, particularly if we keep fighting the case and they don't have any good argument against it, which they don't? Yes, I'm hopeful we can.
So you're saying there's a chance, he's saying there, Leanne. I mean, do you think we've made any progress? Have we moved, or are we still where we were at the beginning on the issue of witnesses?
Well, the Democrats think that the prosecutors could not have laid out a better case. They say that there's nothing more they can do, and that it is now up to these Republican senators on how they decide. Now, a lot of it's going to come down to the president's defense and what sort of argument they lay out. Are they going to fill in the facts or that they have been saying is missing from this entire case? Because a lot of these Republicans are saying, the managers are doing a great job presenting their case, but they're only telling half the story. We need to hear the other half of the story from the president's defense team. Are they going to do that, or instead are they just going to say what the president did is not impeachable, and he in fact did not abuse his power, and it was not a criminal enterprise? So we're not really going to know if this was enough to persuade them until we hear from the president's defense team, and that's going to start tomorrow.
Leanne, so far Chief Justice Roberts has largely played a ceremonial role, banging the gavel when appropriate, but could he weigh in on this witnesses issue and this witness debate as the presiding officer in any way?
He could, and that's what Democrats are really honing in on at this point. Just moments ago, Adam Schiff made that statement. He said, if Chief Justice John Roberts can come in and decide on this issue, remember, 51 senators can overrule what he has to say. So he made a joke saying, isn't that every legislator's dream to be able to overrule, especially a sitting Supreme Court justice? But he could, but he's also taken a very hands-off role in this entire process, and we don't expect him to actually do so, even though the rules indicate that he could. That's not the role that he intends to play, that as far as any indication that he's given so far, Allison.
Leanne, I'd love to ask you a couple of behind-the-scenes questions, because I know you get to see a lot of things that we don't. First of all, we heard that Lindsey Graham was in and out of the room several times today. Is he okay?
He's sick. He has a stomach bug, and so that is why he has been in and out of the room. He admitted that to reporters, but he has sat through as much as he could of this proceedings. But yes, he has had to excuse himself.
That is a long day for someone who's not feeling well. All right, on a lighter note, we heard, is this true? Senator Pat Toomey came through again with another surprise delivery for the press today?
That is such a key audience.
He did. So he had an entire box of mini Hershey chocolate bars for the press, and then our colleagues Julie Sirkin and Haley Talbot, they caught 700 pounds of Hershey chocolate and candy being delivered to his office, and that wasn't just for the press, that was for the senators. He's giving out some to the press, so yes, he is coming through as the candy man.
Yeah, he has really taken good care of you guys this week. Yeah. Also, any updates on how the senators kept themselves entertained today? We know yesterday it was about the fidget spinners. Anything new today?
The fidget spinners did not reappear until later in the day, but Senator Burr, who has supplied the fidget spinners, again had one later in the day.
So they haven't been banned?
They have not been banned. I did ask his staff and a couple people, and they said not that we know of. Maybe they were just putting it away, but it was back today.
All right, and they might need them. Look, we got a whole other set of opening arguments. As you've mentioned, the defense team will start presenting their case tomorrow. We know that'll start at 10 o'clock. What will that session look like?
So it's going to be very short. It's only going to be 3 hours. The president tweeted this morning that he is not happy that it's happening on a Saturday because it is the death valley of TV ratings. It's not the ideal time to be on television if you want to be seen. But still coming in tomorrow, it's going to be a short day, just a few days, and we're told that the bulk of their opening arguments are going to be on Monday, when they're going to have more time, a longer day, and the big question is what is going to be new, if anything. Congressman Mark Meadows, who is very close to the president, on the president's PR team defending him throughout this process, has said that we should expect some new information to come out. He would not give me any details on exactly what that would be, if it's new facts, new documents, new interviews. We don't know. We don't really expect it to be that mind-blowing, but we'll see. The Chairman Schiff, just in his closing statement, tried to pre-butt what they were going to say. He was saying they're going to make fun of me. They're gonna make fun and really pick an attack on a lot of members of the House of Representatives, the Democrats, Speaker Pelosi. But forget that, because it's the Constitution that's at stake. But we are all waiting to hear what the president's defense team is going to say. Allison.
Well, Leanne, wherever you stand on this, I think a lot of people were thrilled to hear it'll be just 3 hours tomorrow. It has been quite a long week. Thank you so much for being with us throughout the entire week. I know we'll catch up again next week. Thank you.
Great. Thank you.
Let's get some legal analysis of today's proceedings now. NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalos is with me, along with NBC News legal analyst Barrett Berger. Barrett, thanks so much for jumping in. Great to see you here as well. Adam Schiff just wrapping up the Democrats' opening arguments. Your take on how they did over the last few days and tonight?
I think they did a great job. I think they had a hard job going into this because they had to do two really important things. One, they had to methodically lay out the evidence, the facts in the case, show how each, of the witnesses, all of their testimony played into the narrative. So they had to do that, but then they also had to create this emotional narrative. And I think that's what Schiff was really focusing on at the end today, was that second part. Why should we care about this? Why is it important? Why is it more than just, a technicality that he's being called to account for? Why should we care? And I think they did an excellent job of really hitting the mark with both of those elements.
Danny, they also did something today, Schiff in particular, that you told us earlier tonight he was going to do, because as a defense attorney, you've seen this happen before, but he started saying you might see this tomorrow from the president's team. Talk us through that, because you called it a couple hours ago, and when he did it, you said, there it is.
Much as I would like to take credit, as if I am Gandalf the Grey making predictions,
come on.
I cannot, because this is a very old tool in any attorney's, any trial attorney's toolbox. And it's to get up and say, say and preempt the argument that will come. It's more often used by defense attorneys like me, who, in most prosecutions, do not get the last word. It's the prosecution that gets the last word. So we have to say something to the effect of, when I sit down, I can no longer get up and rebut all the crazy things they're going to say when they have the last word. So you have to keep in mind these different things and ask yourself, have they addressed them or have they met their burden? And so in a way, the roles are flipped, because it's now Adam Schiff and his team that has to sit by and listen while the defense team gets up and says all manner of things, just as the defense had to sit there while the prosecution said what they said over the last 3 days. So it's a very effective tool, and the fact that I predicted it, much as I would love to take credit for being a soothsayer, I cannot, because candidly, if Barrett wasn't here, I would be taking credit for it, but she knows, and she will call me out if I do. So if I were alone, I would be.
Well, that's why you're both here, because that's not something that I know. So thank you both for that. Another thing, you alluded to this, and Barrett, we were talking about this, the three of us, before, in the break before we went on camera, that this is a unique thing, or not unique to impeachment, but different than what you would see in a typical trial, and that normally it would go the prosecution, then the defense, and then the prosecution would have another opportunity. Does that put the prosecution at a disadvantage here? So many people said, well, they may have had an advantage that they got to go first.
It's a definite disadvantage. I mean, any time that you get to have the last word, whether it's in a trial or a fight with your spouse, it is always advantageous. So it definitely puts them, they have to strategize, right? So in a normal criminal trial, the prosecution has the burden of proof, so that's why the prosecution gets to go last. Here, they have to anticipate some of the defense arguments, as you were saying, and provide their response to it, because they don't get a second bite. The nice thing is for Adam Schiff and the rest of the House managers here, they really know what Trump's defense is going to be. They've seen it played out. They've seen it previewed. And so they really have been able to try to pre-butt some of those arguments that they can imagine they're going to make.
I'd like to play a little something that Adam Schiff said today, because he played into some of the senators' fears today saying this.
Do you think for a moment that any of you, no matter what your relationship with this president, no matter how close you are to this president, do you think for a moment that if he felt it was in his interest, he wouldn't ask you to be investigated? Do you think for a moment that he wouldn't?
It sounds like the idea Schiff was laying out is, hey, flip on the president before he flips on you. I'd like to get both of your takes on whether you think it was an effective argument, what you made of that, Danny.
I love it. I thought it was a very effective argument, not just for the senators, but for the people at home, getting that idea in their head that this is a president that would turn on you, the people, because there are two audiences here. And I thought that was a very effective tool. It really drove home for the senators the idea that, if I'm thinking I should probably be loyal to my party and loyal to this president, maybe not. This is somebody that would absolutely turn on me if he perceived me as a threat to his reelection. So maybe I should think about it in those terms. And, you know, the other reason I like it is it was a very strategic insertion of an issue that really wasn't germane to what's being tried here. I mean, it's not about will he betray you folks out there. It's about whether or not he committed an impeachable offense. So I thought that was a very nice effect that Adam Schiff brought in there.
Did you like it as well?
I did, and I think it is something that prosecutors will do in trials, and probably defense counsel too, but is they have to personalize it for the jury, right? To get the jury to be invested into why they should care. So this defendant was selling drugs on your street. This fraudster was ripping off hardworking people like you. This corrupt politician was stealing your taxpayer dollars. So this happens all the time in trials, and I think here they were doing the same thing. This is why you, Senator, should care about this, because it could happen to you.
Yeah.
An interesting, if not unusual, thing that happened today, Rudy Giuliani, the president's personal attorney, launched a podcast today. If you were, well, I know how Danny feels about it.
I know he's not running the technical side of it. I just know that, right?
It'd be funny if he was.
It'd be great.
If you, though, were on the president's Senate trial team, would you shake your head and say, "Oh Lord, this is a distraction. This is a problem. Is this a bad thing?"
Not if I'm Jay Sekulow. He has a show. I mean, he does a podcast. So this is a team that is a bunch of no strangers to media. They all do it. So this is the last group of people that are going to have a problem with Rudy Giuliani starting a podcast. The only problem they may have is, does he know how to turn on the on button? I mean, if you read some of the news reports, he's not very tech savvy, and sometimes he, texts the wrong things to people and butt dials them by mistake. So I don't know. I mean, it'll be interesting to see see if he does a good job as a broadcaster, but in the sense that he might harm President Trump's defense, I don't think President Trump is worried about that at all. I don't think his defense team is worried about that at all. You saw Jay Sekulow respond to any time a reporter asked him, well, what do you think about what the president tweeted this afternoon? Jay Sekulow always had the same answer. Look, that's him. He's doing his thing. We're doing our thing. I don't think this defense team cares what Rudy Giuliani is doing.
Do you think the defense team then, Barrett, cares about what the president is doing tomorrow? Because he tweeted up a storm while the House managers were making their arguments. Should we expect more of the same? I mean, do you think that the lawyers would want him not to do that? I realize they probably don't have much say in it, but...
Well, Danny could probably speak to how it is when you have a difficult client. And my guess is this is not a unique situation for Trump's lawyers. I mean, yes, there is a real tension in traditional trial wisdom with having a client who, whether it's tweeting or, giving speeches out on the courtroom steps, yes, there is a tension of that. You want the narrative to be controlled. You want it to be told in the courtroom. Here, they want to be able to present their arguments in a more organized, methodical way. So my guess is they do care that he's doing it, but I don't know that they're going to be able to stop it.
Probably not.
Yeah, let me just add that I totally agree with Barrett. The question was, is this defense team worried about it? Absolutely not. Should they be? Of course. Barrett's absolutely right. I mean, every defense attorney has had a client that drives them nuts. I'm not making any admissions. I'm just saying defense attorneys will tell you that.
Clients of yours outraged right now.
Right. No, none of mine. I love them all. But they will tell you that, and it's true. I mean, it can be incredibly frustrating when you're trying to advise someone the safest route to take, and they insist on doing their own thing. And arguably, doing their own thing is what got them to become your client in the first place.
All right, quickly, a last question for both of you. I have a feeling that what we're about to see tomorrow, Monday, Tuesday, is going to be just a little bit different than what we've been hearing so far. What can people expect to see? What should they be prepared for?
Yeah, radically different, a real focus on argument as opposed to evidence.
Danny?
Absolutely right. I mean, they're going to focus. It actually may be a shorter argument because it's basically they don't have the burden. So in their mind, they're going to say, hey, even if all that's true, it's totally OK.
So we might not go into the wee hours of the night. We'll have to wait and see. Danny, Barrett, thank you both so much for being with us. President Trump's defense team is on deck, taking the Senate floor tomorrow at 10. Shannon Pettypiece is live now from the White House. And Shannon, President Trump's team will finally get their turn tomorrow. We know the president has been waiting impatiently for that. Yes. Earlier today, one of the president's lawyers, Jay Sekulow, gave a little preview of what we'll see tomorrow. Here it is.
Really trying to remove the president from the ballot in 2020. We are, 10.5 months out from an election? And they don't trust the American people to make a decision. And there was such a state of urgency in moving this impeachment proceeding over that Nancy Pelosi sat on it for 33 days. You don't get it every way, and that's what they're trying to do.
All right, that was not the shot that I was expecting him to play, us to play. He was talking earlier today about addressing the Bidens, about addressing the situation in Ukraine. What else can we expect to hear from Jay Sekulow on day one?
Well, so the plan is for tomorrow, Saturday, to be a sort of abbreviated opening arguments. They refer to it as sort of a trailer for a movie. So 2 to 3 hours. And one of the primary reasons for that is because, as the president tweeted earlier today, Saturday is TV Death Valley as far as ratings go on Saturday afternoon. So they're going to be saving the bulk of their argument for Monday. But between tomorrow and Monday, there's a few things that they have highlighted. One, the Bidens. A person working with the legal team told us earlier today that they feel the Bidens are fair game, particularly because the House Democrats addressed the Bidens in their argument and alleged that the president was only showing interest in having Ukraine investigate the Bidens because Joe Biden had entered the race for the Democratic nominee in 2020. So the Bidens we expect to see, of course, we expect to see these broad top-line arguments about abuse of power, about the constitutionality of the entire process. I think process is going to be something they focused on. But as we've been seeing from Jay Sekulow, and even that clip you just played, I think we are going to see a lot of these recurring talking points. We have seen the president raised before. Sekulow mentioned earlier getting into fusion GPS and Christopher Steele and the FBI and Hillary Clinton colluding with the Ukrainians. All these sort of conspiracy talking points we've heard from the president, from his allies, that we've heard on Fox News over the past several years. It's a very potential that we could hear a lot of those in the well of the Senate, and that this could almost sound like Trump's Twitter feed come alive. That's one thing to watch for. I don't know if it'll go down that road, but that certainly seems to be some of the messaging we've heard in the past day or so from the president's lawyers.
Shannon, that is a great description. Perhaps the president's Twitter feed come alive. We actually heard from the president on Fox News tonight. Here's that clip.
Were you relying on Lev Parnas to get rid of your ambassador?
No, but I have a lot of people, and he's somebody that I guess, based on pictures that I see, he goes to fundraisers. But I am not a fan of that ambassador.
But were you telling Parnas to get rid of her? I mean, you have a State Department.
Well, I wouldn't have been saying that. I probably would have said if it was Rudy there or somebody. But I make no bones about it. I want to have ambassadors. I have every right. I want ambassadors that are chosen by me. I have a right to hire and fire ambassadors.
Shannon, the right to hire and fire ambassadors, is that an argument we will likely see the president's defense team bringing up to counter this notion that he got Marie Yovanovitch out of there for no reason?
It's part of this we've heard this, the president has a right to do this or that broad argument over and over again for the past 2 years, whether it was the Mueller investigation, firing the FBI director, Jim Comey, the decision to freeze aid going to Ukraine, that this interpretation that the president under the Constitution has broad powers, broad executive authority powers, and he has a group of lawyers around him and who have been advocating for him on TV who take a very expanded view of what presidential powers are, and including his own attorney general, who, before he was the attorney general, gave a very broad interpretation of what presidential powers are. So, yes, I think that is a big argument we'll hear, whether it's from his lawyers specifically related to the firing of Marie Yovanovitch, which they certainly have already noted this fact that the president can choose to have whatever ambassadors he wants in whatever countries he wants, but also on a much wider scale when it comes to Ukraine and how the president handles foreign policy.
Shannon, NPR saying that Secretary of State Mike Pompeo berated a reporter for asking him about Ukraine and former Ambassador Marie Yovanovitch. Do we know what happened here, and has the White House responded to this at all?
We have not heard any response from the White House yet. As Mary Louise Kelly, the NPR reporter, has described, she was pressing the ambassador or the Secretary of State on why he had not defended Marie Yovanovitch, the ambassador to Ukraine at that time. I guess he suddenly stopped the interview short, and then in a conversation that she had afterwards, that wasn't recorded, she says that he berated her, used some curse words at her, and really sort of lashed out over her pushing him on this idea about the Ukraine ambassador, and that he wanted to be talking about Iran instead. Now, we have not heard from the White House. I don't believe we've heard from the State Department yet in response to this, although I'll have to check. Maybe something's come in the past few minutes or so. But I will note there's been multiple reports of Secretary of State Pompeo having quite a temper. There have been reports of him at CIA throwing binders at staffers. So this is something that has fit with other reports we have heard about the Secretary of State lashing out at people. And of course, my reporting indicates that the president himself often lashes out at staffers, berates them, yells at them, is not shy about using curse words. So not necessarily behavior that is out of line with what we've seen from the president as well.
All right, Shannon Pettypiece at the White House. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Start an impeachment inquiry. Pushing Ukraine to look into the Biden.
Read the transcript.
They want to move quickly.
Removing the president from office. We're going inside impeachment with the reporters of NBC News. Article 2, Inside Impeachment, hosted by me, Steve Kornacki.
All eyes on the 2020 election. Follow the latest on the candidates with the NBC News mobile app. Stay connected with breaking news, top stories, live video, and your favorite NBC News shows. Text NBC News to 66866 to get the app.
The journey has begun. It'll take us through the debate stages, along the trails of Iowa and New Hampshire, onward to the town halls and convention halls, into the spin rooms and ballrooms. And as this journey unfolds, we'll be on the ground, at the big board, navigating the twists and turns every step of the way.
We have nearly 2.5 centuries of examples where the checks and balances of the constitutional system have worked. The framers designed the government for a moment like this. We weren't supposed to just give a pass to somebody whose team we decided to be on. We were supposed to actually think for ourselves. That's why we fought the revolution. That's why we've struggled again and again and again to make real those promises.
Dateline episodes are now available as podcasts. Listen anytime, anywhere. Subscribe now so you don't miss a twist.
Washington feels more chaotic than ever. It's my job to ask the tough questions, left and right, and help you make sense of it all. The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters. Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
You're watching NBC News Now. We've got some breaking news.
Won nearly 90%. Good afternoon from the spin.
It's news made for your streaming world. Live weekdays, 3 to 11 p.m. Eastern.
We are going to start with something different tonight. This is one of those things that you have not been otherwise hearing about in the news, but stick with me.
Feed your mind with fresh perspective. Get your favorite MSNBC shows now as podcasts.
The House impeachment managers spent their time today on the second impeachment charge, obstruction of Congress. Nick Ackerman is an NBC News legal contributor and was assistant Watergate special prosecutor during President Nixon's impeachment hearing. And Nick, we heard comparisons today from Rep. Nadler, Rep. Lofgren, kind of talking about Nixon's impeachment, which never got this far. How relevant were those sort of comparisons? Did they have a point there?
A little bit of a point. I mean, but it wasn't totally accurate.
Right.
I mean, one of the big comparisons that they were making was that Richard Nixon encouraged all of his people to go in and cooperate and testify. And yeah, they did that, except most of them went in and they lied in front of the Senate committee. They lied in front of the grand jury. And if you look at who was indicted for what and what they were convicted of, a number of them wound up being convicted for perjury for having gone in and cooperated and lied. Now, the other side of the coin, though, is that there were other people who went in who did tell the truth and actually revealed some pretty startling information. For example, we learned about the taping system in the Oval Office because of a witness that was called in before the Senate Select Committee. Nobody expected that.
Right.
I mean, that was an absolute shocker at the time. And in the end, that's what brought Richard Nixon down, because at that point in time, you had John Dean, who was the counsel to the president that had gone before the Senate and had detailed a number of conversations he had with Richard Nixon about the Watergate cover-up and about the payment of hush money to the Watergate burglars. And so the question was, who was telling the truth? Nixon was saying that Dean was lying, and Dean was very meticulous in terms of what he said. Well, as it turned out with the tapes completely corroborated what Dean's side of the story was, almost to the exact words. It was absolutely remarkable that what he said and what he recalled from having been in the Oval Office with the President of the United States was pretty much spot on.
Would you say that there's any comparison between the kind of information that we're seeing dripping out now? And I understand it's in television interviews. ABC News saying that they have a tape that it sounds like President Trump saying that he get rid of Marie Yovanovitch. I realize all of these things are not formally being introduced into a trial, but can you draw any comparisons between that and some of the discoveries that were made during Nixon's time, or is it just completely different?
Oh, no, there's a lot to be said about the similarities about how the drip keeps coming out. I mean, in Watergate, it was the same thing. I mean, it started out with the Watergate burglars being arrested. It wasn't until Judge Sirica, who, by the way, was a Republican district court judge, who basically gave all of these burglars very heavy sentences that forced them to cooperate and testify. And so certain information came out then about the White House being involved, and it continued straight through. I mean, every day was another major revelation. It was the break into Daniel Ellsberg's psychiatrist's office. Daniel Ellsberg was the person who leaked the Pentagon Papers that really started Nixon on this whole paranoia about leaks. I mean, even the day after the Watergate burglary, I happen to know that the New York Times had the story that basically said that it was Nixon and the White House that was behind the burglary. But the New York Times didn't print that story because they only had one source. This fellow, Manuel Giberga, who was the White House assistant in charge of Hispanic affairs. He was very close to a New York Times reporter called Tad Schultz, who was also the reporter that had the same story from him about the Bay of Pigs invasion that John F. Kennedy kept him from printing. So there was lots of stuff going on. There was lots of intrigue and people who knew things that were saying things, some of which was printed, some of which wasn't. But in the end, most of it was true, because when it came out, if you had tried to put this together as a movie script ahead of time and tried to sell it to one of the big movie houses, they would have kicked you out saying this is way too fantastic. And I think that is what we're seeing here today.
Well, and so many people are wondering if there is perhaps a reporter sitting on a story waiting for one more source, if there is someone who has information, if there are more tapes out there, and this trial ends next week and we get that information afterwards.
Oh, it's just going to look worse and worse. I mean, look at what happened with Lev Parnas. I mean, he has come out and basically is somebody who apparently was in meetings with Donald Trump at this secret room at the Trump Hotel a couple blocks away from the White House, who basically has outlined what Trump's involvement was in all of this. And he is corroborated by text messages and other documents. And apparently he has some kind of a tape now that was recorded. I just think it's a matter of time that more and more of this is going to come forward. People keep pressing for information. I just think we haven't heard, but a small portion of the entire story.
Do you think we will hear that full story before this trial wraps?
I very much doubt it. I mean, I'll give you another example that I think is really critical here. We have not yet seen Donald Trump's tax returns. I mean, right now, that issue is before the U.S. Supreme Court, and we're not going to have a ruling on that until sometime in June. Now, that was kind of a double-edged sword for Donald Trump in the sense that, well, he kept it out of the impeachment proceeding, yet when it does come out, and if he's ordered to produce all of that information, it's going to come out just a few months prior to the election. So the question is going to be, what does he have to hide? And to me, it's pretty obvious. I mean, I think what it's going to show is that he's a tax cheat, that the reason he's not turning over those returns is because he basically continued the same thing his family has done way back when, as reported by the New York Times, is he's continued to cheat on his taxes. And that's what he's trying to hide. Otherwise, why wouldn't he just turn those over?
Well, that seems to be the question that just people keep going over and over again with, right, if it was a perfect call, why don't we know more of the information? If the witnesses aren't going to say anything against the president, why can't we hear from them? If the tax returns aren't hiding anything, why can't we see them? The president has made several arguments for, executive privilege or confidential information that, could be dangerous to our national security. But people still continue to ask,
if this is so perfect, why aren't we seeing all this? And in fact, if this is so perfect, I mean, the most material witness in this entire case is Donald Trump. The one person that should be running up to the Senate well, if he was so innocent and everything he did was so perfect, should be Donald Trump. There is no reason why he can't provide testimony himself. Bill Clinton did it. I mean, there is no reason why he can't subject himself to cross-examination. And why are they trying to block John Bolton? Why are they going out of their way to make sure that we don't get any documents? I mean, this whole business the other day about putting over the vote on the documents makes no sense. It really was an effort to stop the document production dead in its tracks. Anybody who has ever been involved in document production knows that it's going to take at least 2 or 3 weeks to put together all these documents from each of these agencies to respond properly. They're not going to be able to do that, and they know that. So we're not going to see any documents. That's out of the question. And then the question is going to be on witnesses. Yep. And I guarantee you, they are going. The McConnell strategy here is to drag this out, bore the hell out of everybody that's sitting in that Senate well, and just get them to the point where they're just so tired that they are not going to even want to call any witnesses. I mean, I really think his whole point in saving this till the end and doing this in absolute reverse trial normalcy is to try and put over the most important thing to the end when everybody is going to be tired, fed up, and want to get it over with. And so the whole momentum at that point is going to be with McConnell, this is all a well thought out strategy. This is not something that McConnell didn't think out. There's a reason why they're saving this till the end. It's because they know they can deep six the entire situation at that point in time.
Well, and look, I think we heard from Lindsey Graham the other day saying that the American people need a break. I'm not voting in favor of witnesses because enough already. And it seems like that is the sentiment that a lot of the Republicans are trying to get across is that, these are long days, these are long nights. They're trying to play into that. You're tired. You don't want to hear this anymore. Let's move it along.
Right. And they're going to say, look, we know all the facts are. No one's disputing what happened here. And they're going to say, what do we need more information for? The fact of the matter is, I believe there is one witness that actually could turn the tide here and could make a difference and could change votes, and that is John Bolton. If he can give...
He's the $1 million witness,
That's right, exactly. And if he could give detailed testimony as to all of his conversations with Donald Trump, and he had to have lots of conversations because he was the national security advisor. He was the person talking to Donald Trump about Ukraine, what the strategy was with Ukraine. I mean, we know that he met with him trying to talk him into releasing those funds. So he really knows. His insights could move a lot of those Republicans. So that's the big question. That's the only witness, as far as I'm concerned, that really makes any difference. Mike Mulvaney, we know what he says. He's already said it. They had him on tape. They played that for the Senate. We know what happened with OMB. That's pretty obvious. And Bolton can give the same testimony on the withholding of those funds. So it seems to me that that is the only potential where you could have really powerful testimony that could make these senators look at each other and say, hey, there's safety in numbers. If we all get together and add to that 2/3, our problem is gone. He can't retaliate. Pence is the president. We still have a Republican president, and the Republican Party can get back to normal.
We'll have to see next week. It is a question we have been asking. My gosh, it feels like for months now. Will we hear from John Bolton? I guess next week we will know for sure. Nick, thanks so much for being with us throughout the week. We really appreciate it.
Thank you.
And here now for some historical perspective, presidential historian Doug Weed. Doug, thanks for being here. Democrats argued today that President Trump's actions are enough for removal. Let's play that.
When President Trump used Ukraine's leader for a political favor and withheld critical military aid to an ally in exchange for that favor, he did exactly what our framers feared most. He invited foreign interference in our elections and sold out our country's security for his personal benefit.
Doug, there are 2 provisions in the Constitution to address foreign corruption. Let's talk about that. And does what Adam Schiff described here meet that criteria?
Well, the weakness to me, Allison, is the fact that this has been going on and on and on. I mean, what the elephant in the room is not the Republican Party. It's the fact that even after Donald Trump was elected president, immediately they've been calling for impeachment, even before he was sworn in. And I'm wondering why the impeachment articles didn't include that he was a Russian spy. Obviously, they didn't because they don't believe he is, but they've never told us that. After 2 years of promoting the incredible idea that he's a spy recruited by the Russians and became president, one of the greatest events of history, the equivalent of landing a man on the moon. Nobody even takes a breath. Nobody stops and says, wait a second, we were wrong about this, but this new thing is real. That is just totally unexplained. We're just supposed to move on to the next station. And I think that's a weakness, and it's why this isn't a bipartisan effort.
President Trump is on trial for his conduct with foreign leadership, whereas when President Clinton was on trial, these were much more personal accusations. I mean, to be blunt, it was an issue of sex. How do you think history will view these two impeachments comparatively?
Well, it wasn't originally the impeachment and the accusations against Bill Clinton were not originally sex, and some believe if it had continued, your viewers can all look up Chinagate and read what started the whole thing. Many people say Monica Lewinsky saved Bill Clinton from impeachment because it diverted the attention away from Chinagate onto Monica Lewinsky. But the big difference between all of the impeachments, including Clinton's, and the removal of office of Richard Nixon is the fact that they were bipartisan. That people have discussed how Hugh Scott, who was the senator, the leading senator in the Republican Party, and Rhodes, the leading member of the House in the Republican Party, and Barry Goldwater, the previous nominee for president in the Republican Party, all three came to Richard Nixon, who was a Republican, and said, you got to go, pal. That's an example of bipartisanship in an impeachment inquiry. On this occasion, what's troubling for the Democrats is there is no bipartisanship. The only bipartisan votes have been against the impeachment, not for the impeachment. That's what they desperately need, is to break away at least one Republican so it doesn't look like it's an attempt to overthrow the 2016 election or poison the 2020 election.
Well, let me ask you this then. Do you think that that is a reflection of the times that we're living in, that this is just a more partisan era, or is it that it is the nature of the articles and the nature of the charges against President Trump?
I think it reflects the time. I think we're in a really tough and a bitter time, and I think it reflects the shock of Donald Trump winning the election when they didn't expect him to win the election. I mean, this discussion of he's a king or he's a dictator is a bit hysterical in my humble opinion. A dictator, for example, controls the media. Do people believe Donald Trump controls the media? A dictator controls academia. Do they believe he controls academia? And Stalin used to actually approve the scripts of motion pictures. Joseph Goebbels wouldn't allow an actor or an actress to appear in a movie without his own personal permission. That's what happens in a dictatorship. Does anybody believe Donald Trump controls Hollywood? It's just a little hysterical. It's not, we need to slow down a little bit and somehow be able to hear each other a little better than we are. That's what's the weakness, in my opinion, right now for the Democrats, is it's not bipartisan. I think Nancy Pelosi's original instincts were right. She had this right, felt it in her gut, that she needed to get at least somebody to see. And I heard your previous guest talk about all kinds of things that are coming out. Maybe they should have waited for some of these things to come out if they're there. If not, we're so close to the election, we can vote again.
Let me ask you that question then, Doug, because some people did give Nancy Pelosi a hard time for hanging on. Others have said it was a great strategy to try to wait and see what could possibly come out. Do you think that if the impeachment process started later, if it started, for example, in 2020, and we knew some of the information that has started to come out over the last weeks and months, do you think that would have made any difference?
I think her first instincts were right, that it needed to be bipartisan. And the worry now, the concern now that I have is, let's say Donald Trump loses in 2020. It will almost harken back historically to the corrupt bargain. There will be people who will say the reason he lost is this fake impeachment, this impeachment light that wasn't even bipartisan. It poisoned the atmosphere the very year of the election. There's just all kinds of ways it could go. And you'll remember then it went into the House of Representatives. John Quincy Adams was elected president, and they kept Andrew Jackson from power. He opposed a second national bank. He said the elitists were just going to make money over it. A lot of people see Donald Trump as a deregulator, as a modern-day Andrew Jackson, who's allowed the small businessmen into the marketplace to compete with the big monopolies that own TV stations and advertise on TV. So a lot of people see that historical comparison, and it would be unfortunate if it was viewed that this impeachment affected the 2020 election.
Doug Weed, thank you so much for being with us.
Thanks for having me, Allison.
Start an impeachment inquiry. Pushing Ukraine to look into the Biden.
Read the transcript.
They want to move quickly.
Removing the president from office. We're going inside impeachment with the reporters of NBC News. Article 2, Inside Impeachment, hosted by me, Steve Kornacki.
All eyes on the 2020 election. Follow the latest on the candidates with the NBC News mobile app. Stay connected with breaking news, top stories, live video, and your favorite NBC News shows. Text NBC News to 66866 to get the app.
The journey has begun. It'll take us through the debate stages, along the trails of Iowa and New Hampshire, onward to the town halls and convention halls, into the spin rooms and ballrooms. And as this journey unfolds, we'll be on the ground, at the big board, navigating the twists and turns every step of the way.
We have nearly 2.5 centuries of examples where the checks and balances of the constitutional system have worked. The framers designed the government for a moment like this. We weren't supposed to just give a pass to somebody whose team we decided to be on. We were supposed to actually think for ourselves. That's why we fought the revolution. That's why we've struggled again and again and again to make real those promises.
Dateline episodes are now available as podcasts. Listen anytime, anywhere. Subscribe now so you don't miss a twist.
Washington feels more chaotic than ever. It's my job to ask the tough questions, left and right, and help you make sense of it all. The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast,
An insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters.
Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
You're watching NBC News Now. We've got some breaking news.
Won nearly 90%.
Good afternoon from the spin.
It's news made for your streaming world. Live weekdays, 3 to 11 p.m. Eastern.
We are going to start with something different tonight. This is one of those things that you have not been otherwise hearing about in the news, but stick with me.
Feed your mind with fresh perspective. Get your favorite MSNBC shows now as podcasts.
The Democratic House managers have wrapped up their opening arguments, and the president's team says they are planning to deliver a, quote, vigorous defense. Kevin Sheridan is a former RNC spokesman and founder of Sheridan Media Group. Michael Starr Hopkins is a Democratic strategist. And Michael, I'll start with you. Do you think the Democrats have been effective in convincing any of their Republican counterparts to convict Trump?
You know, I think they've been really effective. I just don't think Republicans are very open to believing the facts. You know, I was thinking about it while Adam Schiff was wrapping up. There is this notion among Republicans that they have a monopoly on patriotism. Well, where are those patriots now? You know, I get they want judges and they want tax cuts, but this isn't the way to do it. What's the point of winning elections if we're going to lose what's supposed to make us special, if we're supposed to lose what gives us our excellence and gives us our essence of American democracy? And I think that's really what we're risking right now. I implore Senate Republicans to just abandon the president. I mean, I don't really know how to say it other than that. I mean, the president, he is a threat. And I think Republicans believe that privately, but they're not saying it publicly.
Kevin, your take?
Well, I think the problem with Democrats taking the moral high ground stance that we just heard, and you heard from Adam Schiff and Nadler, is that they've been after the president for 3 years now, saying he's collusion. He colluded with Russia treasonously, and they never had the goods on him. And now they have a credibility problem with the American people, and 50% of America just doesn't buy it, and they're not buying it. And maybe 1/3 of the Republican Party is kind of skeptical of what Donald Trump did in that phone call. In no way do they think, though, it rises to the level of an extraordinary level of impeachment and removal from office. If Democrats hadn't gotten greedy and they'd gone for censure, they might have gotten quite a few Republican votes. But this idea that Republicans aren't patriots, and the idea that Jerry Nadler, insulting the senators that he's trying to convince by saying that they're obstructing justice by not voting with him. I think that's the absolute wrong way to go at this. That's not bringing the country together. That's just a political move that's trying to sully up the election, sully up the president going into the election. They've got candidates. They should focus on a positive, optimistic message of what they can do for America. And this isn't helping. It's tearing the country apart.
Kevin, let me ask you this, because the new ABC News Washington Post poll backs up one thing you said, but it also brings up another point. That poll says that 47% of Americans, obviously not a majority, thinks that President Trump should be removed from office. But 66% of Americans do believe that the Senate should call new witnesses in this trial. What do you say to that?
I don't know how many of those Republicans or people that are in those numbers are baked in Republicans who want to see Hunter Biden called and would like to see Joe Biden called, and maybe Adam Schiff as well. So let's take those numbers with a little skepticism. But look, Democrats had a chance in the House. They could have called more witnesses, and they didn't. And they could have taken that to court, and that's the proper way to do it. And they decided not to. They forced it through. They got 2 articles. They made the best, I guess, they could with the case that they had. But that's the case they made. That's how the system works. It's not just an open-ended, endless trial that brings in witnesses. But if they do that and they go that way and they get 51 votes, Ted Cruz has said they're going to call Hunter Biden. They're going to give him, some immunity maybe, and he's going to have to talk. And he can't just sit there and plead the Fifth. So, see what you wish for. You might get more than you hope.
Well, let me ask you on the flip side then, Michael, about, watching what you wish for. If the Republicans don't allow witnesses, if we don't see any witnesses in this trial and more information continues to come out, or damning information comes out after the trial, could that be a real problem for some of the senators, particularly people who are up for re-election in November?
I mean, you can pretty much guarantee that over the next 6, 8, 10 months, more information is going to come out. I mean, if you look from the time that the House ended the impeachment hearings and the time that the Senate picked it up, we've gotten boatloads of information, and none of it's been in Donald Trump's favor. At the end of the day, you really have to ask Republicans, what are they afraid of? When you can't argue facts, you argue procedure. And here, the procedural argument is kind of ridiculous. What we have here is a president who is covering up illegal acts, and we all know it. And instead of just being transparent about it, Republicans want to use the argument of, oh, they should have subpoenaed, oh, they should have just gone to court. Well, the president can waive all that and put Bolton or Mulvaney or any of those people up in front of the Senate, and we can get to the end of it. But we all know they won't.
Kevin, as a Republican strategist, what would you like to see from the president's lawyers over the next 3 days when they present their opening arguments?
I think you're going to see some combination of them arguing the merits, that it doesn't rise to the level of impeachable under the constitutional guidelines. And I think they're going to I think they're going to bring Adam Schiff into this. They're going to trot out his entire record and of statements that said he had secret proof that the president colluded with Russia. He said that for 3 years. Robert Mueller proved that's not true. But that doesn't seem to have stopped anybody from continuing to insinuate that. I think they will argue some process, that they will say that, look, this is the way the process is set up. You get your, you make your articles in the House, and these are the articles that have been delivered. So I think it's more likely than not we won't see witnesses, but we'll find out next week at the end of the week.
On the flip side, Michael, what would you like to see happen over the next 3 days?
I'd like to see Republicans make an actual factual argument and defend the president, not in a way that's, tuned for Sean Hannity or kind of the conservative right-wing media, but something that actually is pertinent and can inform the public. And then I hope we hear from witnesses. Look, I don't know what Bolton's going to say. I don't know what Pompeo's going to say, but I know that we need to know the answers. And if we don't hear from witnesses, then all it's going to do is further upset Democrats and Republicans. It's going to further divide the country, and we're never going to be able to hold the president accountable. And all we're going to end up is having another president down the road do the same thing, and we're not going to be able to hold that president accountable either. I think that's sad, and that's dangerous for our democracy.
Well, let's play this out on the campaign trail. Let's talk about how this could affect the candidates. Kevin, you worked as a senior advisor on the Romney presidential campaign. What should the 2020 candidates do? What should they focus on as they try to kind of navigate this complicated political landscape?
Well, if you listen to Pete Buttigieg, who's not tied to the Senate right now, he's one of the ones out in Iowa who's still campaigning. He said he can't remember the last time a voter came up to him and asked him about impeachment or said anything to him about it. So I think it's playing very differently out in the states than it is, on TV and in Washington. So, look, you've got to have your message at this point down pat. You've got to motivate your people. Iowa's obviously a caucus state, so it's a much different place than New Hampshire. But at this point, it's all about getting their voters turned out. Bernie Sanders is in a big surge right now, if you believe the polls. If he can get back on the trail and get out of the Senate this weekend, he might be able to lock this thing down. But if they just keep extending this and we do get witnesses, these candidates are going to have a really tough time. These 4 senators that are stuck here in Washington that have to sit here silently.
Michael, do you think the Democrats should embrace or avoid impeachment going forward?
I think they should embrace it while also focusing on kitchen table issues. If you look at the president's tax cuts, most economists are now saying that it's only contributing to the wage gap and shrinking the middle class. That's why a lot of people in Iowa and New Hampshire aren't focused on impeachment, because they're figuring how they're going to put groceries in their fridge or how they're going to pay their kids' tuition. And so that's why they're not focused on impeachment. So I think Democrats can walk and chew gum at the same time, but they have to be able to stay focused, because no one's rooting for impeachment, but we've got to have accountability. And that's something Republicans used to believe in, but now seems to be something they've forgotten.
Michael, Kevin, great talk. Great to have both of you tonight. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Start an impeachment inquiry. Pushing Ukraine to look into the Biden.
Read the transcript.
They want to move quickly.
Removing the president from office.
We're going inside impeachment with the reporters of NBC News. Article 2, Inside Impeachment, hosted by me, Steve Kornacki.
All eyes on the 2020 election. Follow the latest on the candidates with the NBC News mobile app. Stay connected with breaking news, top stories, live video, and your favorite NBC News shows. Text NBC News to 66866 to get the app.
The journey has begun. It'll take us through the debate stages, along the trails of Iowa and New Hampshire, onward to the town halls and convention halls, into the spin rooms and ballrooms. And as this journey unfolds, we'll be on the ground, at the big board, navigating the twists and turns every step of the way.
We have nearly 2.5 centuries of examples where the checks and balances of the constitutional system have worked. The framers designed the government for a moment like this. We weren't supposed to just give a pass to somebody whose team we decided to be on. We were supposed to actually think for ourselves. That's why we fought the revolution. That's why we've struggled again and again and again to make real those promises.
Dateline episodes are now available as podcasts. Listen anytime, anywhere. Subscribe now so you don't miss a twist.
Washington feels more chaotic than ever. It's my job to ask the tough questions, left and right, and help you make sense of it all. The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters. Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
You're watching NBC News Now. We've got some breaking news.
Won nearly 90%.
Good afternoon from the spin.
It's news made for your streaming world. Live weekdays, 3 to 11 p.m. Eastern.
We are going to start with something different tonight. This is one of those things that you have not been otherwise hearing about in the news, but stick with me.
Feed your mind with fresh perspective. Get your favorite MSNBC shows now as podcasts.
All right, let's head back to Capitol Hill, where there is some new controversy over some of Congressman Schiff's comments this evening. NBC's Leanne Caldwell's there. And Leanne, just when you thought we were going to let you go home for the night, until tomorrow, there is more to discuss. What is going on now?
There's always a new controversy, Allison, up here on Capitol Hill. But in Schiff's very poetic closing statement, I should say.
It was the close to the open, right?
A close to the opening statement, yes. He did make a comment about referencing how the president has reportedly told Republican senators that their heads would be on spikes if they do not vote with the president on this impeachment. So he referenced that. NBC has not confirmed that report, but he did reference that in his statement. And some of these Republican moderate senators did not like it. Senator Susan Collins of Maine, she audibly in the chamber said that is not true. Afterward, Senator Joni Ernst of Iowa, also another senator who is up for re-election in 2020, said that she was listening to Schiff until what he said was bullcrap. So it seems like this could have been a bridge too far for some of these senators. They are not happy with how Schiff addressed them. They're saying that's not true, and that the president has never, in fact, said that there is going to be any revenge on how they vote on this. But it's also interesting because it is the president's nature to put a lot of pressure on people to do what he wants. But we do know that Majority Leader McConnell has actively been discussing this with the president, saying give them space, do not pick up the phone, do nothing to try to influence these moderate senators, because this will backfire on you. Because we do know that the president is vindictive, Allison. There's reports about how Matt Gaetz, a key Trump ally, voted against the president on a war powers resolution in the House of Representatives. He was not included in the president's defense team because of that. So, but this has caused some controversy, and we'll see how this plays out over the coming days and if this really backfires on the Democrats, Allison.
Oh, Leanne, it will be interesting to see if it comes up again tomorrow. Leanne Caldwell on Capitol Hill, thank you for coming back and bringing that to us.
Thank you.